He stood in the bathroom for a long time staring at his reflection, his brain just waking up and desperately trying to piece together reality. White hair, indifferent gaze, black suit. He kept failing to realize who that reflection belonged to. Worst of all, he remembered himself as a completely different, ordinary guy. Only he couldn't remember his name. He remembered himself quite differently, and now gawked at a reflection that wasn't his own. The name came to mind, Lionel, while the guy in the suit thought he was Cloud, that dichotomy blowing his mind. Cloud Rommel, heir to a great clan, a man in a suit, and with a status window, or maybe just crazy, that's what he had become, Lai thought. The first thing to do, if something happens that you can't explain, is to drink tea. Cloud drank his usual tea, but still kept a straight face, as if he were at a reception. Lai realized that he had turned into a character he had invented 12 years ago when he was still in high school. A time when you don't know what shame and embarrassment are, and the riot of imagination is not restrained by stereotypes. A time when you don't know you're not creative at all, and give life to weird ideas without sparing your notebook. Then he created a noble version of himself, and laughed like the laugh of Dr. Frankenstein, who had just created his creation. Lai was still uncomfortable with these memories. The past he had suffered from 8th grade syndrome. It was all inspired by the Arcane game. It was one of the best virtual reality games at the time. It didn't lose popularity until just before it closed. Classic fantasy with magic and dragons, so it wasn't surprising. But on closing day, the CEO of the company that created Arcana disappeared. And then there was an earthquake, deep cracks in the asphalt. The world changed, a huge tower appeared, and Arcana herself became part of reality. A multitude of rifts spit out hideous monsters into this world. The existence of the world was threatened. But along with the monsters came humans who synchronized with their characters. They were called players, and were incredibly strong to stand up to monsters. Players could use skills, and a system similar to the one in Arsene. These men defeated monsters, and quickly became heroes of the new age. There was a time when Lai dreamed of becoming one of these heroes. But even then, he felt that even if he had awakened his powers, he wouldn't have become so popular. His normal life was redrawn, red papers sealed, on anything that could be sold to pay his debts. My father's business had gone bust, and the cost of even one virtual reality machine was enormous. The father blamed himself a lot for his failures, and the fact that his son wouldn't be able to play like his friends. Lai's sister tried to console him. And so Lai realized the cruelty of this world, when one mishap can make your life a living hell. He'd ditched Arcana then, but if he'd known the gaming apocalypse was going to happen, there was no way he would have ditched it, tearing Lai's hair out at the thought. He hadn't even spent a year in the game, so his character was low level, and characterizations, he awakened into a hero that a high school kid made up. Cloud strictly followed the role assigned to him, to be an aristocrat to the bone. Therefore, he could only appreciate the taste of tea. Lai created it as a schoolboy. In those days, he read a lot of novels and short stories, so he was exposed to romanticism. He did indeed fully play his part, acting like a mannered aristocrat from the novels. Cloud was the heir to a great family, but all of his relatives fell victim to a demon. He was the only one to survive one ill-fated day. Then Cloud decides to become a demon hunter and take revenge on everyone. A vengeance-obsessed, mannerly aristocrat who was an embarrassment. Back then, Lai totally considered him his second personality, and gave himself completely to this game. So it had become part of his dark past. It had been fun in those years, Lai thought, and bit his nails. But now this endless source of Spanish shame, the way Cloud spoke and held himself, caused Lai to continually smack his hand to his face. How could he show up to work looking like that? Lai was horrified at the thought, whether it was possible to be a productive member of society with that manner of speech. Lai was already imagining the principal in the office reprimanding him for his appearance and brightly colored hair. Of course, a noble aristocrat would not tolerate such treatment, and would instantly retaliate. Lai was covered with sweat. He had already imagined the tall pines, the lumber camp, the cold north wind, and the patriotic songs of the labor camp. Nobles don't bow their heads to everyone, Cloud said, and Lai realized that his thoughts were now being spoken in a very different way. Most players reported oddities when synchronizing, but they were minimal. After all, regular people were playing themselves. There was no way to go back to normal, Lai decided, so he had to become a player. Even though it had been 10 years, he no longer remembered anything about Arcana. The first thing he did was get on the internet to get some fresh information. He needed a base. The good news was that top-tier players close the rifts and get hundreds of millions of credits. Big rewards, big risks. That's why the information was useless. You can't buy life for money. Cloud proudly declared that he had already tasted the fruit of abundance, so he didn't need the benefits, Lai agreed. There was no need to be greedy. Because of that, He first decided to find out what his particular class of players, the Demon Hunters, were up to. But there wasn't much news about them. It was strange, and then Lai shuddered when he read the news of the deaths of multiple players. An entire base called Akshan was destroyed. Lai remembered that it was the only city standing on holy ground, the base of the Demon Hunters, and now it was in ruins. It was then that Lai realized that there wasn't much information, not because the Hunters were inactive, and because they disappeared as a class, though not to say there were many. Even 10 years ago, no one picked them. Low specs, weird pumping, disgusting skills. It was hard for this class to level up by hunting monsters, so they were forced to do small errands like shipping. The only thing they were extremely better at was fighting against demons. But demons appeared very rarely, and quests with them were boring. The role of the Demon Hunter was unclear, so it was puzzling to many players that anyone else would choose this class. Lei thought about it. Being bankrupt and not being able to change careers were different things. Now there was no one to even teach him the skills. Then he began to look for other information. There was an update in Arcana that was immediately reflected in reality. This update was lucky to have just the very demons the hunters were missing. Demons now appeared among the usual monsters, and the difficulty of the passage for players increased manifold. The loss of players increased, and even those with a level of 200 were having problems. The demons appeared in reality, but the hunters couldn't handle them. And Lai thought he might be the last hunter after the destruction of the base, and maybe he should step in after a pause of 10 years. There was no guarantee that the demons he remembered would show up. So much could have changed in so many years. If even high-level players couldn't cope, then he was weak. Lai remembered the past himself, a fearless madman for whom life was a game. But he believed that people like Cloud existed. No demonic temptations, trials, and deceptions will understand Cloud. Because he's a proud aristocrat, Lai played, and it was as if he irradiated himself with the game during those years. So now he decided to just do it. Save the people, kill the demons. The number of demon victims was increasing, and they had become a serious problem. More and more ordinary people appeared among their victims. Let them consider it a part. Each of the demons he will personally send to hell, Cloud said. Arcana's tower towered over the city in red sparks. Even though much was lost, people were able to get back on their feet after all the devastation. The streets came alive again, and everyone quickly adapted to the new world. For that is the main trait of humanity. However, next to the light, there was always darkness that lurked in dark corners. People's negative emotions become great food for demons, and the key to enslaving them. Demons possess and completely subjugate weak, emotionally unstable people. This time he targeted another group of hapless players. The eerie shadow left its receptacle and headed in their direction. The leader of the group, with the tank position, John told his charges that there was 1 minute left before the appointed time, so they just had to wait. And indeed, minute to minute, another player arrived to join their raid. John introduced their latest member to everyone, and held out a hand to him in a patent glove. He introduced himself as the leader of the group, and Cloud responded briefly to that greeting. He looked first at the rift, and that's how the players saw him. Ordinary people could not interact with the rifts in any way, or even see them. Lai would have been the same if he hadn't awakened. The Knoll dungeon he chose was suitable for his low level. It was a great place to try things out, and get used to everything. As he studied the information, he learned that the average level of players in the rifts was over 2/100ths of a level. It was too early for him to dream of such a thing. It took a lot of hard work to reach such heights. It was lucky that not all of the awakened were high-level players, so Lai was able to find a suitable group. He looked at the other participants. Some were quite friendly, others not so much. The extent of the fault damage was high. The other group was already there, John told them, and gave them 5 minutes to prepare before heading out. When the degree of rift destruction reaches its maximum, monsters break through these rifts into reality. Only players can enter freely into the rift, and mop it up inside by disarming this time bomb. When the time was up, John called everyone to follow him, and the group agreed. Everyone was quite friendly, so Lai had something to say as well. He was the youngest brother, with 3 sisters, and had barely survived this battlefield, so cheering someone up was easy for him. But instead of a normal phrase, Cloud gave out another, saying that with him, they had nothing to worry about, putting on a ton of pathos. The group seemed to ignore his words, and began discussing the gnolls they were about to fight. Lai vowed not to say anything, because Cloud would twist everything to his liking. They entered an underground vault, a gnoll food warehouse, the system reported. The place looked more like a subway. After looking around a bit, they took their positions according to their game roles. The magician girl noted that so far they hadn't observed any monsters. John reminded them that another group had gone in before them that could take care of them. He assured them that there was nothing to worry about, as they would still get the award if they just chose a different route. The boys decided to trust the leader of the group and were encouraged, though Cloud sensed something was wrong. As they descended deeper, they discovered the first enemies. John rushed forward, barely spotting his target, so the others didn't immediately catch up with him. They rushed forward without discretion, leaving Cloud behind. One full tank, 2 melee attackers, 1 mage. Cloud thought about their formation. The combination wasn't bad, but the tank, instead of protecting the group, attacked the monsters, attracting more and more attention. Because of which, the melee fighters had to go on the defensive, and the enchantress couldn't deal basic damage. Cloud was useless, so he decided to remain silent about their hunting methods, and just watched. His main problem right now was the lack of good weapons, he thought, looking over his inventory, which meant it was best not to get into a fight. While the battle was simmering, Cloud felt someone already aiming a bow at him. Turning around, he noticed that they were already surrounded by a large group of monsters that approached them stealthily. The monsters rushed to attack, waiting for the opportune moment for the group to get bogged down in the battle. Their arrows flew at the hunters, and there was no one to cover them. Even though the gnolls were small, they took numbers. Then the hunters called out to John, who for some reason had stepped aside. They shouted at him, asking what he was doing, but John only gave them indifferent looks. The white-haired guy demanded that John go back, but he was distracted and didn't notice he had let his enemy behind his back. He nearly lost his head, but an apt shot hit the monster and knocked it back. When the white-haired man looked at him, he saw an arrow that deeply pierced the monster. Cloud stated that wild dogs need to be trained properly, even though he doesn't do that, but they clearly need a whip. The group was grateful for the rescue, but they were riddled with trepidation at Cloud's strange phrasing. But Lai didn't want to say so himself. They continued to fight off the outnumbered and ferocious enemy. On top of that, the dogs showered them with arrows, which they had to be distracted by as well. 2 mutts burst through to the girl mage, and the girl gave in to panic, frozen in place and not knowing what to do. Cloud told her to calm down. He wielded his bow and promised to deal with the breakouts, and she should complete the cast of the powerful spell. The mage came to her senses immediately, and Cloud took down the first monster with an apt shot. The 2 melee swordsmen could barely hold the entire bulk of the hounds, and rushed the girl. When the spells were ready, she shouted to everyone, "Scatter," and loaded a fire arrow. The homing fireballs immediately began frying the hides, smelling of burnt wool and meat. Multiple explosions merged into one, and the confined space only intensified the effect. The enchantress asked if he was all right, and Cloud proudly declared that she should get on with the others. All of the attacking gnolls lay dead, flames devouring their remains. But much more, Claude was concerned about whether he could retrieve his prized silver arrows after all. The enchantress handed out recovery potions to the boys, for they had taken the full brunt of the ambush. The blonde boy couldn't stand it and jumped up to John, who was still silently watching them. He pounded his fist on his armor and demanded an explanation. It was still understandable that John did not notice the ambush. A mistake. It happens. But how to understand his complete lack of participation in the battle? It was like he had just taken them and led them into a trap. But John's response was a nasty, escalating laugh, and he laughed so hard he clutched his stomach. Then the white-haired man huffed that without his distinguished brother, John wasn't worth a damn. But Cloud stopped the boy. Suddenly, the magical fire was extinguished, and the hall was completely dark. John's face twisted with smug anger. He called them fools, and said he couldn't help but mock them. Cloud's natural enemy skill was activated. His power increased in battles with demons, and he immediately realized who was in front of him. The demon continued to taunt them. Finally, they realized who he was, he croaked. The group was shocked by this, just that John was just a regular person, and they didn't know what to do. They couldn't believe what was happening and asked Cloud to explain his words about the demon. But the guy who asked him suddenly became silent. He felt as if everything around him had disappeared. He didn't realize where everything and everyone around him had disappeared to, and panicked. Turning around, he saw the black tentacles grabbing his entire team. The girl wizard covered in blood begged him for help, begged him to save her. Due to the low resistance, the entire group was hit by a wave of terror, and they lost their fighting ability. The demon enjoyed their terror, for they had created these illusions by their own fears. He was reveling in his omnipotence over the men when he saw one of them rapidly approaching. Cloud threw a swift punch at the demon's neck, but it managed to defend itself. The demon took the blow of the dagger with his palm glove, and realized that Cloud wasn't afraid to kill John at all. He was blatantly blackmailing him, because if he defeated the demon, the guy he possessed would die too. Cloud realized that a direct attack couldn't penetrate the armor, and dodged the demon's sharp lunge. Now that the demon had revealed itself, its abilities increased dramatically. He delivered a powerful and precise blow as he went behind John's back, but the dagger struck the steel collar. John immediately counterattacked, and Cloud had to dodge. The demon was talking some bullshit to distract the hunter. But he struck again, aiming for the eyes without thinking at all. And that blow went across John's face, leaving a shallow wound and shattering his glasses. When the demon felt the pain, he grabbed his face and began screaming frantically. He was burned by a silver blade that delivered unbearable pain, and Cloud said it was time to call it a day. And then, for the first time since its birth, the demon experienced fear of man. John sank deep into the first level flashback, thinking about when it all went wrong. His brother asked him what he was hovering over. The wounds on John's body didn't look deep. As usual, he reminded him to make sure John avoided dangerous rifts. His older brother was caring and offered to join his guild as an analyst, but it sounded hard. John didn't want to become a loser. Everyone only remembered him as his younger brother, a great hunter and the head of the guild. That's why different players wanted to get close to him and said hello to his brother. There was constant pressure on John. The way they were compared and his lagging behind was noted. He just wanted to be worthy of his brother, and then a demon showed up and said he would help him. The boy was so weak after the battle that he couldn't fight back, the weight of regret pressing down on him. The imp took control of his body and told him to just watch from the sidelines. Because of the low resistance, John became obsessed and lost control. He didn't want it all. He could only sit in his body like a paralytic and watch everything with horror. He himself, however, was completely in the demon's clutches and lost in this nightmare. But after Clade's blow, the vice of obsession loosened. John felt he could free himself. The imp continued to squirm from the silver strike and squeal like a slaughtered boar. The only thing he could cling to was taking John hostage. Imp didn't understand how Cloud could not care if the owner of the body died or not. To which Cloud replied with disdain and called the demon a pathetic scum without a shred of pride. When Cloud brought his hand up to strike again, the demon found he couldn't move, for John had regained control. This time the blow hit the target, and the walls were spattered with blood. Cloud recognized that unlike the demon, John still had his pride. He was lying on the cold concrete floor with his arms outstretched. And when things calmed down, John floundered, screaming as if he'd seen a demon. The others were as surprised as he was that he had been possessed by a demon and had remained unharmed after Cloud's blow. Despite what happened, his team didn't blame him, and instead worried about John. He had survived. What's more, there were no wounds on his body, John realized, looking at his shaking hands. Cloud reminded them that, as he had said, as long as he was around they had nothing to fear. Now his words sounded more convincing. He appeared before them in a new light, though he still spoke like a man from the novels. Negative human emotions are food for demons, the hunter explained to them. He told John not to forget pride and not to fear demons. The demon hunter's attacks only worked against demons. The logic of the game hadn't changed since Lai remembered it. But the items from the demon didn't. Later, when John had gotten his thoughts in order, he showed his brother the posts about the pledge who had saved him. Even though his brother was the guild leader, he refused to take the man in, just because of one post on social media about a past guild. And then John confessed to him that he had been possessed by a demon. And then Ted spilled tea past his mouth, dumbfounded by this news. The tall tower blended beautifully into the high-rise ensemble of skyscrapers, despite its foreignness. It was the Gaiun Guild building, and they were a serious organization, even had security guards. Ted couldn't believe that after all these years of persuasion, his brother had still decided to become an analyst on his team. John resented Ted for not believing his own brother. John laughed, pleased with his joke, and then Ted questioned his intentions. But about working as an analyst, John wasn't kidding. He realized his limit and was ready to accept his role. All this time he had just been trying to catch up with Ted, but now determined to proudly go his own way, he declared to his brother. Now Ted was wondering what kind of person had made him change so much. Even though they were attacked by a demon on the last raid, Cloud's mental resistance was high since he didn't succumb to the attacks. Moreover, he was using a dagger, not magic. There were thousands of classes in Arcana, but nothing came to Ted's mind. It was strange that Cloud had gone into a low-level rift with such features. John realized it was hard to believe, but Ted said he believed him, since his brother had seen it all with his own eyes, and felt it on his own skin. John had once taught him everything: boss attack patterns, guild management techniques, recruiting new players. He helped him become who Ted is, which is why he immediately took the contract with him, since John is his brother, and also the proud analyst of their guild. Such warmth, which John hadn't felt in a long time, made him feel embarrassed. Ted laughed. He was more direct in his attitudes, and told John to look at the papers. He read the terms and was dumbfounded, not believing his eyes. While Cloud brushed his teeth, Lai noted that their level had risen. They had raised several at once in one fell swoop. A whole 12 points, rejoiced Lai. Of course, for regular gnolls, he would never have gotten that much. It was about hunting the imp. Cloud didn't care about such trifles, the aristocrat said. But Lai did, and he was thinking about how best to distribute the points. but I decided to think about it in bed, as I was tired. The aristocrat looked around their room contemptuously and resented the mess. Clean surroundings, clean mind, Cloud declared, and set about a general cleaning, despite pleas for rest on Lai's part. Later, he said about cooking a vegetable stew. Rest was out of the question. Even though it was the servant's job, Cloud was doing a great job thanks to his persistence. Cloud enjoyed the taste of healthy food, though Lai himself was already on the verge of exhaustion, of course. He realized that an aristocrat was what an aristocrat was supposed to be. As the nobleman tidied up the kitchen, Lai watched him and realized something. In addition to levels and characteristics, the character's settings that he has set also apply. Normally, Lai would have ordered a delivery and gone to bed. But because of Cloud's nature, he had to cook and clean to maintain a healthy lifestyle. He took up a notebook to remember all the talents and traits he had endowed his character with. Count Cloud wasn't limited to one thing. He was talented in magic, could repeat any spell after seeing it once. He was smart, had good physical potential, so was good with weapons. A trifle, said the proud Count, and Lai noticed that he had only written positive traits. If the installations did indeed affect real life, he had to check it out. When Cloud saw the message from John, he was surprised, for it was very long, and there was a contract attached to it. But he didn't have time to understand the conditions, so he decided to say no and test his hunches. He had to test his talents for magic first, so he quickly found the information he needed. The brothers from Gaian waited long and impatiently for his answer. But when they got the short no, Tad's indignation was unbounded, and John assumed that Cloud had already gotten a better offer. Ted wouldn't stop, because he thought their guild was the best. They offered a house, a car, and a decent share of the cleanup. After the magic tower appeared, offices of overseas guilds began to appear in the capital, John said. But even beyond that, they dwelled where the best players in the country were gathered, and one of those guilds could intercept Cloud. But Ted refused to believe it, that anyone could offer better terms. He didn't offer such a contract, not even experienced players. Ted was determined, so he demanded his brother tell him what the guy looked like. He said he would go find him himself and bring him to the guild. John thought about it, and tensely gave out that the guy looked wise. Mentally, he was spinning in his head the image of the strange newcomer that went on the raid wearing a black suit. And finally he said that Cloud was like an aristocrat from a fantasy novel, and a very quirky one at that. After a while, the entire notebook was scribbled by Cloud in magical formulas. He now understood all the fundamental principles of magic, and could cast any spell if he had enough mana. Lai was thrilled, so much so that he forgave his character's dark past. He was a genius, all right. Since the check was complete, Lai could now confidently distribute the characteristic points he had received. Any number of possibilities were open to him, and it was hard to even imagine how far Cloud would be able to go with this one. Lai put 2 points each into strength and dexterity, and 7 into mana, due to his low level. Another point he put into luck, remembering Cloud's biography. Cloud would have to try hard, and for his well-being, Lai wanted to make that job easier. Even though it was 1 point, he doubled the stat, and satisfied with himself, he fell asleep, hoping that tomorrow he would surely be lucky. But the morning was unexpected. Cloud examined himself in the mirror. What he discovered in his status was much more than a random coin on the pavement. He was given a class quest. After the manifestation of arcana in reality, quests became rare. The reason is simple. There are not many who could give them out, because there are fewer and fewer bots in the world. Even a normal quest from the system was a rarity. And here, Lai got a class quest at once. The simple demon hunter quests were quite strange. In the news photo, players were excited about getting class quests, because this quest was getting 1 player from the entire class. That alone was enough to make it all over the news. This quest could make the player the strongest, but since the system couldn't grant it to a normal newcomer, it meant that there were no demon hunters left in the world. It made sense, because the demon hunter's base of operations had been destroyed. It may have sounded cool, but the reality could be shocking, Lai reflected. There was an instructor at the game camp who gave out the hunter acceptance test. The first task was to make a crazy climb up a kilometer-high mountain. The hunter quests were mostly useless work. And conditions were even worse. They were rescued in squalid ruins. They were starved and harshly tested. Even the proud Cloud found it difficult. To eat properly, you had to make the descent down the mountain no less grueling than the ascent. Anyone would have given up, Lai said. But Cloud countered that since demons attack the mind, you need training to accustom you to tolerating pain. It was past time. First, Lai decided to look over the terms of the quest. But Cloud had already tapped on the window and accepted it, which made Lai feel kidnapped and possessed again. To overcome the chaos that Arcana's manifestation caused, an association of former game developers was formed. They reacted to every update to the game and gathered information for the players. In other words, it's an office company with overtime, and a tired worm decided to stretch his shoulders. It was already the end of the week and the end of the workday with the weekend ahead, and he hoped there would definitely be no update. Among them were those who could work 24 hours a day alone. But the guy was not one of them. His senior gave him a reprimand and told him to refresh the page. But then the elder himself went into a stupor after he updated the site. He screamed like a scalded man about the game being updated. Both of them stared like dummies, not knowing what to do about it now. A shout went up throughout the office. The new rift marked the appearance of a new demon. A high-level demon. Even ordinary soldiers of this level were above level 300, and the chief count vampire was even breaking through 400. The strongest player in the world was barely making it, so the update looked broken. A group of top rankers couldn't pull something like that off, Junior said, and John doubted that even the entire player association could close the rift. They thought about asking for help from the magical tower where the bots lived, but those usually didn't do anything unless the tower itself was threatened. It was a task of an impossible level. Humanity was simply being offered to die, John stated. He saw no hope, which meant he had to prepare for the worst. This rift was going to be breached, but his partner asked him not to jump to conclusions. He was horrified at the mere thought of a breakthrough. Previous updates matched the level of the players, but it changed the whole balance. Only a miracle could save them. Cloud calmly drank his morning tea and enjoyed inner peace. Lai, on the other hand, was not thrilled after completing his daily task of exercising his weakened body. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, a run. His whole body trembled from such exertion, and afterward, Cloud went to the store to do some shopping. With shaking hands, he barely made himself a sandwich. Cloud justified it by saying that sometimes you have to improvise with your food. A piece wouldn't fit in your mouth due to tired limbs. But Lai enjoyed the sense of accomplishment from this assignment. If it weren't for Cloud's hubris, he would have given up long ago. When the silly quest was over, he went to bed, with the thought of getting a sweet sleep. New day, new morning. The old ladies were already drying hot peppers, this early, and Cloud was doing pull-ups. The pride of an aristocrat did not allow him to give up, so he performed everything. Exercise made his torn muscles ache. His training quest had more strain than yesterday. Moreover, it was repeated every day, so Lai felt like an Olympian athlete before the competition. And so a whole week went by with no end in sight to the training. Such a thing was only possible because of Cloud's character, and Lai wondered how many more times he had to repeat it to be rewarded. He hoped it wouldn't be something like, "You got a slim body, congratulations," from the system. Luckily, he got characterization points, +2 for strength and dexterity. Those things would never go to waste. Enhancement items are insanely expensive. Even a single stat boost point costs millions of credits, but he got 4 with no level increase. Now Lai was satisfied. The reward justified his efforts, and Cloud declared that he could accomplish this quest even 10 times in a row. There was breaking news on the radio, with the hottest topic being this week's game update. Most guilds have announced that they refuse to participate in the raid. The new rift was called the Count's Domain, and the boss was Count Asakura himself. It was known about him that he was a demon vampire, and he was the monster with the highest known level. The Association of Analysts declined to comment. Lai was also disturbed by such news, how to kill such monsters. The radio talked endlessly about the news, but no one gave any new information. The huge risks of failure discouraged guilds from participating in this raid, and it couldn't help but cause unrest. Late at night, Lai pondered on how to deal with this problem. The hardest thing for players to deal with is demons. No matter how strong we are, they would get penalties that can't be avoided when fighting demons. To defeat the demon, a normal player needs a 10-fold level advantage, and Count Asakura is an unimaginable monster. The system had given him the task of killing a vampire, and this demon was unfortunately the only vampire in the area. It was too scary for Lai. It's only natural to fear an enemy you don't know how to defeat. But these were only Lai's thoughts. His pulse was as steady as ever. This was not his body, and he turned to Cloud's thoughts and feelings. The wretched creatures were wasting his precious time, and for that, they would have to be severely executed. Cloud was sure. This was exactly what Lai was so afraid of. Of course, the aristocrat wanted to kill demons. The next day, Lai gathered all available information about the vampire's whereabouts. He was far to the north. First, you had to head to the magic tower where there was a portal. It allowed you to move anywhere, and so there were many guilds near the tower. Lai was picking a route to the tower, and thought already that it was easier to call a cab when Cloud said he had to go. He had already wasted a lot of time, the aristocrat declared, and put on his usual suit, despite the fact that he was about to head north. Cloud stopped in front of the doors, and Lai was already hoping that at least they'd take the down jacket with them. But most of all, the real aristocrat from the novels, was worried about the supply of bagged tea and brought along a thermos. There were quite a few people crowded near the tower, including reporters with cameras. They were waiting for the appearance of the Gaian Guild. The new rifts had appeared far from here, and the tower was nearby, so the appearance of players here was expected. Even though the players were of the highest level, but even among them, there were only a few who could teleport on their own, and the transfer required a lot of mana. Then came the Gaian Guild. In front of them was a big guy named Ted with a huge paddle on his shoulder, instead of a sword. From a distance, it could be mistaken for a snowboard. They were instantly surrounded by reporters, and began showering them with questions, demanding more information. One particularly nosy reporter poked the microphone, and asked Ted if they had found a way to defeat Count Asakura. John started to habitually fend off the pesky reporters, but Ted only laughed. The big guy honestly admitted that unfortunately he doesn't know any way to win at all, but added that they never went into the rifts fully prepared, he said to John's horror. Ted walked before the others, just to get ahead of the competition, and he wasn't going to share the information, even though everyone says it's to save the world. Since someone really wants to save the world, they can challenge the rift and see things for themselves, rather than watching from afar, Ted said. Other guilds began to come to the tower. Following Gaian came the Shining Group. Their leader was the second-ranked player. Because of the crowds in front of the entrance, they couldn't get any closer either, so they walked. Ted's rough figure did not escape the eyes of the Shining players. Because of the Magic Tower, all of the world's major guilds headed here, which made Ted nervous so he could be understood. They could be squeezed, which is why he was betting big on this raid. John told his brother not to worry. There was no point in rushing things. He was sure they could handle everything. In between, Ted asked if John had contacted Lai, even though they had planned to do so. But the update confused things. This guy was powerful, so Ted wondered if they would meet him in the rift or in the Magic Tower. Cloud rode the bus and watched videos along the way to keep himself busy. He's watched hundreds of videos on magic, from the very basic to professional breakdowns. And now Cloud fully understood the process. Magic is activated in 3 steps: explore mana, interfere with it, and manifest. There was a flash, and a tongue of flame danced in Cloud's hands, startling the passengers. The driver shouted at him not to use any spells on the bus, as it was dangerous. Lai didn't think it would work, but Cloud started to root for the tough guy, and answered for him to fully control the flames. Thanks to these videos, they learned new skills. It was exciting to see what they would be. But to Lai's surprise, there were no new skills in the status. Usually they appeared right after exploring, and he thought that maybe it was some kind of bug. Later, Lai made his way to the Magic Tower and entered the main hall, which was stunning in its grandeur. The exterior of the tower was very different from how it was set up inside, Lai noted to himself. Right in front of him was a huge opening covered by a blue veil. This was the portal. Cloud had a strange feeling, as if he could understand portal magic, and it seemed even simpler than fire magic. Some big guy was dragging a roll of screen on his shoulder and didn't notice Cloud, knocking him while he himself was shouting to the players from Gaian. The underdog noticed that he had pushed someone into the portal, but it was too late to apologize, unfortunately for him. Ted had seen the whole thing. He told John to have the lout fired because he was ruining the guild's reputation. Then he told his brother to start the briefing. John hesitated, for a second he thought he saw a familiar face. He then quickly sketched out their formation of forces. The vampire's territory was divided into several rings, and each had its own rifts. In case of a breakthrough, the vampire fortress would definitely appear in their world, John said, reminding them of the importance of the task. People, journalists, players, and just gawkers had already gathered in front of the rifts. Everyone was being interviewed, while trying not to give the appearance of being very cold. Among the reporters, there were also many bloggers who were broadcasting via their phones. They looked less presentable, but immature audiences liked this kind of live content. As he strutted to the audience, he noticed someone walking toward the rift. The young talent rested his hand on the chest of the man in the black suit and told him to mind his manners. After all, he was the first to find this rift, but he was briefly told in a harsh voice to back away. Cloud warned, already running out of patience. It left the kid perplexed after giving him the creeps, but really he was just cold. And so Cloud found himself in front of the rift. The degree of destruction was reaching 1/10. He hoped it would be warm next. The zombie's head separated from its body after a lightning-fast strike with a razor-sharp curved sword. The red-haired swordswoman nonchalantly turned her back to the monster. Her face was all covered in the blood of the monsters she had killed. She turned around when she heard her name being called. Her guild members were there. The girl herself possessed a level above 300, so she was constantly breaking away from the team. Leia was a berserker, and the head of the guild of the same name. She listened indifferently to her men whine about how cold it was. The red-haired beast was constantly swearing like a dockworker and was displeased with everything. Cloud stepped confidently into the rift. It was as cold inside as it was outside. This place was the outskirts of the creepy vampire's territories. Cloud uttered that this was a good place to hunt, and his rage was already boiling over, though Lai felt himself turning into an ice statue. The first enemies they met were wolves, each with a level of at least 200, and there were many of them. But since they were all manifestations of a demon, Cloud could defeat them. For his ability, his natural enemy gave him strength. Cloud told the dogs that they had picked the wrong master, and definitely the wrong enemy. He took out his knife, and said that as a kind gentleman he would help the poor animals with their choice. It will help to experience what it's like to be a prey, he added. Players were examining a group of bodies of slain monsters for anything useful. Leia was pissed off that there was a lot of dirt from the wolves, and kicked one dead carcass in her hearts. Her entire team was just waiting for her to calm down to take out all her anger on the dead. They knew at times like this it was best not to touch her. When she was a little out of breath, her rage subsided and Leia stopped to catch her breath. No matter how many monsters the team killed, it was as if they were endless, and you could tell from their looks, everyone was soiled, head to toe. Leia told them it was strange. It was as if the dogs didn't feel fear, as if it wasn't familiar to them at all. The blonde guy on her team crinkled his face and asked what she was talking about in a rude way. Leia repeated her observations. It wasn't natural, she thought. She asked them if they had ever seen the dogs whimper or howl in pain, and here already the team felt uneasy, agreeing with her. They turned around when they heard a long howl behind the rock. That howl sounded eerie, as if the wolves were frightened and alarmed. During their attack, the wolves were so unafraid, as if they had no respect for them at all. So Leia dashed forward to find out. Cloud took aim with his bow. He was in no hurry. He had time to concentrate. He felt the mana in the arrowhead. It wasn't the best arrow, but this way he could explore the mana, interfere with it, and then manifest according to the 3 stages of using magic. When Cloud released the arrow, it turned into a fiery missile that burned through everything. The dogs scrambled to the sides and froze, not knowing what to do. Like all animals, they were afraid of fire and panicked. Leia was surprised at what she saw when the team caught up with her. Looking at the battlefield strewn with charred carcasses, she tried to figure out what was going on, and why a man in a one-piece suit was just drinking tea. Cloud seemed to pay no attention to anything but his tea. The players quickly realized that the strange stranger was using fire arrows, a magic skill. Leia resented what kind of weirdo was in front of them. Wearing a suit of shoes took part in a raid and drinking tea in the middle of a mountain of corpses. One of her team members suggested the stranger was a streamer. It sounded plausible. After all, there were madmen who broadcast from the rifts. Leia whined again. The stranger was annoying her. She told him in a shouty voice that it was dangerous and civilians had nothing to do here. But Cloud only glanced at her and continued to sip his tea. Such ignoring of her person instantly infuriated the already irritable girl. She jumped up to Cloud and began loudly reprimanding him for his lack of manners and waving her hands. But at that moment, her team let out warning cries and pointed to the side. Cloud and Leia also turned around to see what was going on. The enemies of the next pool were approaching them. They were armed zombies. They came out of the blue, and there were a lot of them for a small group like the Berserk. The bloodthirsty bandits let out an angry howl and went to attack as a whole brigade. Leia commanded everyone into position and rushed into the thick of the enemy. Magic and blades intertwined in a dance of battle, and the heads of countless mobs flew. Most of the enemies had guns, and that was something to be feared, even by experienced players. Leia went into berserk mode. She tensed up all over and was covered in an aura of rage. As she surged forward, no one could resist her. But when they seemed to have repulsed the attack, they saw their enemies from above, and they were already aiming at them with their bows. The archers took the dominant height and crept up undetected. The monsters were dark and capable of organized action. Their group was surrounded, and everyone was waiting for Leia's instructions. When Cloud let out a disappointed exclamation, Leia shouted at him, wondering if the weirdo was still here instead of running away. She told him he was crazy if he thought it was tea time, and he'd better run away before it was too late. But Cloud was only interested in tea. The monster commander, if the stupid mobs had one, gave the order, and the archers fired a volley. Leia froze in indecision, looking at the shower of arrows that were being launched at them, where even one could cause trouble. Cloud was completely focused on his tea. He could feel the magic emanating from it. Explore the magic inside the thermos, interfere. There was only manifestation left, he thought. For the skill he wanted to use, he might not have enough mana, and then he would just pass out in the attempt. But what if the spell wasn't a skill? An unimaginable power went through Cloud's body. The teacup vanished into thin air like a victim. Then a flash flashed brightly, forcing Leia to cover her face with her hands. When she removed her hand, she was surprised that nothing had happened, and her team was staring somewhere with their mouths hanging open. Right in the monster's path grew a rocky cliff, which covered them from the downpour of arrows and sighted eyes. Leia had never heard of such a thing, and thought it was alchemy. The skill that could create a wall of this size was amazing. But Cloud objected, and told her that it wasn't a skill at all. After all, he had used the truest magic, Cloud added, and was himself happy with that realization. The people from the Berserk Guild were also shocked by such a skill. They thought that alchemists were just ordinary artisans. Lai realized that it was possible to change the shape of objects if one intervened with mana. It really was more like alchemy. For a moment they thought it had quieted down, but then they heard the noise again. But the battle didn't stop there. The monsters went around to the other side of the gorge, and once again engaged in battle. The tea party would have to be postponed, Cloud noted, in his customary manner. The Berserk Guild also went for a counterfight. Still, they were covered from the flanks. Leia boldly told the alchemist that he'd better keep behind them, but it was as if the strange guy wasn't listening to her, and reached behind his back as if to grab something. The bow and arrow from the invisible quiver reappeared in his hands. One of the fighters was wounded, and the other supported him and called for a healer. But in the meantime, he himself was being set upon. He would have been wounded as well, but a powerful arrow knocked his attacker to the ground. The heavy and strong monster was defeated with a single arrow, its pieces flying around. Leia realized that reality had lost its common sense, and she stopped understanding what was happening. If the mysterious stranger was an archer, where the skill with the wall came from, she didn't understand. Cloud took aim again and loaded his arrow with magic. It was a fiery arrow that sizzled another enemy. Since he uses magic, that means he's a mage, but with a bow and alchemy. But not Robin Hood, perplexed Leia. Who was he? This weirdo in a suit had one question swirling around in her head. With this support, they quickly ended the battle. Piles of enemy bodies lying everywhere in an even carpet. The players reported to Leia that they had looked around and found no more enemies. The leader thanked them for their good work, but her thoughts were not here. The strange guy annoyed her. Went into the rift alone, in that suit. Wouldn't answer questions normally. Didn't even look tired. Leia was angry, not realizing that aristocrat pride was forcing Cloud to keep things to himself. Even though it was embarrassing to admit it. Without him, they might have died, Leia thought. The stranger looked like a top-level player, but he looked unfamiliar, though he was attractive, the girl noted. She thought about thanking him for his help, but worried about being ignored again while Cloud made himself some tea. He caught her gaze, and Leia realized she'd been looking at him for too long and was momentarily embarrassed. She turned away so he wouldn't think she was looking at him because she was interested in him. But she noticed that the stranger kept looking at her and thought she was about to be invited to tea. On the other hand, it would be strange to refuse such advances, the girl convinced herself and looked at the guy. But Cloud minted that she could gawk all she wanted. There was no tea for her. Leia was stunned, not knowing which swear word better suited the embarrassment. Intelligence and analyst drones flew over the snowy valley. Another reporter was broadcasting right before the rift, and was inordinately happy about it. Everyone was following the news because the big boss had not been found yet. That rift at which they stood was called the outskirts of the territory. There were hundreds of such rifts, and to get to the next level, you had to clear them all. All of the major guilds had begun the mop-up, including Gaian. Their main competitors from Guild Radiance also fought with the best lineup. But it wasn't just world fame and money at stake, it was more than that. A man entered the tent and offered the principal some tea. Toth told his subordinate to get in quickly before the snow came down. It was pretty dark in the tent. The director asked what the news was on the rifts, and was told that the Shining were the fastest to advance so far. And the director said to get ready for them to come out and wait at the rift for an interview, even though it could take forever. When the journalist who brought the coffee noticed something, he rushed over there. Whoever was reporting in front of the camera apologized to the channel's viewers. But the director popped out of the tent and told everyone to run after the guy, because the first rift was just to clean up. At first, the reporters thought it was Gaian, but the director didn't know anything about it. When the chief assistant reached the rift, he contacted the impatient director. The first guild to complete the sweep was Berserk, a mid-level group, and they themselves were discouraged by their success. Their place in the rankings was in the top 100, which is not a small number. The deputy sent the video to the director, the redhead he recognized unmistakably. Of course, it was surprising that their group had passed the outskirts of the territories, while the most successful had barely made it to the middle. What's more, they looked as if they hadn't been hurt in the slightest, and had returned from an easy walk. The Berserk were a foreign group, so Cloud stood out a lot among them, causing even more confusion. Meanwhile, gawkers and journalists flocked to the rift. The principal was still trying to figure out what had happened and was questioning his assistant. The one walked over to Cloud and addressed him. The guy in the suit looked at him coldly. The assistant asked the guy if he could do an interview and wanted to know what his connection to the Berserk Guild was. He showered the stranger with questions, but the stranger coldly told him to back off. At that, Cloud looked so furious that the reporter flinched and shrank back. It was simple. Even noble aristocrats freeze from the cold. Meanwhile, a crowd of reporters pounced on the head of the Berserk Guild. They surrounded her and began to pound her with an endless stream of annoying questions. But Leia was surprisingly calm and refusing to comment. The limit on outbursts of anger had been exhausted for the day. She advised them to ask the weird guy. But her team said that since they were the first out of the rift, something had to be said. Leia felt angry again. That weird guy, annoying. He was the one who had strode through the rift and rolled everyone like butter. But when she turned around to find him looking, she noticed that Cloud had already left. He went home briefly, her team members informed her. And then Leia exploded again with a stream of swearing, right in front of the cameras. She resented it like a little dog, for Cloud had done everything herself, and she was ready to cede all the laurels to him, but he had taken and left. While she was cursing, the rift portal lit up again with a bright flash. A second sweep took place. This time it was the Gaian Guild. Unlike the Berserker, they looked tired and riddled with worry. They were just as much a hotspot for slacker journalists, and Ted was asked for comment. He looked around at everyone and saw an exploding Leia that had obviously come out of the rift before them. Ted was surprised that he wasn't the first one out of the rift. It was discouraging. Leia cursed habitually, not thinking anyone would hear her. But everyone turned around and looked at her with completely surprised faces. Later, John and Ted sat in their guild's camp and warmed their bones. The arrogant girl was caught on camera saying that Gaiun wasn't the only strong guild in her country. John was surprised when he heard it, and Ted realized he hadn't heard it. The little girl looked at him and said the words. Those were her only words. Ted marveled at the fact that the Berserk had overtaken them. John pondered her words. Ted even lost his appetite at the fact that someone could compare their guild to a Berserk. John assumed that Leia had met their countrymen in the rift, and that one was very powerful. Ted fumbled around, trying to figure out who he was talking about, and who the shameless beast might have met. John couldn't be sure, but only one face came to mind. Cloud took a shower, exposing his manly body to the jets of hot water. A hot shower after a freezing winter. It was divine grace. It was what Lai lived for, and Cloud called it an abomination. It was as if barking had been reborn. Now it was possible to lie down and get a good night's sleep in a soft crib under a blanket. But looking at the way Cloud froze, he suspected something wrong, and asked him what was wrong. While they were gone, dust settled everywhere, Cloud said, and began his daily general cleaning, much to Lai's dismay. After that, Cloud busied himself with cooking a healthy meal, and only then sat down to drink tea. What a crazy person, Lai thought. While sleep was not wanted, he peeked through his status window. This time he got many different items from the monsters, but unfortunately they were useless. But he had raised 19 levels in one fell swoop, which wasn't much either for such a dangerous task. Magic required less mana than magic skills, so Cloud could use it quite often. But mana regeneration was too slow, Cloud said. Lai noted that it was pretty obvious, since they didn't have any proper equipment, just a suit. And their class wasn't particularly skill-rich. They would have had a hard time if it weren't for that group of players, and that strange girl, Lai thought to thank them. It's because he's weak, Cloud said, and then it hit Lai. Cloud couldn't stand the fact that someone underestimated him. He would always prove otherwise. And if too much is expected of him, Cloud always strives to live up to expectations, Lai remembered. The next target would be the Vampire Count's territory. No time to relax, mouthed Cloud. He needed combat skills as well, not just magic. Today he had found a suitable subject to investigate. He surprised Lai. There were many players nearby. The most notable was a girl with fiery hair and 2 blades. He could replicate her movements. Lai didn't know what Cloud was up to and demanded he stop immediately. There's no getting away from the base, Cloud said, and accepted the bald guy's quest to finish fights in one fell swoop. But first the dishes, the ambitious aristocrat said, and Lai wondered when he would sleep tonight. Cloud ran until midnight when a bright moon rose in the sky. Lai wanted to sleep terribly, but the stubborn aristocrat continued to sweat in his suit. He listened to the streaming news, with headphones on so he wouldn't miss anything. The announcer reported that most of the outskirts had been cleared out for the time being. However, the progress of the Rift Earl's destruction progress suddenly jumped to 60, although it wasn't even open yet, which was dangerous. At this rate, the rift could be ruptured, and all the school-age experts were concerned. Ted, too, listened anxiously to the news in his camp. It had only been a day and the destruction had reached the 60% mark. Time was running out. Time decreases if there are strong monsters in the rift, John explained to him. But even so, it was too fast. as if the monsters in the rift had become stronger all at once. There was a commotion in the journalists' camp too. They wanted to know the cause of this phenomenon. But no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't find out anything, because even the guilds didn't know how to deal with this situation. It was no longer a question of the company's success, the director griped. A lot of people would die. Players, if the rift opened, he immediately imagined the worst outcome. Rumors spread quickly on social media too, and hundreds of posts. But the players didn't find a solution. This hasn't happened before. It makes sense that they don't know anything, Lai thought. This information was only in the Demon Hunter camp, which is now destroyed. Vampires are creatures that share power through blood. Count Asakura shared his power with the monsters of the outskirts. After their death, his power returned. The power that has returned he will pour into the monsters that are near him, so they become stronger, and the process of destruction is accelerated. But if a raid starts in the Count's territory, Lai realized, there was a chance that the Earl family's fortress rift would also collapse while the players were busy with the vampire, Cloud said. Count Asakura was not worthy of his title, the aristocrat said, and decided to just call him a ghoul. An aristocrat never takes away what he has given to others. He will be the judge of this rascal who has tarnished the honor of the nobles, Cloud said. Lai, of course, agreed, sounding cool, and good thing his partner wore a coat this time, and brought a supply of tea again. But when they would sleep, he asked, and Cloud replied that they would definitely sleep in the other world. Another young talent climbed up in the middle of nowhere and did his own streaming broadcast. Less than 5 hours left until the breakthrough. The destruction degree is 70%. A lot of players have gathered in front of the rift, he reported. Of course, almost no one watched this cheesy broadcast and inept on-camera shouting. There were fewer passages in the Count's territory, and competition between guilds was increasing, so it was important who would enter which holes. They could see a contest between the first and second place in the rankings. But an exhausted John appeared in front of the camera and said hello to everyone. Ted asked him if his brother had been able to find out anything. The fighter realized from the look on his face that John had been up all night. John tried, but there was no escaping the competition for the rifts. He was sure it would be okay if they didn't get Shining as a partner. John said that their competitors went north and could face another guild, and there was a chance they would fight for first place. Berserk walked with Second Son and Bohemian. After the first sweep, they were noticed by others. While they were discussing the balance of power, another group came to the rift. At the sight of them, the calm Tad was at once angry and said to look at these rascals. They were number 4 in a useless ranking of groups of players, with some sort of title. They all loved and respected each other, just like soccer fan clubs. Their friendship and mutual respect was fueled by their close historical background. Despite the fact that their country did not host an office near the Mage Tower, they made their way to the site by private jet. The two ringleaders exchanged friendly pleasantries and mutual compliments, as is the custom of gentlemen. They wished each other good luck, and promised to be sure to lend a hand if it wasn't ripped off by a monster. The atmosphere between them was tense, and the kid was glad to be the only streamer of the epical events. But he was swept away by a wave of more tenacious reporters who saw the odor of content and a mess. Like plague rats, they scurried to the altercation. The scavengers, even in the face of disaster, wanted to create a reason to hype and played on human emotions. John told his brother not to take it personally, for the main problem was the rift breaking. But the rogue foreign guild members had so skillfully teased John that even he couldn't stand the ridicule. And now the two guilds were in a clinch that no one wanted to get out of. John got heated and wished his opponents a long health. Ted didn't need much coaxing, and he too became eager for battle. Reporters continued to cover events, sucking sensationalism out of their fingers. Both guild heads rushed forward in search of monsters and luck. The announcer described the balance of power, who got which rifts, but it was already clear to everyone who would get the main role. The degree of destruction had already reached a dangerous 80%, and Cloud was habitually sipping his tea. He entered Asakura's territory unhindered, and decided to cheer himself up before the fight. Last time, he realized he could be left with no mana at all, and that was dangerous. So he searched for a way to use mana more efficiently, and the result was the magic of alchemy, which allowed him to give objects any shape. If you use stones to make a cup and a table, the more parts you add, the more mana consumption increases. That's why such a skill wasn't particularly useful in battle. It was like trying to bite off more than you could swallow. There was one more thing he realized, Cloud thought as the monsters approached him. The Asakura soldiers were much stronger than wolves and bandits, all shrouded in armor. Cloud mockingly told them that Asakura had given them too little power. A magic circle appeared behind his back, and he himself called his enemies lowlifes. The ground went under the monsters' feet, and they gave a surprised grunt. Cloud told them to go back to the ashes, which is what these dead men were. He then used on the stones to return to the original state. Mana consumption was minimal, and this technique he called regressive magic, the aristocrat stated with a ton of pathos. Somewhere in the depths of the vampire domain, there were still many monsters, and he took care of them with the unstoppable Ted and his sword snowboard. The fearless and vicious Dead, seeing the new enemy, rushed at him. With powerful rowing strokes of his oar, Ted quickly scattered all who approached him. The battle was over, and the Claydon sword returned to its familiar place on his shoulder. Ted thought about it. The monsters were too few. There were a handful of them on the way here too. Nearby, his subordinate scout came out of stealth and reported that their opponents had the same situation. The foreign guild rivals also met a handful of enemies. Even though they went in the opposite direction, the two groups didn't encounter anyone. While they were thinking about what to do next, their rivals in the dangerous business showed up. They too noticed that the atmosphere was too peaceful for such distinguished gentlemen. The spy realized she had been exposed and brought her rivals to the place, and Ted asked why they were being spoken to as if they were friends. And then the two leaders started talking again, instead of resolving things man to man. At this time, John contacted his brother and reported that he was almost finished with analyzing the rift. Ted reported being in the ruins of the town square and asked what was wrong. John yelled into the microphone for them to get out of there immediately, but it was too late. The ground was already shaking, marking the approach of dangerous enemies. Like a true feudal lord, Asakura also had his own heavy cavalry. Not only were they individually strong, but it was a shocking death squad. Ted shouted to everyone that the enemies were everywhere. He knew how to support his men like a true leader and immediately gave them confidence. His colleagues in the dangerous business too became alarmed. The destructive power of cavalry doubles in open terrain. Even armored infantry will be swept away if you let the riders accelerate. There was nothing to do, and the fighters instinctively took up a circular defense, standing back to back next to their opponents. The knights were already close, and the ground trembled from their heavy hooves. The players had shrunk into a small bunch of braves, and the riders could attack from all sides. John kept shouting to his brother not to engage the horsemen, or he would suffer casualties. It was better to take a position in the narrow passage, but John didn't know that his brother and his comrades had already gotten surrounded. There were flashes of light around them, and the ground under their feet began to crack. At first, Ted didn't realize what was happening. The pillars of stone that appeared easily knocked down the knights that got too close. Ted and the others froze, unable to believe their sudden salvation. Before their eyes, the bare plain had turned into a gorge with sharp pillars sticking out everywhere. Who could have done such a thing, Ted wondered, and looked around for a savior. A man in a suit and winter coat appeared in front of them. The goofy face of the young slacker reappeared in the frame. This madman had followed the Gayun Guild into the rift, and was now following in their footsteps. But viewers didn't respond much to this kind of Pathfinder content. Since no one was interested in the Gayun Guild, the slacker decided to follow their rivals. When the real earthquake started, other broadcasts had the same thing. Of course, the faint-hearted and plucky streamer tore toward the noise. The stone pillars turned the smooth terrain into rugged terrain and killed many riders. Everyone wondered what kind of lion this tiger was and stared at the mysterious stranger. With a single gesture, without a single sound, he raised pillars of stone across the battlefield. That said, he had a monstrous amount of magic, all without equipment. In one suit and shoes, the appearance of such a rival caused displeasure among the foreigners, though he saved them. But that wasn't the end of the battle. The enemies had broken through again, shouted the fighter to his leader. Past the stone barriers, they were attacked by the second wave of the Death Squadron. But the speed of their advance was slowed, because of the obstacles. Moreover, the knights were in each other's way in the narrow passageways. Ted shuddered. He said he would thank his savior later. He was beyond angry and eager to get even with his enemies. Now that the cavalry was out of maneuver and could be attacked by more agile infantry, Ted was the first to tear through the skulls. His powerful blows crushed several vulnerable knights at once. The foreign guild opponents were not left out and joined the fray. Things got more fun, the players believed in themselves, and the former despair was replaced by a thirst for battle. No one realized from the observers what had just happened, or what kind of cheering class the stranger represented. Cloud swung his hand again, and new pillars emerged from the ground. Cloud applied his new trick of anti-magic, and the stones he had summoned began to crumble. The knights who were under the pillars at that moment were under the rubble. It was hard to believe even seeing it with my own eyes, the kid streamer told his viewers. No one knew what kind of abilities this stranger was using. Cloud drew his dagger to finish off the last wounded and defeated knight. It was a small silver dagger, nothing special. But to punch the monster, he lacked the strength. Cloud hesitated while the audience thought he was just enjoying the moment. But what if one interacted with the dagger's mana, changed its shape, and then restored it? Would the durability change? Cloud asked himself. If you turned the stone into a cup, it had strength, but if you turned it back into stone, the indicator disappeared. Cloud turned the dagger into a silver awl, which surprised many with an unusual skill. After he finished off the knight, he returned the dagger to its original state, keeping its durability score, which was great, because repairing it wasn't cheap. That was the end of the fight, and Cloud had time to make himself some tea in a moment. John wanted to say something to Ted, but he already understood. Seeing him live made him want to take Cloud into his guild even more. His rivals too took notice of the stranger's abilities. Ted, meanwhile, was thinking about what else he could add to the contract. While they were thinking, a kid streamer came up to Cloud and asked for his comment. The number of viewers on his stream instantly broke all past records. But the streamer was immediately moved. Simple fighter players. They were curious to know who he was and where he was from, what guild he belonged to, and if he wanted to join them. But everyone was moved aside by Ted and extended his hand for a shake. But Cloud, in his usual haughty manner, told them not to stand in his way. He told them that since he didn't see a formal invitation, he wouldn't tolerate any questions. The players of Guild Radiance sat in the camp and listened to various news. Their leader looked at the carnage the mysterious stranger had left behind. He asked his comrades who they thought he was. At first it looked like he was an archer, but no matter how much they guessed, they couldn't figure out who this guy was. One of the players was whining about his date being off for some unknown reason, but he blamed it on Cloud. The Radiance leader looked at all the records available online. He was very interested in the topic. The red-haired witch told the leader not to worry, for he could easily get this guy into the guild. There should have been a fuss about the first sweep, but everyone was talking about this stranger. There was a lot to be jealous of, the bulky man said. The boss listened to his men bickering about this and that and thought to himself. They thought the stranger's star was an artificial sensation, but he thought otherwise. Even after everyone left, he continued to watch different videos and analyze them. A witch in a wide-brimmed hat came up to him and said it was quite entertaining. Jesse noticed that the abilities were similar to magic, but slightly different. The leader marveled that the word entertaining was in the vocabulary of a prominent sorceress. The girl with the cute face didn't answer anything and just smiled. This man was interesting to her. The Berserk Guild occupied a temporary camp, and were also impressed by Cloud's performance. Leia started yelling and cursing again, for she had told everyone that this weirdo was not ordinary, and no one believed her. They tried to calm her down, but she was still not calming down. For some reason, the arrogant stranger was annoying her more and more. In the Foreigners Guild, they were also trying to make inquiries about the newcomer who had flashed by. The guild leader was instructed to bring him to his side, and promised to fulfill it. The radio started up again with an urgent report from the scene. The second zone was safely cleared, and the Radiance group became the first to do so, overtaking their rivals. Only the Vampire Rift remains. Players from all over the world are preparing to enter it. Given how high the stakes are, there was no small amount of tension among the players. If the rift is breached, an entire country will be plunged into chaos. Cloud watched the news. He got home, and as usual took a shower to warm up. He himself was surprised that he had become a much-discussed personality in one day. People couldn't understand why Cloud didn't wear a single magical accessory. But he just didn't have one, Lai thought, because people looked for deeper meaning in everything. An expert was called into the newscast to explain how one gesture could summon rocks. The expert in the frame began to describe how the fight was held. In general, he said nothing new. It didn't escape the observers that Cloud stood back up. They thought he was trying to say something with that, but he had just run out of mana. Lai thought they were still lucky he hadn't said anything, because otherwise everyone would think he was being rude. So he looked in the inventory. This time, a rare item that only the player could touch, the Blood Curse necklace, fell out to him. Cursed items could be purified, and then they give random effects like a lottery. Usually they just get thrown away because of this. But there was another way to use the item, to perform a rite of exorcism, a special skill of a demon hunter. Although the main objective of the skill was to kill the demon, so that the possessed person would not be harmed, it was different with the sacrifice. Lai would be able to literally invite the demon into his mind, similar to how demons affect humans, though the risks were great. While he was thinking, someone called him on the phone, even though it was late evening. Lai got nervous, thinking what John might charge him for the last interview with Ted. It was hard to imagine what Cloud would say if he picked up the phone now, Lai realized. It was necessary to answer politely. So he answered briefly, problematically, and the brothers experienced a sense of déjà vu. Ted wanted to apologize for the last offer and give better terms. They watched the tape of their last conversation with Cloud. On all sides, this strange guy was surrounded by fighters, and everyone wanted his attention. Then he was trembling, and Ted thought Cloud was barely restraining himself from anger. But really, the aristocrat was just experiencing mana depletion. But since Cloud wasn't answering their calls, they couldn't do anything, Ted realized. and Count Vampire was more important right now. To make matters worse, the progress of destruction continued to increase, and at that instant, the earthquake struck again. Ted turned around to see what was going on and what to do. Alarms sounded everywhere. The vampire's rift was destroyed, and his castle appeared in reality. The number of casualties became huge because no one in the fantasy world prepares for emergencies. Ted and the others froze in horror at the impending disaster. Before them froze the vampire count's fortress in its grim splendor. Everyone heard footsteps and turned around. A strange guy who was on everyone's radar appeared at the battlefield. They recognized him as Cloud, whose face was all over the news. The humans were even more surprised when Cloud headed to the vampire's castle all alone. As he approached, the eyes of the huge demonic statue glowed red. Cloud gave her a contemptuous glance and found this architectural miscarriage disgusting. And the whole image of the vampire fortress didn't match the name at all. It looked more like an ugly palace. But even that was a lot for a lousy vampire, the aristocrat declared. All because Lai had made up Cloud's family with a huge and luxurious mansion. The stone statue moved, like a gargoyle that had drifted from sleep. For a second, Lai was startled and thought the statue had heard him. She moved from her seat toward him, startling him with her sheer size. The people came to be terrified of such a fearsome foe. The stone demon was over 10 meters tall. Cloud stood at his feet completely defenseless as the monster swung his sword. But Cloud didn't even think of running. All he had to do was wave his hand as the demon disintegrated into a pile of rocks. The Guild of Radiance was standing in full formation near the vampire's castle and heard a noise. It sounded very familiar, like those videos of the weird guy. And Jessie's wizardry immediately piqued her interest. They were about to enter the fortress, but the sorceress left the group arbitrarily. Using magic, she went straight ahead, just jumping through the air. Eyewitnesses to Cloud's abilities were stunned by his power. He did it with one swing. Lai thought how lucky he was that the demon was an enchanted stone, and Cloud was all crucified by the vampire's terrible artistic taste. A mighty cry of dozens of people was heard from behind, and Cloud turned around. The prey hunters smelled their chance for plunder, and rushed towards the fortress when they realized the dreaded guardian had fallen. Lai wondered. It looked as if killing the guard was a signal missile for these goons. His class quest updated, and Lai shuddered, alarmed, and Cloud walked resolutely to the fortress. Lai wished they'd come up with a plan first. They had a huge difference in levels with the vampire. But the proud aristocrat didn't hesitate to move forward. He was a demon hunter, but there was no way those words could convince and calm Lai. They entered the banquet hall. The spacious room was empty. Cloud immediately noticed the gaudy portraits of the vampire on the walls of the hall. Where the proud aristocrat walked forward, Ted could barely take a step. He was breathing heavily, so his squad became worried about the leader. Ted braved it and said he was fine, just a little out of breath. Ever since they entered the hall full of paintings, he had the feeling that someone was always looking at him. It was like an abnormal status put on by demons, Ted said. And John realized it was about the paintings. When they had burned all the vile paintings to the ground, Ted felt better. Because of this trap in the castle, most of the players that entered at first have already retreated, exhausted. Statues' portraits, gaudy wallpaper, everything caused an abuse of the sense of beauty and imposed an abnormal status. No matter how strong the barbarian class Ted was, he was so easily influenced by demons and didn't know how to overcome it. But it was Cloud who was most hurt by the shabby portraits, resenting the fact that such an abomination was hanging here so that no one would want to eat. The statues were hideous too. Cloud regretted the stone that had been broken for them, and the number of portraits hinted at the vampire's megalomania and narcissism. The structure of the castle, the passageways, the dead-end passages, the unnecessary twists and turns, all caused pain for a true aristocrat. Finally, Cloud walked out to the main hall and looked up the stairs with the huge doors at the top. It was the very place he was looking for. Structurally, it was the center of the castle, and the aristocrat's intuition never failed him. The vampire was around here somewhere. It was quiet, and Lai realized the other players hadn't approached yet. But one sorceress was still here, and she wasn't looking for a vampire at all. Jessie said hello to him, hanging from the air. Smiling, she said she saw his very strange magic. Slowly, the girl swung around her axis and assumed a normal position. This was the first time Lai had seen levitation magic in action, and was amazed. He envied the fact that for her to use magic was like drinking water. Whereas Lai was saving every last bit of it, Jessie showered him with questions. She wanted to know what his skill was and was beyond excited. There wasn't a skill of magic she didn't know, Jessie chirped. But Cloud didn't say anything back, and then reminded her of etiquette, since the flying woman was violating his personal space too much. With a slight movement, he moved her to the proper place for an interlocutor, at arm's length. Etiquette is the basics everyone should strive for, Cloud proudly told her. Jessie looked at him intently and realized that this guy was determined and would not relent. But at that moment, their acquaintance was interrupted by a great and terrible vampire who came out of his room. There was no doubt that it was a demon, for Cloud immediately felt the activation of his hunter skills. Count Asakura smugly called them pathetic people for daring to wake him up. Jessie felt an unimaginably intense pressure and asked Cloud how he was doing. But Cloud responded to the vampire's greeting with just as much swagger and pride, and scoffed at Asakura's title. He pulled the cursed necklace that had fallen out of his pocket earlier, and told the ghoul that he would teach him a lesson that he would remember for a long time by pointing him to the necklace. Cloud activated the exorcism skill, and said he would teach him how to be a true aristocrat. That way Lai could summon a vampire into their minds and win. Considering there were two of them, they had the advantage. But how is he going to instill fear in him? Lai asked. And Cloud replied that he was a demon hunter, after all. As if that explained anything, they had a huge difference in levels, and there was a chance they would become possessed. The vampire only increased his pressure, and said it was just a dirty necklace, and they wouldn't make it. The vampire liked that bravado, but to him, Cloud was just a worm. Jessie realized that the ghoul was taking back the power he had distributed to his monsters. Lai understood that better than anyone. The difference in their levels was already huge, and if the ghoul absorbed all his given strength, the gap would become even bigger. But suddenly the demon's face transformed, and he experienced confusion. Ghoul stood confused in the middle of the cave, his palace gone. He turned around, smelling Cloud, and asked what this place was. But the demon wasn't about to give in to the pathetic ploy. The ghoul became furious and lunged at Cloud. Magic flared up, explosions rang out, rocks cracked, thick smoke billowed, and the vampire thought he had won. But he heard Cloud's voice behind him saying that all is not what it seems. The demon did not understand how he had survived, and was confused. Cloud told him to take a closer look at himself, and the ghoul sensed something wrong. His overwhelming attacks weren't working here. Instead, he saw Cloud sitting on his body as if he had just killed him. Even though they were illusions, they clouded the demon's already weak mind. The ghoul screamed and threw magic at random so it almost hit Jessie. She tried to figure out what was going on. The ghoul was screaming at the entire castle. Cloud didn't move, and the vampire lost his mind. He was scared out of his mind. Jessie looked at the ghoul, who was on his knees and holding his head. There was a massive explosion that blew the entire castle roof off. Lai was horrified, for they had almost died just now. He didn't even have time to react, and Jessie thought he had predicted everything, that the attack would pass them by. Rite of exorcism only attacks the demon without harming the wearer. The use of the offering reveals the hidden effect of the ritual. The demon has received an invitation to the hunter's ritual. In this fight, the one with the higher mental toughness characteristics wins. No demon would be able to sway Cloud. Lai hadn't expected it to have that effect himself. Jessie was shocked. The sight was incredible, and she asked what was going on with the vampire. He was screaming into nowhere, attacking an empty space where no one was, and giving every sign of insanity. It was like fear, something that demons instilled in humans. The vampire himself had become susceptible to it. Cloud smiled contentedly when he received the notification that the quest had been completed. It was time to call it a day, and he drew his blade. Jessie didn't understand how a fear spell could be instilled in a vampire. He lay miserable and broken on the floor of his palace, without a shadow of his former greatness. Cloud froze over the vampire's body with a dagger in his hand. He threw a punch, but barely managed to leave any damage. So in his haughty manner, the aristocrat told Jessie to finish the fight. The enchantress was surprised at such a request, that he wanted to give the experience to her. He could have killed the vampire alone, after all. But why, she asked. Lai would have liked it very much. But the difference in levels couldn't just be picked up and overcome. Since Jessie had gotten this far, she had to be strong, so he could barely restrain himself from rushing her. Jessie realized she needed to finish the vampire off before she could ask Cloud any questions, so she summoned her magic. She realized that killing a vampire would make her stronger, and then the new spells would learn themselves, the sorceress suggested. Surprising Lai. Jessie summoned lightning and began to burn the frightened vampire, and it was a hell of a blast. Lai got a bunch of levels, mission accomplished. Jessie bent over a handful of ashes. She was amazing, for she had killed such a high-level demon with a single blow, even though it was weakened. It was the power of a top-level player. The enchantress reached out a finger to the ashes, and then she decided to taste him. And Cloud banned himself from greeting her by the hand. Lai wanted to yell at her to drop the nasty thing but couldn't. They got a notification of a new class assignment. Someone called out the sorceress by name and they turned around. After the vampire's death, all status-lowering anomalies were removed, and Guild Radiance got to the main hall first. They asked if she had killed the demon, and the girl didn't know how to explain. The squad leader recognized the same guy who was flashing around everywhere. Jessie told Cloud that although she didn't know etiquette, she promised to try her best to learn it. She formally introduced herself to him and asked him to state his name if he wished. From such a change in the sorceress's demeanor, her companions were greatly surprised. The aristocrat and the sorceress stood opposite each other. Cloud thought that though she lacked manners, he decided to teach her. After all, she is a proud person who vowed to change, so he introduced himself by his estate of Lai. A roast was simmering on the stove. The TV was on, and the latest news was playing in the room. A woman was talking to someone on the phone while her daughter was watching TV, but she saw something that made her run to her mother with all her legs. She called her to see for herself, as the news was running stories about the recently completed cleanup of the dangerous rift. Aaron, that was the girl's name, told her mother that their Uncle Lai was there on TV, and the woman didn't understand why her brother would be there. But when she approached the screen, she recognized her brother's face, though his hair had changed color. It really was him, and both of them were greatly surprised by it. Cloud's habits and temperament completely ruled their life together in the same body. He was doing general cleaning again. His phone was constantly ringing off the hook. Trouble had come from nowhere. All the media focused on him after he defeated the vampire. So it was only a matter of time before his family found out about him. 3 older sisters he had been very close to since he was a child. They were close, but he was always driven, so now he didn't even want to pick up the phone. But it was much worse than that, for the enemy had crept right up to his house and was already besieging the doors. The sisters yelled at him that they knew he was home and demanded he open up to them. They were getting more and more resentful, and Lai thought they were just going to blow the doors off now. Because of this, he had no choice but to capitulate so as not to make any more noise. Putting on the suit, Cloud told them that they were disturbing the neighbors with their shouting. He politely asked the dear sisters to calm down, hoping his aristocrat manners would work. Their reactions were mixed. The youngest of the sisters, Mira, wrinkled her face in disgust. The middle one, Gina, was surprised. The eldest, Inoue, was concerned. Needless to say, after all, Lai became a star, and stories about him were constantly running on TV. Despite requests for comment, he disappeared off the radar. John realized that he wasn't the only one who had experienced difficulty communicating with this man. Ted brought him a cup of hot cocoa to perk him up and energize his brain with endorphins for better performance. Because Lai had rejected all of their offers, John had become quite despondent. They still had an advantage, Ted told him, because they had his number and could call him. But they needed an excuse, so Ted said it was worth giving away some of the spoils they'd gotten in the Battle of the Rift, thanks to Cloud. Trophy sharing was the official request, John agreed, and asked how much they would give him. Ted was serious. Even if Cloud didn't join the guild, they wanted to draw his attention to themselves, he said, and crush the cup. Ted was determined to go to the bank and give it all away, which dumbfounded John. But it ended with him being told off for broken dishes. While Lai was chatting with his sisters, Aaron quickly gave him a nice hairstyle. Ino complimented his new haircut and said it looked good on him. Gina started laughing at him, at the fact that he was now pussyfooting around as a pop idol. Mira was still making faces at his new way of speaking. One Aaron was delighted with her uncle, for he was as handsome as a princess now. Inoue also noticed how polite he had become. Mira realized that since he had become a player, he had changed because of his pairing with a character in the game. They were generally having a good time, so that the sisters were even flooded with memories of their distant childhood. But it wasn't so rosy for Lai, and he just tolerated it. They remembered how he carried around his teenage fantasies. He thought himself a great aristocrat then, and without end the lad was teased. But Mira surprisingly didn't join in their barbs. She looked at Lai sternly and asked if that wasn't dangerous. Mira told him off for how surprised they were when they saw the news. Players often get injured in rifts. That's why they were worried about him. Either way, it was necessary to tell her parents everything, and gently, before they knew anything. Mira said they're on his side and he should quit if it gets too dangerous. Cloud said he's a hunter and that's his job. So the sisters needn't worry, and Mira gave him another scornful look. After they had their tea, the sisters packed up to go home. Cloud wished them to be careful, and said he was expecting his niece to visit. Before leaving, Mira lingered, as if remembering something. She reminded him to save his money and not to promise anything to anyone. Cloud was surprised. If there was anything to save, he was already living on his last paycheck. And then a pleasant thought struck him that he just hadn't had time to get to. He was rewarded for clearing the rift. It was the main source of income for players, depended on the level of the dungeon. There were various rumors about how much professional players get paid, and Lai looked into his phone and was stunned at the amount he saw. Jessie's fellow guildmate glowered at her, questioning her if her friend was sure she didn't know anything. It was just the two of them on the raid against the vampire, and it's strange that Jessie knows nothing about what Lai did. But the red-haired witch wasn't giving up, he said. All Jess does is watch weird videos. But the girl cut her friend Camille short, and the latter recoiled at the sound of her voice. Jessie said sternly that she wanted to concentrate, and she shouldn't be distracted. Camille gave in then. Raising her hands, she promised to stay out of it, and asked her not to be so cold to her. What Camille couldn't understand was why her friend was studying hand gestures. Jessie watched the manners training videos as promised to Cloud. Lai squealed like a girl when he counted all the zeros in his reward. He couldn't believe he'd get that much and was thrilled. But for Cloud, it was a penny short of what he deserved. For defeating the vampire, he received a red orb. It was a high-level cursed item. It was to be purified. Usually players threw away such items because even if you remove the curse, it was unknown what bonuses it gives. But demon hunters could use such items as a sacrifice for an exorcism rite. That's how Lai would have reacted sooner. Last time, he thought the cursed necklace would just disappear after the ritual. But this item remained in the inventory. Moreover, the curse was removed from it. The orb, the necklace, and the 110 billion credits reward kept Lai from sleeping well. He was thinking about what to do with such an intimidating amount of money. What to buy, where to invest it, how to protect it. So Cloud asked him to think quietly. It made sense to buy items, since he would continue to go into rifts. But it would be a waste to search for everything for the current level. He had gotten 30 levels for a vampire, so it wasn't profitable to buy items. And those that increased mana cost even more. Lai didn't bother. There was a meeting going on in the analysts' headquarters, and everyone was listening intently. They analyzed recent records of Cloud's use of alchemy skills. But it sounded absurd because alchemy couldn't create such walls. It had limitations on mana usage, but the effect looked like a genuine skill, sparked debate among analysts. All of this was boring everyone to death. New anomalies and bugs were no good. The junior analyst asked if the senior analyst knew anything, but they were in the same boat and shared the same information. They couldn't find anyone named Lai in the database. It wasn't even clear if it was a real name or a nickname in the game. It was only Thursday, and they were already dead tired. If there is a new update, the senior said, interest in the newcomer will wane. And just as it happened, they saw the news of the change. A new island of bad luck has been added to the game. A mysterious area that was referred to as Treasure Island when Arcana was just a game. No one had ever found this region, and anything born there was incomparably above the treasure level. And now it was coming to the real world. Another piece of news concerned the annual Magicians Conference to be held at the same time as the island's appearance. This was the first large-scale conference for all magicians, so it caused a lot of attention to itself. Jessie was one of 4 players invited to the Mage Tower. Lai was surprised that that girl had such a high ranking, since she was the one Cloud had decided to teach manners. But the aristocrat was just pulling up. Cloud had heard that the Mage Tower had magic that wasn't a skill. It was indeed written in the tower description when Arcana was a game, Lai remembered. It might have helped them in their development. But first, as always, Cloud had to put everything in order. As important as it is, you can't leave your plate after buckwheat unwashed. The Mage Tower was in the center of the city. It was from it that Cloud had moved to the vampire's mansion last time. There were many people gathered inside, mages dreaming of learning something new from the game characters here. One girl wizard sat on the floor and looked at the others thoughtfully. Claire was an experienced tower mage, and was glad the conference had resumed. She looked at the enthusiastic bustle, the other wizards, when one of them got too hasty and started falling right on top of her. But his comrades only laughed at him when he bumped painfully. All because he hit a wall and Claire was sitting behind an illusory magical wall. Someone had told her that you can't assume the rest of us are fools. This wall was created by the host of the tower, specifically for this conference, Jessie said as she passed through the barrier. It was magic that no one can see without permission. Claire was surprised to recognize one of the best wizards in the world, and apologized to her. This magic could not be seen even by strong wizards, and ordinary people could only marvel at how people pass through walls. Today, Claire was the tour guide who escorted everyone into the crystal room, and Jessie showed her her invitation. Jessie was the last person invited, and since everyone was here, Claire could go. But Jessie thoughtfully asked her to wait a little longer. He stated that there is another person coming to this conference soon. Cloud looked at the interior of the Mage Tower. It was filled with strange devices that emitted magical power. Every time they appeared here, they were overcome with a strange and pleasant feeling. But the pandemonium of people was getting on both their nerves. There were always a lot of people here. But this time, a lot of people wanted to get to the island of bad luck, so it was especially noisy. As things suddenly took a very bad turn, someone recognized Lai's white hair and shouted his name across the room. A whisper went around the room. Lai had forgotten he was on the news and had become popular. He was immediately jumped on from all sides by a crowd of people. each with their own question, autograph, and so on. It got to the point where people were calling themselves fans, pushing him around and grabbing his stuff. One particularly brazen one pulled his bag, not letting him leave, and asked to take one photo with him, promising not to bother him again. But he didn't know that the bag contained a special delicious tea that Lai had bought for the first time in honor of the reward, and Cloud told the molester to get out. Lai was a gentler person, accustomed to social interaction, so he became worried about speaking out harshly. Though completely in vain, it's important to have boundaries in society. Lai worried that the fan would become even more persistent. But it worked in a completely different way. Fans loved his arrogant, aristocratic way of talking, and begged them to scold him too. The pressure of the crowd only grew, and Cloud began to look for ways to escape. Looking around, he saw that the wall in front of him was slightly different from the others. As if sensing something, Cloud moved toward her, ignoring the clinging crowd, even though they were yelling at him to run into the wall. Claire went all flushed and began to breathe deeply and often. All because she was suddenly caught up in a scene she had only seen in love novels before. Cloud said that this illusion magic was commendable. She led the strange guy down the crystal steps that hung straight up in the air. The enchantress felt unusual around him, and wanted to figure out who this guy was that had her so excited. He wasn't on the guest list. Everyone was already at the gathering, and no matter how she read the list, new names weren't there. Cloud asked the girl if there was any problem, and measured her with a cold stare. Sweet Claire was distracted from his whimsical thoughts, and replied that there was no problem, as long as he wanted to attend the conference. Claire was confused by the barrier the Tower Lord was putting up. Even the head mage wouldn't see the illusion, but Cloud could. Lai couldn't understand what was wrong with the girl. She looked like she had a fever. Cloud asked if he could partake without an invitation. Claire explained that this was not the case. Anyone who was able to overcome the illusion could come to the conference. It's just that he was the first person to do it. That's why she was surprised and wanted to know about him. Cloud just replied that the magic was decent. Lei thought about the illusion magic that could be dispelled. They had an idea of the principles, but lacked the magic power. He opened the doors and found himself in a room where a magical conference was in progress. It was a crystal hall. Lai immediately gaped and gawked, but Cloud kept a straight face. Claire told him welcome to the place of seeking sublime knowledge, and laughed. When Arcana became a reality, many bots, the inhabitants of the game, also appeared in reality. There was also the most powerful man among them, a young mage named Marcel, the receiver of the magic tower. In order to identify and respond to the world's situation as quickly as possible, he started holding these conferences. But Jessie was frankly bored. Her hat tried to reason with her mistress, explaining how awesome Marcel was. But Jessie just wanted to sleep. She hadn't seen his power with her own eyes after all. To her, magic was a skill given by the system, a study, an intervention. To her, it was just theory. Hat insisted it was an honor to be in the audience, and Jessie said it was about the quest, or she would have missed the meeting. But suddenly Marcel turned his attention to her, and asked if she was bored, which made the enchantress perk up. Marcel said that the magical tower was summoned to the traveler's world not of its own volition. Moreover, the summoning continues. The people of this world were unfamiliar with his magic, just as he had a hard time understanding the science of humans, but they must work together to get things back to normal. Because this conference was about science, Marcel saw a further opportunity to develop magic in science. He showed them the fusion. It was a new kind of fire that Marcel had created with the fusion of magic and science. Now that was pretty interesting, Jessie thought, experiencing a familiar feeling. Marcel said he needs help in this area of research. Many people immediately thought he would give them a quest, as there have been very few of them in recent years. But then Marcel saw someone raise a hand in the audience and interrupted his speech. Cloud tells the High Mage that his research is a mess. A whisper of surprise passed through the hall that someone had objected to Marcel. Jessie brightened when she saw Cloud. Knowing Marcel's character, many realized it was about to get rowdy. They were seeing this guy for the first time, and whispering, but Marcel took his time answering. He looked sternly at Clouda, and demanded an explanation as to why he thought that. Cloud replied that he just felt the difference. He was confident. Magic and science, different concepts from each other. Because of the difference in the fusion process, problems arose. He had also experienced a similar difference between magic and skill before, Cloud said, and summoned a flame. Marcel was stunned. It took him a month to create such magic. And here a traveler from another world had achieved it. A whisper passed through the hall. Many recognized the lie they had seen on the news. Cloud said the spell process was not yet complete. Traditional magic uses too much power, Lai thought as he noticed all eyes were on him. Marcel fell completely silent and clutched at his pulpit just to keep from falling. But only for asking the traveler Lai to join him in his exploration. Just because of a new kind of magic, Cloud received a quest from Marcel. As expected, he didn't show up at this place for nothing, and accepted the task. Bad Luck Island looked like a true tropical paradise. Azure ocean, sandy beach, jungle. The girls were thrilled to go to this place. For the first time in a long time, the rifts were fun for everyone. It all reminded her of her old days in Arcana, the excitement, the adventure. But Leia was in no hurry to answer. She didn't have much to show off at the swimsuit party, so Leia was embarrassed and angry to hide it. What was even more annoying was the influx of tourist players to the new island. But to her friend, Leia was such a cutie, even when she was angry, so she clung tightly to the little meanie. Among others, reporters, streamers, baklava vendors, corn sellers, and other idlers fled to the island. But there were also residents of the Arcana itself, those that had previously been mere bots. They saw a whole order of knights called the Lionheart nearby. Among others, a group of shadowy mercenaries and a federation of explorers honored the island, followed by soda and ice cream vendors. There was nothing surprising about it after all. This was a treasure island. Anyone who couldn't close the rifts had come here in search of profit. Now players had to compete for treasure, even with bots. A friend suggested thinking positively. They hadn't seen the mages from the tower yet. A familiar mage from the tower had just called Leia, informing her that the conference was over. A friend reported that Lai had attended the conference and caused quite a stir, much to Leia's amusement. Her friend noticed that Leia was gloating over the problems of others as usual. But she had encountered Lai herself, so she understood what they were experiencing. The girl on the comms informed the Berserk leader that not only had the problematic guy not been reprimanded for his antics, but he had still taken the quest and deserved recognition. Cloud was reading a parchment scroll with strange scribbles on it. Marcel promised him any items needed for research. No matter how much they cost, he could get them all. Lai hovered at such generosity, pondering where this ends. Whatever you want. But this time they agreed with Cloud that they needed to get off their chests, a happy, grateful smile blossoming on their faces. On the very top floor of the magic tower, Marcel appeared before her lord. He was summoned by the noble high mages, and he bowed to them in reverence. The mages sat hiding their faces behind masks, and in front of them were magical barriers. They wanted to know about the tower's new star, to which Marcel offered to do some joint research, even though it was a traveler. But by doing so, Marcel had broken the rules of their tower, not to meddle in people's affairs, and they asked him why he had done it. Marcel explained to them that Lai had definitely understood the concept of magic, and had possibly bridged the magic gap. Lai's magical talent should definitely have a great impact on the universe, so the researcher couldn't stay away. He was answered that mages judge themselves, and take responsibility themselves. He should know this as well as anyone. And even though they respected him, he must take responsibility for that decision, the mages said. Marcel left the council chamber with a disgruntled face. They were all old fools. They kept telling him endlessly about responsibility, while ignoring the problems of the real world. The magician was terribly angry at the old men. He didn't immediately realize he was being persistently called by the sorceress Claire. Marcel was surprised to meet her on the top floor. It turned out she was carrying the items requested by Lai. Marcel wanted to take the box for himself, but the girl refused, because she wanted to give it to him personally. But Marcel sternly declared that he was just on his way to see Lai, for he had questions for him, and Claire couldn't find anything to say, so I had to give the box back. Cloud sat and studied books on the magical arts. Fortunately, he had mastered the language of the books. Marcel laid out in front of him all the items Lai had asked him for, mostly magic boosting and recovery tools, and also separately the books he asked for. Lai was delighted. Marcel asked him if such an offering was to his liking. Everything had one common flaw. They required a huge level, 5 times his current level. Marcel watched his reaction carefully and waited patiently for a response. Cloud asked him if he really brought these things, considering the level of player he was. Marcel apologized for underestimating him, and so the misunderstanding was made deeper by the arrogant manners of the aristocrat. Lai just wanted something that could be used now. Marcel was surprised that Cloud knew about these items. He placed a special item in front of him. It was a silver brooch in the shape of a triangle. The brooch was small and restored 10% of magic, so Cloud borrowed it. Marcel had recognized his genius back when Cloud had seen the burst of magic, but was even more convinced of it now, appreciating his choice. The thing was small, so Lai wondered if it was really as magnificent as the wizard said it was. However, Marcel said, right now they couldn't do the study. There was a mess in his designs, which meant that Cloud would just have to wait for him to contact them, and the aristocrat wished the mage would bridge the gap. Marcel thanked him for his patience. He liked this traveler. Looking at him, he believed that he could change the magic tower with him, and Lai was just happy with the free gift. The lone streamer sipped a smoothie at the resort. Viewer donations didn't go to waste. He started the broadcast to further piss off those who spent all summer at work. There were a lot of players arriving at Bad Luck Island, and this guy was the one waiting for Lai. He knew the protagonist always came at the end and waited patiently. This guy seemed to realize something. Hearing Lai's name, another player popped into the guy's screen to see what was up. In the masked weirdo, viewers recognized another slacker streamer. He resented the fact that Lai had been on everyone's ear lately. But this guy was known for the strange rumors around him. Because around him, different players were constantly having accidents. Those who went with him into the rift were rumored to have died. And it was eerie that this suspicious man was interested in Lai's popularity. When the creepy type turned to the streamer, the guy flinched. The masked type asked to tell Lai that if he acted too recklessly, it would be too boring. He promised to keep watching the broadcast, boy, and walked away. But everyone had a question, whether this time too, the player Lai will really be able to mop up everything alone, on this island. Though there were doubts that Lai wouldn't come to Bad Luck Island at all, the boy refused to believe it. He even blocked a couple viewers for calling Lai a coward, because he just didn't care about the treasure. Cloud asked if there was a reason to go to the island, and Lai replied briefly that no, he was enjoying a short rest. The only thing Cloud put off all other business for. Bad Luck Island was tempting, but he just didn't have the level to go in there, especially since there were no demons. After all, they were the only ones he could fight. The rest of the ordinary monsters were beyond him. That way, he would be killed as soon as he set foot on the island. If there had been any demon there, Lai could have gone after him. But at the same time, he gets an update on his class quest to destroy the great evil on the island. The 7 deadly sins: anger, envy, pride, greed, gluttony, sloth, and lust. These sins were called the great evil in the harness. It was surprising to learn that it was on the island. Lai reflected he had managed to defeat the vampire just by sheer luck. Cloud said there was no reason to go earlier, and now he had no reason to hesitate, the aristocrat declared. If there was evil there, he had to destroy it, Cloud decided, not giving Lai a chance to object. He immediately replenished his supply of tea bags, grabbed a thermos, and was ready. When he showed up on the beach, everyone's mouths dropped open, not expecting to see him here. Cloud arrived on the tropical island, completely unchanged, dressed in his suit despite the heat. As soon as he arrived here, he felt the strong influence of evil over the entire island. The influence was even stronger than normal demons, so thanks to the skill, Cloud was able to establish a connection with the enemy. The feeling was coming from under their feet. Perhaps the island itself was a great evil, but it meant that his demon hunter bonuses would work all the time, which they were both immensely glad about. Cloud made his way through the jungle, completely ignoring that he was caught in the lens of his phone. Every hero needs a bard to tell of his exploits, and the lad has been marking his mark for that spot, pursuing Cloud relentlessly. Together with the audience, they speculated whether Cloud had any strategy on the island. In fact, Lai was just looking for a weaker enemy. Because he wanted to test his strength first, the island fooled him with its resort appearance. The young slacker also promised to broadcast until he was kicked out. Lai heard some rustling in the bushes and turned around to look. Not far away, a battle was going on. Some player was pacing backwards, panicking. He was waving his swords around haphazardly and resenting being dragged in here. His team was also too scattered under the onslaught of the strong monster. Due to the great refractive power of the surface, the monster glowed brightly, and the mage couldn't aim at it. The emerald tiger roared fearfully to scare the players even more, and cleaned them before eating them. Even though it was an ordinary monster, its level was the same as a vampire count. The sword boy instinctively pivoted backward until he ran into an obstacle. When he looked up, he saw that the rock in his way was Cloud. He was even more surprised to recognize the face of the man in the suit, the one they often rotated on the news. He asked him how he had gotten here and cheered up, for Cloud could be their salvation. But Lai, though he was looking for a weak monster, he didn't look happy. Turns out Emerald Tiger is the highest level for a monster in this level. Too high to escape, Cloud noted, the bright sun and glistening body obstructing his view. But he wasn't about to back down, and reached out his hand toward the monster. As the tiger jumped, a stone wall magically grew in front of him. The rocks pinned the tiger so that it could no longer move, and its brightness waned. And then he decided to try out a new fire he'd recently discovered. Burn brightly lest it be extinguished. Cloud spoke the words of the spell, and there was a tremendous explosion. The shockwave even got to the streamer bum. After the magic napalm finished burning, only a charred body remained of the monster. Cloud was pleased with his new power. He used Marcel's ignition, and the artifact given to him came in handy. The guys from the dummy team were shocked that such a huge monster was killed in one blow. Another master of some group of players, lamenting the failures on the island. It's been hours since they've been on the island, and so far they've only wandered the outskirts of the island. One of the squad offered to return and reunite with his comrades from the other group. Guild Radiance targeted the center with a large unit, and their small group couldn't avoid facing strong monsters. The leader of the group had decided to go separately so that no one would take the achievement away from them, but now had to admit that he was too greedy. The group of other goons froze in indecision, waiting to see what he would say. When the group they split up with got in touch and demanded a leader, the leader himself was going to call them to unite. But the guys who met Cloud said they couldn't, and they themselves were coming together. All because the route they were taking was already clear, dumbfounding their hapless leader. It was enough to say one name to make everything clear. They showed him the morning napalm that finished off the jungle. Not a single gook was hurt. While the leader was recovering from such stunning news, he was again called out. The guy came running in with a report from a player on a team that was attending a magical conference. He revealed that Lai had gotten an assignment from Marcel and a lab on the upper floors. It was shocking news. Lai was able to make a connection with the inhabitants of another world, and the leader realized that this man was not nothing and wanted to know more about him. And for good reason. He thought Lai was more dangerous than he looked. He held the pure emerald in his hands that had fallen from the tiger. It was a unique item, and Lai was beyond happy, though Cloud as usual thought it was unworthy of an aristocrat. There weren't many masters who could use unique items without damaging them. But there must be some in the magic tower, Lai thought. When Cloud noticed that the atmosphere around him had changed, it was as if someone had squeezed it to the limit. Lai also got goosebumps all over his body. Cloud had more sensitivity in such matters. When they got a window with a class quest that offered to investigate the evil on the island, an earthquake started. A system notification came in informing me that the island of Bad Luck was being covered by greed. This meant that a rift would gradually open up on the island. All players received the same system message. Though the island was different from the usual rift, no one really knew what was going to happen next. Cloud realized that greed was stirred by the emotions of the many players that had come here in search of profit. Lai hoped he wasn't the cause. The entire island was filled with a suffocating aura of evil that was rapidly spreading. Everyone was trying to figure out what was going on, though any demon hunter would have realized it immediately. If this continues, a great evil will awaken. Cloud read the assignment. Luckily, he was asked to stop, not exterminate the demon, he thought as he heard screams nearby. Players were still obsessed with treasure hunting and scurried around the island in search of loot. Now with the appearance of the rift, they'd gone mad in a hurry. Their reaction was predictable, Lai thought. Obviously, all players on the island will be thinking similarly. The irony is that in order to get the treasure, you have to give it up completely, lest you become tainted by greed. It was impossible to convince all the players to stop thinking about it, and Lai wondered what to do. Cloud said that ultimately there is only one way. He confidently declared that he would collect all the treasures himself, much to the surprise of Lai, who didn't know if it was right. The Shine group also pondered what to do next. The archipelago of Bad Luck consisted of 10 islands, just like the fault levels, Camille explained to them. It was a kind of countdown. After obtaining the treasure, the rift scale would fill up. They discussed what Jessie had told them about Lai, and Camille thought they were on to something, because her friend's eyes were shining. The other fighters demanded that she be serious about the situation. Their leader asked his comrades if he could defeat Lai if he fought him, and they stared at him in amazement. Yuvalin from the squad also wanted to fight Lai, and Camille asked him if he had hit his head as a child. They started arguing again, and Camille warned them that Jessie would definitely get upset. Then the leader hesitated. While they were chatting, the breakup process went another level. Someone had just gotten the treasure, and the unification of the world had begun. Since the goals were clear, the leader of the group rose from his seat and said that they needed to collect all the treasures. Lai was horrified at the recklessness of his character, but there was nothing he could do about it. His protege was literally going to collect all the treasure, which meant the sin of greed would awaken. Lai was afraid that Cloud had decided to give a damn, since greed would wake up anyway when they ran into a squad of knights. It was the Order of the Knights of the Lionheart. They were easily identifiable by the crest on their flags and armor. These were the best knights of the Empire. Cloud recognized the head of the knights. His name was Harkon, and greeted him. The first mate demanded more courtesy to his commander, but the latter stopped him with a gesture and asked the traveler's name. Cloud said Lai's name, and said he didn't think he'd meet any knights here, though he spoke with a strange accent. Then Harkon realized why. There was a different feeling coming from Cloud than from the rest of the humans. Harkon turned his attention to the brooch that was fastened to Lai's chest as a second sun lit up the sky. Cloud barely dodged the unexpected attack. An explosion of flames erupted beside him. It was like a meteorite, and even the knights flinched in surprise. But suddenly, from nowhere, a giant turtle appeared, which was the master of this island. Harkon immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle despite the fact that they had gotten the strongest boss of the island. When the turtle's green eye lit up with light, they screamed, warning the others that the turtle was about to attack with a meteorite. Harkon shouted for everyone to get into position as the turtle lunged at them. But slowly. It is a turtle after all. But her mere movement was enough to shake the ground, for she was quite heavy. From the sky, constantly falling rocks rose a lot of dust, and the knights could not see anything clearly, so they asked Harkon what to do. But while the first mate was distracted, he didn't notice the huge turtle in front of him and stood like a statue, waiting to be crushed. Harkon shouted at him to dodge and managed to leap toward the deputy. Luckily, he didn't have to assign a new goon to run errands, because this one was saved by Cloud, who summoned a rock and stopped his foot. Even the knights, who had seen many things, were amazed that a wall of this size could be created out of thin air. Cloud told them that now was not the time to chat when the knights asked him how that was possible. All because the armored turtle could break through any barrier. Lai had increased the wall's strength to maximum, and if it wasn't for the brooch, he would have used up all his mana by now. He was having a hard time, though Cloud didn't show it. He needed to accumulate more energy first, and somehow support the idle knights. Harkon recognized the thing on his chest. It was a magical tower brooch, all the more surprising that it had been given to a traveler. But like a true knight from the novels, Harkon sincerely thanked Cloud for saving his knights. If he helps them in this battle, the knights will vow to never forget it in their hearts, Harkon said. It certainly didn't stretch to a generous reward. Of course, Lai thought he could interpret that in his own way, as if the knights would do all the work and he would be the hair on their bus. That was fine, and they were both happy to accept such an offer. Cloud stated that all demons must be destroyed. The streamer sitting in the bushes was still stalking Cloud, even though he had not given him that permission. He as well as his audience were deeply impressed by what was going on. For some reason, the kid was happy about other people's successes that he had nothing to do with. Because of the danger posed by the big turtle, the streamer couldn't get any closer, and he didn't know what exactly Cloud and Harkon were talking about. Harkon shouted to his iron goons to bravely attack, and the knights went into battle, hoping their numbers would solve something. Lai stood in the thick of it and did nothing, nor did he really want to. The Harkon aide he had rescued kept his gaze on the traveler. Though he had saved him, Harkon himself had sworn an oath on his heart, and knights attach meaning to oaths, even if they are ridiculous promises. It was an oath sworn to the Emperor, but Cloud looked as if it was nothing to him, the aide noted. He watched Cloud closely, trying to figure out why the commander did this instead of following the battle. The knights went into hand-to-hand combat against the huge monster, and it was more sensible to attack it from afar. But that wasn't chivalrous. It was like getting a huge paw in the cockpit. Cloud watched their exertions with interest as they ran up to the turtle and tried to poke at its thick skin with toothpicks. Everything looked ridiculously useless, like a whole order of knights, from which knightly were only manners and lats. And after all, it was the strongest order of knights, Lai thought to himself. This is going nowhere. Knights are used to fighting at close range, as long as the front is attacking. The rear is just waiting their turn. It would take forever to punch the turtle. Meanwhile, the rift strip was rapidly filling up and had reached the middle. The players were finding treasure too quickly, Lai feared. Soon they would reach this island as well. The barking should have created for the knights a window to attack. The turtle continued to rampage. Just by stomping her foot, she would cause an earthquake, causing even sturdy knights to take cover. But it wasn't just a blow. This time the ground cracked, and underneath it showed lava that was rapidly coming to the surface. "The floor is lava," shouted one of the knights. "Whoever falls will die," he warned. Now they couldn't even get close to the turtle, and Cloud remembered his recent experience in the magic tower where he'd stepped through the air. He shouted to the knights if they were ready to advance when they were completely confused. Cloud used magic and said, opening a path for them. He lifted dozens of stones into the air, which he turned into convenient steps at different heights. The knights now had points of support. The reaction was stunned. No one could believe that magic could be used in the world of magic. It was a staircase exactly like the Tower Master's, Harkon realized. The knights had seen her in the tower as well, and the assistant captain couldn't believe that an ordinary seeker could do such a thing. They wondered who he really was, and Lai nearly collapsed from mana depletion. The way was open, and after a dramatic pause for reactions, Harkon rushed to the attack. Now they could attack the head and slender neck of the huge turtle without fear of approaching it from below. Harkon threw a powerful punch right to the head, and the deed was done. Harkon had abandoned his contribution to killing the boss in favor of Cloud, who was barely maintaining his magic. Following the commander of the knights, all the knights also gave up their reward, which was very noble of them. The brooch that Lai had chosen was a gift from the Emperor, who had given it to the magic tower, Harkon narrated. And because he had saved many feudal lives, the knights kneeled. The Order of the Lionheart swore the master of the brooch to Lai, and the entire contribution for the victory over the turtle went to the traveler. A blue magic sphere lit up nearby and everyone stared at it. Lai immediately realized that this was the very treasure of the island. He didn't know what to do with the thing. If he took it for himself, greed would wake up, and if he didn't, someone would take it anyway. 6 of the 10 treasures had already been taken, the system reported. While Lai suggested thinking about more treasure, Cloud had already gotten his hands on everything. As usual, he acted boldly, if not recklessly. He didn't think about the consequences at all, which drove Lai crazy. Now the great evil was about to awaken, Lai feared. But for Cloud, the riches were fleeting. He was heir to a great family and had learned life in luxury as well as without. Streamer the Slacker was beyond thrilled that Lai had found the treasure. But Cloud didn't know the feeling of greed. The treasure was just to be taken without him. It was amazing how this system worked. The treasure could be taken by someone who didn't need it. The fellow streamer, meanwhile, wasn't the only one following Lai, who won an award. This rascal had robbed the other players, and now he was waiting for Lai to collect the rest of the prizes. One of the victims was still on his feet and cursed the robber instead of pretending to be dead. So the robber quickly fixed that, and there was no need to pretend. The killer only cared about Lai, who he was going to rip off at the end. Cloud held the glowing crown, having no greed. He didn't receive any negative effects. The streamer from the bushes that watched this scene even wept, or maybe the invisible ninjas cut the bow. To everyone's surprise, when Lai obtained the treasure, the progress of the rift didn't increase. Everyone was amazed that he was so calm, and couldn't believe that he really didn't have an ounce of greed. But that couldn't be said for Lai. Luckily, he wasn't the one in control of their body. Although looking at the state of the item, one could understand his facial expression. A broken crown of epic rank, that was the entire description. Who would begrudge such trash, Lai thought. And his greed evaporated without a trace. What if the next treasure was the same? He later received notice from the knights that they had joined his team. As he promised, they will now be everywhere with him, Harkon said. It was then that Lai realized that these vows were no joke. He thought it was just a convention, that in the future if they ran into each other they wouldn't attack him. But Harkon was so thankful to be saved. Even though they didn't know his ultimate goal on this island, they still swore to be his sword and shield. Lai couldn't believe he'd gotten an entire order of free servants, even if it was only for the duration of the mission on the island. But the best knights of the Empire would follow him. They just had a huge difference in levels. But with the monsters too, they were just easier for Lai now, and they gladly accepted the knights. The assassin who was standing off to the side heard someone calling his name. He too was puzzled that Lai had taken the treasure, yet he had not increased the scale of the rift. Moreover, he was now accompanied by knights. The partner warned to be careful, but the killer called it fear. Lai was already headed to the dock, and when he would board the ship for the crossing to the neighboring island, the assassin planned to use poison. No matter who inhaled this poison, Harkon or Lai, he would be finished, the assassin was sure. But first he wanted to see if Lai had the island's treasure or not when he felt a look on his face. Only for a second, but it was so distinct, did the assassin feel his head being chopped off. He grabbed his neck in a panic to see if she was in place. He couldn't believe that Lai had guessed everything and emitted such a murderous aura. Squirrel, Lai thought. There were flying squirrels on the island, and he spotted one in a tree. The squirrel was pretty cute, after all the scary monsters that were plentiful on the Sharpie. Harkon grinned as he thought Lai had noticed the stranger as well. He was talking about the rat that was spying on them by that tree. It was Harkon who put an abnormal status on the assassin, causing him to experience fear. Lai was surprised that Harkon didn't like rodents. The squirrel was ordinary looking. Cloud was thinking of what to reply to Harkon when he received another red notice. The gap had reached 8 squares. We had to go as fast as possible, for there was only one treasure left, and Cloud said to ignore the rodents. The good news was that he was now immune to the rift's rupture. Cloud said it was worth hurrying, and Harkon immediately seconded him. The killer was still under fear. He even ignored the messages of his colleagues in the dangerous business. He didn't understand how he managed to survive, why he was spared, maybe pitied because he was insignificant. The killer's mind was in turmoil. He slid under a tree as he could no longer walk or stand straight. Whatever the reason, he was grateful to fate for surviving and told his partners he was leaving. They demanded an explanation from him, but all he said was that they should back off too if they wanted to survive. Another vile rascal grimaced at such words. He didn't understand why the suddenly cocky assassin had suddenly changed his mind. In his hearts, he threw his phone on the ground. It was already useless anyway as their group gathered. The robbers were going to make money here, and even took credit for the hydra poison they were going to poison everyone with. But now the man responsible has escaped. Someone told the gang leader to calm down, but that made him even angrier. Of course they could say that because it wasn't their money, the bandit leader shouted. But another bully intervened in their argument and asked him why he was so angry. But now already the leader's anger seemed abnormal, as if he was under some sort of influence. The leader of the group started raving about how they were all in cahoots with the escaped coward and wanted to frame him. But he finally lost his temper and became furious, giving in to his rage. Cloud looked up at the sky. It was no longer blue and clear. A gloomy haze hung over them. Harkon asked him if he knew what it was. The knight was also alarmed. Cloud replied that he didn't know anything. He only saw that his natural enemy skill began to work harder. It was as if his hunter's instincts were warning him of great danger. There was a demon nearby. Meanwhile, the murderers and robbers, a terrible irony of fate, befell the ringleader attacked his men. Now they realized that their head had gone mad because of his greed, but they didn't think it was that bad. But this realization was a little late, because the robber had already been killed. The deranged killer put down all his associates and appropriated their modest booty. By coincidence, a bush streamer witnessed multiple murders, along with his viewers. It was obvious that this was no ordinary murder motivated by greed. But the bandit had gone completely insane and became as if possessed. The boy rushed to escape with all his legs. Eventually, his adventure of wandering alone through the bush full of monsters and bandits was leading to this. He had heard rumors of player murders, but in his naivety, he didn't think he would encounter such a thing. If they saw him, they'd kill him, the boy realized, and he didn't notice that he'd stumbled over a root on the ground. He would have lost his flat nose for sure, but he was lucky someone picked him up in his arms. They were student tourists from the Explorers Federation. They asked him if he had seen the monster. The kid hoped the killer wouldn't go up against an entire federation. Even though he was a fucked up criminal anyway, there was a limit to evil. He was saved now, the cowardly streamer hoped. But he still had no peace of mind. Meanwhile, the analysts who arrived on the island were surveying the islands with drones. Bad Luck Island was a group of 10 islands, with a treasure on each, they informed their audience. Monster hunting, boss hunting, puzzles, and other fantasy nonsense were just as present. Anyway, everyone was trying to get the treasure. The last island was the first to be reached by Guild Radiance. They already had 2 treasures. Gaiyun Ted's guild was lagging behind. They only had 1. But they weren't in a hurry for supremacy. Among others, there was a foreign guild that had competed with them last time, but they weren't doing well now. The Berserk Guild was also here, and was trying to appease their mad boss. Everyone was wondering who would get the last and most important treasure of the island. But they froze with bewilderment when they saw the arrival of another group of participants. They were Knights of the Order of the Lionheart. They too had reached this island on their pilgrimage. Players will now have to compete for rewards with mobs from the game, which are only needed so that the hero can continue to be independent. It was known about Harkon that his level was 600. Ted was even more surprised, and rounded his eyes when he saw who was coming with the Knights. That's totally unfair, expressed in the great and powerful Leia. With the Knights walked His Majesty Cloud, who even in his mall guard costume looked regal. The players exclaimed excitedly as they recognized Lai, who was leading the procession. Cloud looked determined. Reporters credited him with a lust to seize all the island's treasures. Though he was actually hiding Lai's fear behind Cloud's poker face, he knew he'd attract a lot of attention. But he didn't think everyone around him would be staring at him like crazy. Many remembered Lai from past missions in the vampire's domain, and now feared him. Camilla urged the leader to be honest. There was no way she wanted to fight this guy. The pressure of their gazes kept increasing, and Lai shamefully hid behind Cloud's mask. He wasn't used to this flood of attention. Lai was worried that if they recognized him as a fake, they would just mix him with dirt and treat him like a fraud. While they were all standing there playing peekaboo, there was an earthquake and the floor became lava again. The other players hadn't played the game yet, so they didn't know how to react. Panic began. Everyone was trying to get out of the rift, yelling something about fire resistance potions. Out of the lava jumped the island's master giant Silky Carp, with some measly level 400. It bombarded everyone with such heat that even from a distance it was hard to resist. The Crucian Carp itself consisted of red-hot rock, so it was difficult to approach. Commands were issued for those without heat-resistant suits to stand back, and for melee players to take disposable weapons. To defend themselves, the Carp would raise a wall of lava and block their attacks. John was worried about his brother, and told him not to overdo it, but Ted and his paddle wouldn't be missed. The heat from the lava was so intense it charged even through the drone's camera. No one could even get close to this monster, for it was bathing in a lake of magma. Harkon asked if it would be alright. To his shame, even though he said he would follow Cloud, he couldn't even get close to the monster. But Cloud said confidently that there was nothing to worry about, and grinned. He had his own tricks. The guild leader Radiance saw how even in such a difficult position, Lai was laughing. He didn't understand what he was going to do. This strange man who boldly approached the glowing lava. Cloud knew that summoning magic could be divided into 3 stages. Calling for interventions and expression, Cloud unleashed them one by one. Lava around carp is not a skill, it's just part of nature. For Cloud, lava is nature's water. The players froze again in amazement and couldn't believe their eyes. Lava is just rock, only liquid. A whole rain of lava droplets flew up into the sky, and they were all under Cloud's control, though his mana was dropping rapidly, and Lai really wanted to hurry Harkon along. Now that the lava pool was drained, Harkon could tear straight for the huge fish. The Radiance leader came to his senses and told his men to charge. The path to the boss was open, and all the other players and knights also rushed towards it. John yelled to Ted that because of the number of players and their levels, his contribution would be 0, so he should get the first strike prize. But then it was suddenly discovered that fish could fly, and demonstrated it. Karas swished his tail and leaped into the sky, believing himself. But gravity was stronger, so he fell beside it, making the ground beneath him crack like ice. Leia expressed the 3-story forbidden word again. In short, she didn't like this fishing. Karas repeated his maneuver and he was jumping and falling, hitting the ground and not letting himself be caught. But then something fell from the sky and pinned the fish to the ground. The Radiance leader didn't realize what just happened. The attack was very unexpected. Good thing no one had time to get closer to the fish. Razor-sharp stone spears, still red from the heat, pierced the carp. This was a property change realized by one of the players, and told Leia about it. Lai cooled the lava to harden it, like turning water into ice, but shaping the stone was another matter entirely. Normally, such changes are not possible, due to the restrictions placed on abilities. Cloud gave the command to Harkon, and the head of the order tore toward the fish while it was securely fastened. With a powerful blow, he made sashimi out of it, and ended the poor animal's torment. All players immediately received a notification that the mission to clear the boss had been completed. No one could even land a blow on the boss. For the best guilds, it was comparable to shame. The master of the island was defeated in 1 wicket by the well-coordinated work of the hero and his henchmen, and the rest of the island got a lump of butter. It's a stunningly designed game where all the bonuses go to one random player. Great story, addictive. Although Cloud nearly collapsed from exhaustion, he still held his face. The light of the treasure appeared before him, as the knights once again refused his contribution. Just like last time, without a shadow of greed, Cloud accepted the reward. It was the last treasure, and just like before, the destruction process didn't start. So players even thought it wasn't real. But then a dark aura appeared and pulled an ominous mist. Albeit belatedly, the island still succumbed to the destruction of the rift, even though it didn't match the amount of treasure. Lai pondered. There was no way Cloud would experience greed. The treasure they picked up couldn't raise the level of destruction, but such a strong demonic energy spoke of greed taking possession of the treasure once again. The Seeker Guild and the Streamer Boy froze in horror, the boy covering his mouth with his hands to keep from screaming. Nearby lay slain fellow Traveler Guild members, and a possessed assassin had taken possession of the treasure. They wanted to rush at him and take revenge, but they had to hold back because the possessed man was too strong. The assassin grabbed the glowing orb of the artifact, his eyes closed with madness. He didn't realize what was happening. His head was splitting with pain. He didn't want to do this, but a creepy voice inside asked him what it meant he didn't want to. He was staring into the face of greed itself. The assassin didn't have the skill the demon wanted, but he still gave him what the possessed man wanted. Now it was his turn to take what he wanted, the demon said and opened its mouth. But someone intervened in the absorption process, and with a sword strike drove the demon away. It was the second mate of the captain of the Order of the Lionheart. The Streamer Boy recognized her, which meant that Cloud himself had arrived as well. Covering his nose with his hand, he said he smelled demons. Others were glad that at least someone remembered them and came to their aid. The boy bard of a hero immediately took over and grabbed his phone. But as it was, Cloud was already experiencing severe overload after 3 battles in a row. The demon was still alive, and the girl knight asked to give her orders. Cloud received notification that the class quest had been created. An unprecedented power burst out of the possessed man's body, so recoiled, and the system reported that an unprecedented evil was brewing. Even Harkon was stunned by what was happening. He had never encountered such an evil aura. Above the assassin, one of the island's treasures lit up. It emitted a purple light, and then began to crumble, right before their eyes, for some unknown reason. The island's treasure was being spoiled by greed, and Lai was tasked with stopping the rebirth of mortal sin. The rift began to collapse and everyone was horrified, just as they were then in the land of vampires. The huge clawed paw of an unknown monster rose above the island. Those ghostly paws began tearing the islands apart and pulling them apart. From the largest island in the archipelago, the paws reached out to the others. Everyone saw that the island was now joining into one, as if they were floating barges. And then a golden palace rose out of the ground, right in front of Lai and the knights. It consisted of pure gold, so players unfamiliar with the word inflation had their eyes light up with greed. The palace was itself one of the treasures of this island, though Lai quickly realized that it was more of a palace of greed itself. And there on the throne sat the real evil. Lei thought that no one would ever want to go near such sinister energy. Harkon stepped forward, covering Cloud with himself, said something was coming. Then a bony hand emerged from the ground and startled the former knights. They were ugly undead, creepy and completely identical zombies. For whatever reason, the analysts were having fun and looking at the whole thing like a funny reality show. When one of them got a notification on his phone, they also had an excuse to change their cheerful mood after checking out the latest update. If everything is left as it is, those on the island will die. We need to close the island to visits because of the enemy levels. It was all about the fact that the ugly ghouls were above 600 level. Even though they were ordinary mobs, their level was just off the charts. A hard battle began. Knights saved those who couldn't fight. Lai resented it. The system has to give a manageable difficulty to make the game interesting. Harkon commanded his knights to retreat. The battle was too disadvantageous for them. He turned to Cloud and said that the forces were not equal, and it was necessary to retreat. But Cloud wondered if his vow to be his sword was still in effect. He had to keep Harkon in place no matter what it took. Harkon was surprised that he wanted to fight. Their opponent was a great evil, and Cloud's life could be at risk. But Cloud declared that he would punish the demon, and there were no other options. Harkon detected no fear or doubt in his gaze, but it was all a mask behind which the frightened Lai hid. And then Harkon called out to all his knights who were doing battle. He urged them to keep the oath he had made to Laius and help him get to the great evil. The knights stood in formation, and with a chorus replied that they would do it in the name of the lion. The onlookers were surprised that Cloud and the knights were trying to enter the Golden Palace. They themselves could only observe everything from afar, but their path was blocked by an army of strong dead men. Cloud himself commanded everyone to attack, and waved his hand as he had always dreamed of doing as a child. Analysts, too, were under the impression that it was such a crazy prank that someone would dare to storm in such a balance of power. The show was picking up momentum, with everyone cheering for Cloud and the Knights as their favorite team. Cloud and Lai watched the battle together, and waited for their opportunity. The trained knights held up better than he'd bargained for. Still, they were the best on the continent. Mana recovery, too, was in full swing. If things continued like this, Lai would still have time to take part in the battle. Other players are already wondering whether to join the battle to get contribution points now. But this was too reckless. Not many guilds could dare to do such a crazy thing. And the players believed that the knights would soon be drowned out and defeated. The already fallen zombies suddenly resurrected in the deep rear of the knights' positions. At the same time, Cloud's mana had not yet recovered and he drew his dagger. But then, someone commented past the gawking players. He moved so fast that even Cloud recoiled in surprise. There was one madman who always went all out for victory. Ted chopped up the resurrected zombies. Berserk Guild also joined the battle, as many other players didn't want to miss their chance. Together they stared at Lai. Leia even asked him what he was staring at out of embarrassment. Lai was touched that they were trying to help him in his distress. Even Cloud was caught up in it. But his reaction was befitting a proud and arrogant aristocrat. He ordered them to help him. Several groups of players had gathered nearby, waiting for something while the knights vented for everyone. Leia considered herself indebted from last time, but Cloud's manners were pissing her off. Her friend could barely contain her. For Ted, on the other hand, this was the perfect opportunity to bond with Lai, as his brother had advised him. But Lai thought the players were mad at him and didn't know what to do. They were torn from their long contemplation by the monsters who had risen again. The first mate of the captain shouted that a new wave was coming. Ted commanded his priests to put blessings on everyone and cast out the undead. Leia didn't have anything like that. He couldn't help his knights. So Cloud directly asked Leia for it. And she remembered that he had once denied her a cup of tea she hadn't even asked for, and now he was demanding baths from her. But the battlefield came the fashionable priests. It was their finest hour. Except in battles with the undead, they could not prove themselves. But it was an easy and cheap move. Ted just gave improvements to everyone to gain Lai's trust. The knights felt a second wind and went into battle again. Cloud told Ted that he wouldn't forget this favor, and the guild leader asked if he personally needed any bonuses. Sanctity, protection. Ted promised to give anything, but Cloud refused. In his unapologetic manner, he declared that he did not believe in God, and he had no need for sainthood. He was in dire need of help, but he continued to act like a snooty rascal, which pissed Lai off to death. Harkon heard a voice inside his head, and he was hit with a wave of flashbacks. He had already heard those words that told him they no longer believed in God. It was the Emperor's voice, and Harkon froze in indecision while black shadows surrounded him. The ominous mists tried to enter his mind through his eyes. The power of flashbacks is inescapable. and Harkon remembered then standing, kneeling, and letting him know he had detected the demon, and said he was ready to go into battle immediately to defeat him. But the Emperor was in no hurry to give orders. He met Harkon's words with indifference. It was as if he didn't care that thousands of soldiers would once again fall in battle against the demon. The demons appeared and the traveler seekers disappeared, the Emperor said, looking out the window. Following them, the magic tower that dealt with foreigners disappeared, and behind it, the vast territories of the Empire, along with the people. They were disappearing as if they had been swallowed by unknown monsters. Every night they asked God if this world had come to an end, if this was really his will. But the god never once answered the proud emperor whether it was possible that the god had died. The emperor asked Harkon what he thought of this, if the god could have left them. Harkon clutched his heart and said that it was all the demons' fault. They were blocking their way to the god, and he promised to kill the demons and return with victory. But the emperor said it's okay. They don't believe in God anymore, so there's no need to try so hard. But promised to have faith in the fact that Harkon would return, and smiled a strange smile. The battle boiled not for life, but to the death. Demons and humans fought as if it were the last time. Harkon led all and knew no fear of defeat. They fought for the Emperor and knew no fatigue or fear. Then the demon appeared, a freak with gray skin and evil eyes. He was their main target, and Harkon selflessly lunged at him. But it was too late. The demon only grinned, and a magic circle appeared around Harkon. Blue magic was burning everywhere, and the soldiers became alarmed. And when he came to his senses, they had already been transported to another world, where they were immediately caught in the sights of cameras. The multitude of people looked at them like a gimmick. Harkon was completely disoriented, his ears still ringing from the battle. He should have returned to the Emperor, but his image, from pure and clear, floated like a wax candle. Harkon whispered, wandering the world looking for the Emperor, and he was here all the time. The other players and his knights didn't understand what was happening to him. Harkon looked like he was possessed. Moving strangely strange, talking strangely, misty-eyed. He swore to destroy all of His Majesty's enemies, and Lai was more than a little frightened when he saw him. The knight that approached him was the strongest, and at the same time full of evil and hatred, and yet he promised to be his sword, thought Lai with regret. The demon-possessed man said nothing, and silently approached them. Lai realized the knight was possessed and gnawed his nails, not knowing what to do. Cloud was his usual calm self. It was a disturbance of peace. Mind control was more complicated than just possession. Claude blinked as the knight was at his back, swinging for a blow. He would have cut off his head, but in time, the barbarian Ted intervened and protected Cloud. Ted was happy to gain himself more loyalty points from Lai and smiled at him, but Cloud rewarded him with such a cold stare that the boy shivered. He froze in place, not realizing what he had done wrong or how to fix it. Lai was also in deep shock after the attack and was trying to recover from it. He finally came to his senses when he realized that he would have died if it hadn't been for Ted. Harkon attacked his first mate, and the latter barely contained his power. He shouted at him to come to his senses, for they must return to the Emperor together. But Harkon's thoughts were full of darkness. He told him to be silent, for no one dare speak of the Emperor with a filthy mouth. The knights were horrified that their captain saw them as demons, but Harkon didn't recognize anything at all. He was completely insane, no longer knowing who was friend and who was enemy. After the captain of the knights lost his patience, he no longer restrained himself. Harkon attacked them lightning fast, moving straight into their foreheads without any overtures. When it struck, it split the ground, and rocks and other debris flew everywhere. Then the armored knight jumped 6 meters to flutter like a butterfly. It struck straight up in the air again, and a large crater appeared on the ground. The players barely stayed on their feet. Ted had to stab his paddle into the ground to keep from being swept away by the impact. But it still wasn't enough. Harkon strode through their flimsy formation and stunned everyone. He drew his sword again for a serious attack and filled it with aura. The impact into the ground released a wave of force that cut the ground in front of him for many meters. Leia couldn't stay on her feet and fell. She told her friends she was fine when they came up. Many needed help. Someone was crushed by a rock. Strange that Harkon hadn't shown his power before in boss battles. Ted was discouraged. Harkon looked more like a walking disaster than a human being. He'd been hit hard, but at least he was able to get to his feet. When the dust settled, everyone froze in amazement, mouths hanging open. It appeared that all of Harkon's frantic onslaught had been stopped by a single gesture of Cloud's palm. It was astounding, for the captain went into a frenzy and was stopped by an open hand gesture. Many people were amazed that Cloud didn't blink an eye, but in reality he just didn't have time and hoped he wouldn't be touched. Harkon stared ahead, his gaze lost focus, as if he were looking somewhere far away. He asked the white silhouette who it was, and why among the demons only he could be seen. Who would know him, they both thought, and couldn't find anything to say. How could they know what Harkon was seeing with his eyes? Maybe it was the fact that Cloud was a demon hunter, or his exorcism abilities. Harkon demanded to identify himself, or he would kill. Him and Cloud pondered what to answer. Lai thought they had lost their voices due to sheer fright. Harkon realized no one was going to answer. Maybe they didn't want to, or couldn't. Clenching his sword tighter, he said it didn't matter. He just needed to chop it up just in case. Instead of answering, Cloud extended his hand as if for a handshake. Harkon scrutinized the white silhouette carefully. He thought he was being played for a fool. Cloud clasped his hand to his chest, still saying nothing. Then Harkon saw the Emperor's brooch there. He remembered the one to whom he owed his life. It was only then that he was snapped out of the power of the flashback and the bad mood, and he recognized Lai. Sincerity always helps, Cloud thought, and Lai slapped his cheeks in Spanish shame. His exorcism skill had grown so much that he had driven out a demon with his mere presence, all because the skill was active. Harkon smelled something wrong. Even though the demon had left his body, it hadn't disappeared. He shouted for Lai to run away because he noticed the darkness thickening above him. As before, the demon was trying to enter his body through his eyes. At least it wasn't through any other place. Cloud found himself in the inner world. There was a strange man sitting on a throne. He realized that he had fallen into the mind of a demon, and it was the one in front of him. No matter how the man looked at him, the man was evil himself. He told him he just wanted to protect his kingdom. It was a kingdom on an island of bad luck, the stranger said. Full of abundance, land and sea, mountains sparkling with jewels, people that love each other. He read them the advertising prospectus of his resort. Everything was like that until one day a stranger was stranded on the beach. The people treated him with respect and care. They gave the guests the best of everything, and then outfitted for the road, and set sail for the return voyage. For their kindness, they got the island invaded. His people didn't know how to fight, and couldn't fight back. The kingdom was completely enslaved, and the rescued took him prisoner. The king of the resort asked why this was, for if he wanted riches, they could share them. But the man only laughed. Why share anything when you can have it all? And the king didn't know what to do. Then his mind became clouded, and through that crack, a demon entered the world and took possession of him. That hatred had lived in him for centuries since then, and he reached his hands toward Cloud's neck. The king of the resort was adamant that it was his, and belonged to him alone. The island's sky, sea, rocks, treasure, it all belongs to him. But Cloud firmly told him to shut up. Only talking about some trivial things, said the multi-billionaire director of the ruined resort. Even the demon was shocked at such brazen statements that didn't fit into common sense logic. The wealth expert said everything is fleeting, it will all pass. He stated that when you close your eyes, the only thing that remains is pride. But the demon only grew angrier at these empty words, which seemed to ignore the core of the problem and the content of his pain. Harkon shouted to Lai as he wondered if the demon had possessed him as he snapped back to reality. Cloud pointed his hand towards the golden palace that towered in front of them. He thought about the castle's foundation. He needed to intervene just a little to affect the foundation. And then everyone saw how the gilded palace began to crumble and fold up like a house of cards. The whole thing had turned into a pile of rubble. Such was Cloud's response to the demon's claim. Lai miraculously stayed on his feet due to the mana deficit, and Cloud shouted for the demon of greed to come out to him. He shouted to him that wealth was insignificant, that the soldiers that protected him were dead. Even though he was like that now, he had once been the proud director of the resort. A huge evil beast crawled out from under the ruins, like a brother of the Shai Hulud. The demon was enraged that he had touched his island, his wealth, and dared to resist greed. The shadows filled all around and reached out with evil imperialistic tentacles to everyone around them. The tentacles restrained the players, and they couldn't move. It squeezed them so that they couldn't breathe, and it was very dangerous. The demon of greed promised to turn everyone into undead that would protect his treasure for eternity. Ted thought that if that really happened, he'd better kill himself right away, except that the necromancer didn't care. Cloud shouted at the demon again, as if reprimanding a teenage schoolboy to know the measure, and in one fell swoop dispelled the spirit of capitalism, and players and bots were able to breathe freely. Cloud was still standing in front as if protecting them, though he simply couldn't take another step. The demon clenched his teeth. He didn't understand how Cloud could control his mind. After all, he is a great evil. But the aristocrat was simply immune to greed, in the form of his wealth, and told the demon that he wasn't evil at all. Cloud triggered an exorcism rite, and donated the vampire orb he'd gotten recently to bring the resort director to his senses. The ugly-eyed Shai Hulud froze from a surprise attack he couldn't block. Cloud pompously retorted that it was time to right all wrongs, and broke the sphere. That's when the director realized it was time to stop, because the resort building was already destroyed, and all the servants were dead. The demon couldn't stand the loss of its host and burst with a deafening pop. Rapturous shouts of praise for the great hero swept across the online news. And then they turned their attention to the resort director who appeared after the demon fell. The man knelt in front of Cloud and everyone fell silent, waiting to see what would happen next. The man did not understand how he survived, for surely he should have fallen with the great evil. He looked at Cloud and asked if he had saved him, but the aristocrat couldn't see anything because of the level up notifications. Lai hurried to see the trophy when the hidden task icon appeared, which gave 9 seconds to think. The point of the assignment was to help the director of Bad Luck Island find meaning in life and regain the crown. It took Cloud a long time to realize what the crown was to be returned, and then he remembered the first item he had received on this island. Everyone who watched the drone broadcast was thinking about what kind of person appeared after the demon was destroyed. Maybe he was a new demon. In front of everyone, Lai pulled something out of his inventory, much to the consternation of the audience. Like a god emperor, he crowned the director of the resort to reign, from which the king immediately looked better. The skin got rid of wrinkles, bruises under the eyes went away, and prolonged depression receded. Lai breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously thought that the crown was high-quality trash that had fallen off the turtle, and was glad that it had found a use. Then came the notification that they had uncovered the secret of the island. The same message was received by all players that were on the island at that moment. They were shocked that the rift had been mopped up, moreover not by a guild, but by an independent player. There was the same confusion in Guild Radiance, as it was as if this entire quest arc was designed for one person. The boy blogger went crazy with excitement at the sight of other people's accomplishments, but he got his content to viewers. Analysts and media got a shock too, at the fact that the notice went global. Lai squeezed his eyes shut against the bright light. He didn't realize what was going on, or what secret had been revealed. The system reported that the ancient kingdom resort was being reborn. Rays of light struck the sky and emerged from the ground. The ground shook, and people couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the ruined resort coming back out of the ground. Magically, a 5-star luxury hotel with a pool appeared on the island. But its walls looked dilapidated, cracks everywhere, paint faded. There was light coming from the director of the revitalized resort, and even more attention was drawn to it. Lai and Cloud watched the headmaster ascend. A huge magical power gathered around him in a whirlwind. And then the director got down on his knee and introduced himself as the last king of the resort, Akuna Matata. Lai got a bunch of notifications about being a benefactor of the resort again, and the relationship level with Akuna's character peaked. Ted froze in bewilderment at the fact that the king of this place had been reborn, and also that the king of the ancient resort himself kneeled before Lai. The culprit was equally perplexed. Akuna asked his benefactor's name, still not rising from his knees. Lai wasn't used to that, but Cloud pretended he should be. Lai tried to calm himself down with the thoughts that even though the resort director was ancient, he was still the king, and one had to express himself as politely as possible. But Cloud, as usual, just called their estate in this world. It was incredibly rude to an entire king, so much so that the entire audience shook. Akuna promised to remember the name of his benefactor for many years to come. His words were the opposite of being overly polite after introducing Cloud. Akuna said that when he was under the influence of evil, he memorized the words of his benefactor. It was time to correct mistakes. That was what Akuna remembered. Lai was immediately embarrassed at being quoted. Hearing these words, Akuna decided to end himself and the great evil in his heart. But his benefactor gave him life and a crown, Akuna said. An aura of royal nobility emanated from him. The head of the Order of Lion Knights, Harkon, experienced a familiar feeling. Akuna asked him why he should go on living. After all, he is a king who had made so many mistakes. He had lost all his subjects, and now he didn't know what to do with his life. The leader of the group of players ran with all his legs and drove the others, before them cowardly hiding in the bushes like hares. It was the first world-class upgrade. There was a new country on Earth, and he could already smell the money. In Arcana's time, one country was incredibly valuable. This land will have many resorts. There are many rare treasures and beasts. Once the kingdom was built, real estate prices would skyrocket, and the leader wanted to seize the opportunity, albeit late. When he ran in, he found a multitude of people standing as if they were at a solemn ceremony. Cloud answered for all the people of the land, as if he had the right to do so, that the right thing to do would be to restore the resort kingdom. Akuna was also surprised that one could rebuild a kingdom of their one king and one hotel. He was worried that no one would trust a king who had turned his back on his people and would follow him. Cloud said it all depends on his next move. As the king of Bad Luck Island, he can get his pride back and make things right. And in return, Cloud promised to help. Though dead people, family was no longer recoverable. Akuna decided to move on with his life. Of course, Cloud didn't come up with this himself. All the words were in the hidden mission window, meaning the main political actor was still the system. King Akuna formally accepted his wishes, but in that instant, someone proclaimed that this was the way it should be. It was a group of wary players who came in when it was almost over. The Second Sun Guild declared that the Bad Luck Kingdom deserved to be built, and promised to help them do so. Turning to the other players, he asked their permission to join, not even hiding his intentions. Of course, he approached Lai as well. He wanted whoever had started all this to know him by sight, so he came closer and grabbed Lai's hand, starting to suck up. Everyone looked at these strange grimaces with a mixture of contempt and surprise. But Cloud was in no hurry to answer. He studied the face of the slippery weasel. From his grim face, the guild leader realized that he had done something wrong. There was an awkward pause, and the silence that marks the birth of a law enforcement officer. The players began to shame the weasel for forgetting his manners and being so tactless. He immediately started apologizing for grabbing the wrong hand. Cloud looked furious, but was actually terribly sleepy. He struggled to focus on his interlocutor, and frowned after all the battles. Fatigue was catching up with him, to the monotonous chirping of the weasel. He wanted to get home sooner, so he turned to the king of the resort again. Toth looked at him, waiting for further instructions. Cloud had a suggestion for him, he told Akuna. The Gaiun and Berserk guilds will work to rebuild the resort, the headlines reported, and the weasel was simply ignored. The girls of the Berserk guild were pouring laughter. From such good fortune, they were happy that a competitor for the development had been put to the bottom. The guys came over and offered ice cream, but the girls burst out laughing. They'd already thought Leia had gone completely insane. But a friend explained that they'd been amused by the news of the sneaky blonde. The one on camera justified that he came with pure intentions and just wanted to get the job done. They all found the story funny and laughed again. Blondown's shame didn't end there. His old posts where he was talking bullshit surfaced online. John congratulated his brother. They had finally done it. He was very happy with him. Through their efforts and Lai's help, they obtained a quest to develop the resort. The members of their crew looked at the courtesy of the brothers and did not understand their joy. But this wasn't just a cool quest. Bad Luck Island was the first kingdom since Arcana manifested in reality, and it boded well. Now a lot of people would be trying to make connections with the kingdom, and the blonde boy was one of them. The kingdom was an attractive resort for everyone, rich in fossils, and had zero competition at launch, so people flocked there. Whoever is the first to occupy all the hotspots, positions, lands, will get the maximum benefit. Cloud destroyed the wall in front of him to make a passageway. He was terribly exhausted, but unlike Lai, he didn't show it. He thought about how to get home in all this chaos, and whether to go straight to the mage tower. When he saw the mound of hair that hung in front of him like a curtain, and its owner was violating his personal space as usual. Lai was scared because he mistook Jessie for a ghost at first. Jessie showed a polite greeting. She took off her hat, then brought her hands together in front of her. The girl studied a lot in front of the mirror. Step 3, lightly bow, keeping your back and neck straight. Finally, she asked him how he was doing. It came out a little ridiculous. She still had a lot to learn, but her sincerity was unquestionable. Cloud sat down in his chair. He was dreadfully sleepy, so he kept his eyes straining to stay awake. He was touched by the girl's politeness, but had absolutely no energy left to reply. He didn't have any tea with him, but he offered the girl a seat anyway. Cloud was puzzled that there wasn't a rocket to the mage tower. He meant the delivery service, but Jessie took him literally and said she could hit a rocket back too. She chirped merrily about how she had a lot of questions for him about magic, and Cloud thought about how dead tired he was. Today had been a busy day, and listening to her soft, chime-like voice, he didn't notice how he'd passed out. Jessie looked away from her questions and glanced at Cloud. It was only then that it reached her that he didn't answer, and it was as if he'd withdrawn into himself. Involuntarily, she moved closer to him and touched his face. Cloud opened his eyes and flinched as if someone had yanked him back. There was a note on the table. Jessie said she'd stop by next time, and added that his hair was getting in his eyes. Cloud was really exhausted, even falling asleep right in front of Jessie, which was quite unseemly of him. The Supreme Mage quest window appeared in front of my eyes again, and one had to prove himself to convince the Supreme Mages. The lull was over, Lai realized. There was no way the mages in the tower would just accept him. And besides, it was all on Marcel's patronage. But why exactly today, when he was still sleepy? Cloud didn't understand. Someone knocked and he invited his guest in. It was the same Marcel who had given him this quest. It was as if he was waiting under the door for Cloud to wake up. Cloud already knew why his fellow mage had come to him and told him so. He had to prove himself, Cloud said, barely waking his eyes after sleep. Marcel noticed Cloud's wrinkled appearance and apologized for the fact that mages didn't trust him, and it was an inconvenience. Lai told him that everything was fine, he just wanted to get some more sleep. Fixing his suit, he told the mage to guide him. Since they didn't believe in him, he would make them believe in him. A whole panel of mages had gathered in the hall, headed by a sorceress with green hair. It was the senior mage of the recovery school, Bella. She thought about the fact that Lai would definitely not confirm her qualifications. After all, there was a level 3 sealing magic imposed by 3 senior mages in his path, which means he can't even enter the room to show anything to the board. Not to mention finding the very room in which this meeting is being held. She was so confident when Cloud just pushed open the door she had just walked past. All the mages, including Bella, just dropped their jaws, so shocked were they. Cloud broke the magic seal without any effort, as if it didn't exist at all. Even Marcel, the founder of magic theory, couldn't do that, Bella marveled. Cloud angrily announced to them that someone had played a joke on that door. Bella recoiled, experiencing a strange and frightening feeling. Cloud continued. He noted that everyone here had gathered to greet him. He approached Bella sharply, and his voice sounded stern. If they were going to waste time, were they sure they could answer for it? Cloud asked them. Bella froze in a pose strange to her, and didn't know what to say, and her heart skipped a beat. Cloud just slept on the move, and moved like a robot, causing his gestures and speech to be abrupt. Just now, he passed out standing up without closing his eyes. This was beyond common sense, worried Lai. Cloud said he would forgive them this time, but cautioned them to refrain from such jokes next time. Bella grinned, out of bewilderment as he walked away. Cloud called everything a joke. Even she couldn't control that seal. The mages, too, were shocked at such a swift performance. And then one of the wizards remembered Cloud's silver hair. It was the one Claire was talking about last time, the seeker who had attended the conference uninvited. Claire was highly impressed, and told everyone about this guy. When the mages realized who they were testing, it came to them why Marcel was so supportive of this man. And then Bella realized that Lai was the one who had discerned the illusion of the master of the magic tower. The tower rose majestically in the night sky, a huge magic circle shining above it. Cloud stayed here until evening, and was about to go home when the system showed the notification again, much to Lai's horror. The progress of the assignment was slower than he thought. He had only gotten the recognition of 3 people out of the 20 needed. Pada, considering they were senior leadership mages, each with their own school. You could say that it wasn't a bad start for someone who had just opened the doors. Besides, he was a demon hunter, not a mage by profile. Lai wanted to get some sleep and then send the trophies off the island for appraisal. He was thinking about learning magic from the beginning, step by step, when someone called out to him. There was a scroll in front of his eyes that called out to him, and then Lai thought he was hallucinating from lack of sleep. It was Marcel, the scroll reported, and they were both greatly surprised. There was a magical parchment in front of him, Marcel explained. They used it as a means of communication, and if he wanted to answer him, one had to bring the parchment up to his face and speak. Marcel was so excited about this trinket, but a man raised in a world of smartphones, it was hard to be surprised by connectivity. Cloud put his head close to the paper, almost touching it with his face, and Marcel said he didn't need to stick it that close. Lai gave up on the foolish idea of mastering magical communication, and simply tossed the scroll into the trash. Marcel actually contacted him to apologize, Scroll said. Getting out of the URL, the spam messages went to a new level. He heard about what had happened in the crystal room, and the joke that had happened with the door, and apologized for the rudeness of his colleagues. The senior mages have reached the top of the tower, each in their own school of magic, and to get promoted, they are constantly proving their skills. In short, they're the best in their class, and want to be the best in school, Lai realized in his own way. And Marcel was tired of them. From the high schooler's point of view, the top student brought in a student and declared him the second best student, ignoring everyone else, Cloud realized. He told Marcel that even aristocrats had to justify their position, so he was used to it. Marcel said that other mages underestimate him, due to the fact that he himself lacked a lot. And then Lai shuddered. Cloud couldn't be told that anyone was underestimating him. The aristocrat immediately piqued his interest. To Lai's horror, the aristocrat said his crowning phrase, that if you're underestimated, you should definitely make sure you're overestimated. Cloud argued that if someone doubts, you should just show them properly, and do so always. Marcel apologized again for contacting through the scroll rather than coming in person. Cloud's words moved him, for he too was a proud man. Marcel promised to be sure to stop by, and Cloud assured him he wasn't mad. But there was no way to refuse the visit. The wizard said he would come back in 10 minutes and cut the connection. Cloud grabbed his head. Sleep is for wimps, he realized. He would sleep on the other side of the world. He looked down at his hand, thinking again about the task at hand. Cloud wasn't even a novice mage, and gaining support was an impossible task for him. His diva level had reached 200, while the mages in the tower had over 600. To them, he was just a fledgling chicken. Of course, Cloud wasn't going to give up and continued to watch. He summoned several flame magic spells and watched them. The fireballs turned into Chinese fire lanterns and filled the room with a pleasant light. Lai was in agreement with Cloud's assertion. Ultimately, his joy belonged to both of them. They were both part of the same size. And then Lai threw up rainbows at the mere thought of it. A proud autocrat who dabbles in light magic, though he has yet to regain mana. Later, Marcel showed up as promised. Cloud once again putting on his aristocrat mask to hide his fatigue. Construction work was boiling on the island of bad luck, with workers scurrying everywhere. Strange rumors went viral on the net. As usual, the lovers of dirty laundry follow every personality, and if there is nothing, start making it up. The brothers were angry. As soon as Marcel entered Lai's office, his face stretched with surprise. He asked in between if Cloud had used magic just now. Lai thought Marcel smelled the smell of burning, and Cloud said he practiced elemental magic and promised not to burn down the lab. But that wasn't the point. Marcel still looked puzzled. The room was filled with a truly fantastic trail of magic. The application of any magic leaves traces. What kind of observation it went through. The more complex the process, the deeper the trace. Claire that came in followed, enthused. The other mages also entered the office following Marcel and appreciated the magical trace. They thought it was left by the head mage. Cloud froze, surprised at the crowd that had swarmed in to visit him. The wizards were amazed at the beauty of this magic, and thought it might even win some sort of contest. But the wizard quickly pointed his hand at Lai, and said it was his magic. However, whoever was just here took advantage of the moment their attention was diverted and slipped away. Lai was determined to get a good night's sleep, and no one else could stop him in this world. He thought that the crazy mages had gone completely insane, so he hurried to the portal to get back home. Otherwise he would just die of exhaustion. But then he was blocked by several odd-looking mages at once. They were looking for him and wanted to meet him after his introduction in the Crystal Hall. And they gave him a Rubik's Cube with 6 rows. It was the hardest puzzle, usually took 3 hours to solve. The more he infused magic power, the more difficult this task became. It took Marcel more than 10 days to complete. Lai applied anti-magic in passing, and simply hacked the puzzle to line it up in the right order. As he walked, the number of mages that recognized him grew to 7. So far things were going well, and Lai thought he could finish even sooner than he thought. But when he came out of the tower, there was a whole crowd of gawking reporters and other slackers waiting for him. Everyone wanted to take his comment on recent events and whether he had misappropriated other people's accomplishments. He was asked to comment on online controversies that Lai knew nothing about. Cloud quickly lambasted them and said they were too rude. The proud aristocrat declared that he was not obliged to answer those who did not know good manners. But while he was answering, the mages who wanted to question him about his magic were already running out after him, and Lai realized he was trapped. He was bombarded on both sides with a countless stream of questions. Everyone craved his attention, and he had nowhere to go at all. Like a fish caught in a net, Lai panicked, not knowing what to do, when he felt the familiar feeling again, and saw a strange ripple near the wall. The flow of mana near the wall suddenly changed. Lai turned around. He was once again being clutched in a vice by annoying reporters, and without a moment's thought, he stepped through that barrier, simply disappearing before everyone's eyes, and found himself in the office of a mature sorceress who had taken off her robe and was sitting on her desk. Bella couldn't believe her eyes, and was surprised at his appearance. As soon as she opened the doors, he immediately saw them and entered, just as she expected from someone who had unraveled the illusion of the Tower Master. Lai remembered seeing this woman during the ordeal in the Crystal Hall. He figured she opened the doors to help him. Cloud said he saw someone interacting with the wall. Feeling the magic, observing it, and bringing it back was a simple task for him. He dumbfounded Bella. She laughed, which embarrassed Lai, and then repeated what Cloud had said, about being underestimated and so on. And Lai was horrified that his childishly pathos-laden speeches were being quoted. Cloud nevertheless kept a calm expression on his face, and waited for her to stop laughing. He was the only person who could tell that the Tower Master's magic was simple, Bella noticed, and formally introduced herself. Without leaving the table, she gave her name and school, and smiled at him. And according to the decision, Marcel recognized his qualifications for joint research. Cloud was pleased that he'd gotten another confession, but he didn't show it. When he was asked to comment on the controversy online, Lai was scared that everyone would be curious about his identity. But it was all insignificant. The guildmates Gayun and Berserk took up the explanation instead. However, despite his height, or fatigue, Cloud did not change his habits, and did some cleaning when he got home. He also continued to do the daily quest of the Balding Wizard, hoping to remove his limits. But Lai desperately didn't understand why Cloud ignored the concept of sleep. However, it was worth recognizing that thanks to this, he had increased his stamina and agility. and was already ahead of players of his level in terms of characteristic points. Of course, stamina and agility were completely useless characteristics for a demon hunter. He had no melee skills, the character was trash, a fop, and only good at bread delivery tasks. He needed magic power. Just as Cloud had studied magic, which didn't require skill, Lai was thinking of learning melee combat. For example, the sword art that Harkon used, and Lai wondered what that was like. Unlike magic, it looked like a sword ballet, Cloud imagined. And Lai looked puzzled at his alter ego as the water splashed. Without realizing it himself, Cloud performed the sword aura trick while clutching the kitchen knife. He had split everything in front of him, the board, the sink, the kitchen cabinet, and made a new window in the wall. Lai was horrified as he assessed the extent of the destruction. All he was doing was cutting carrots, Cloud thought, and stared at the knife in his hand. A real waterfall came out of the broken pipe that supplied water, and a rainbow sparkled. The Berserk Guild was already completing their first hotel on Bad Luck Island. Foreman Leia stared at her phone with a disgruntled look. Her team didn't understand the oppressive atmosphere around the girl lately. There were still versions of what happened on the island wandering around the web that cast doubt on Lai's efforts, but many defended it with frothing at the mouth, proving otherwise. People's opinions fell into two camps, and each had a compelling argument. A novice player couldn't do that much on his own. But of course, those who were directly involved in the battle and saw everything with their own eyes only went out of their minds from these words. Leia began to lay out the three-story when her trusty friend intervened. Leia resented the nonsense that stupid and unemployed people put on the net. From the way Leia was defending Lai, her friend realized something serious was coming, and her eyes sparkled. Her friend asked if it was because of Leia that she was so angry, and Leia began to deny everything sharply, but her face gave her away entirely. And the more she justified herself, the more she convinced her team that the matter was not clean. The guys joked that Lai had sinned to be punished like that, and were immediately sent to look for moles, and the friend began to reassure Leia, "All rumors are just nonsense, and will soon settle by themselves." It reminded Leia of past times when they used to play Arcana together and were given titles back then. Upon completion of the hotel, Leia will receive lands and title, as well as the attitude points of the King of Akuna. Other guilds will have to show her respect according to her title in these lands. Leia imagined all those tantalizing pictures, and she liked them. The girl was already anticipating power and majesty and grinned. Her friend saw her smile and started pinching her cheeks, telling her that Leia was much cuter that way. But the resort remodeling quest really was a good opportunity, Leia thought. An island where you could mine treasure without entering the rifts, a title. It was an opportunity anyone would envy. And she was lost in speculation as to why Lai had provided her to them. Leia felt indebted to him again, and wondered when she would be able to have a cup of tea with Lai again. Meanwhile, Cloud arrived on the island again, this time bringing his glasses with him. Barking managed to awaken his swordsman powers, but he couldn't control them, which got him in trouble with his landlord. Due to physical exhaustion and sword energy, Lai lost consciousness for 6 days. His body simply couldn't withstand his strength. He was thinking about the fact that he couldn't find any information about it online when he was stopped by the island's guardian. The guard said he used to be a hero, and now he's been shot in the knee. But you can't enter the island while work is being done here. He demanded an entry permit, but nothing like that. Cloud didn't have it on him. Lai was surprised that passport control had been instituted so quickly. It was great that the Arkansans had settled on the island, but now he was demanding that Cloud go home. Then the aristocrat asked if there was a way to meet Harkon, and the guard clarified whether it was a noble captain of the Order of Knights. Sensing his chance to assert himself, the victim of janitor syndrome said the captain was beyond the reach of mere mortals, and Lai began to get angry. Cloud then decided to pass on the message to Harkon or Akuna, but was again rebuffed by the arrogant stickholder. He reprimanded him for speaking so formally of Harkon and the king of the resort, for he was not the first such seeker, the guard said. Such a thing was allowed only to the benefactor Laius, the guard declared, and at that moment the king came running to them at the noise, which made the sweet roll lover's eyes pop out of his forehead like a hermit crayfish. Benefactor status activated when someone recognized him. Lai was notified when the king said hello to him. Cloud said he had business with Harkon, but it looks like authorization is required. Akuna didn't understand what he was talking about, for the hero was allowed everything, and the guard had already imagined how he would sit on his spear. Akuna added that since he is a benefactor, he has equal powers with the king of the resort, and no authorization is needed. But issued only now, Lai thought, though it wasn't bad enough as it was. He was surprised that his power in the resort was so great, and the king asked what business he had with Harkon. Meanwhile, the knights trained hard on the beach of a tropical island, keeping their armor on in the heat of the day. Gina Bright mercilessly admonished the knights and scolded them for every misstep. She was a true sergeant to the core, and the warriors obeyed her. Harkon was surprised by Cloud's request to teach him techniques for controlling sword energy. To Yenny's shouts, Lai explained everything. He wanted to control a light like the one Harkon had in the battle. The knight was surprised that Lai saw this light. Without an innate talent, even practicing for 10 years, it was hard to sense this power. Harkon said that Lai had surprised him again, but the proud aristocrat in him replied that there was nothing to be surprised about, for it was him. The knight told him it wouldn't work. Even experienced swordsmen couldn't master this technique, let alone mages. Even if he sees energy, his own will only appear in 10 years, Harkon stated. But Lai objected. He said the energy could show up, and he was sure of it. He repeated his request that he wanted training on how to control energy, not awaken it. And Harkon froze with his mouth open at what he heard. It turned everything upside down. He demanded that Yenny bring a sword and a lion's oath. Later they came to a beach where there was a statue of a lion standing on a block of stone. As the barker got closer, he realized it was a steel plate. The knights didn't know why the lion's oath was suddenly needed. Harkon explained that it was an ancient relic they were preserving. It was made of meteorite iron, and it was stronger than normal iron. Only 2 people were able to leave marks on this plate, one belonging to Harkon. He held out his sword to him and offered to manifest his sword energy and become the author of the 3rd mark, sounding like a challenge. Cloud, who hated being underestimated, stared at the sword. The deputy wanted to object, but Yenny stopped him. After all, Lai was only a seeker, and it was still an impossible task for him. But the deputy was still worried about the captain offering his sword. Lai surprised them when he himself declined such an honor. He couldn't hold the captain's heavy claymore. Instead, he took a knight's training sword that matched his level. Harkon was again surprised by this choice. The task began to seem even more impossible to Lai. In his hand was an ordinary training sword with a blunt blade. But what was their amazement when Lai struck with his sword aura and left a furrow on the sculpture. The energy of the sword was staggering, and not inferior to the captain of the knights. Cloud asked if that was enough. He looked better than he actually felt. Harkon's sword was made of the same meteoric iron as the seal, the natural alloying making it stronger than the others. But Lai couldn't keep it because of the low level, and took on a training one, which turned out to be quite heavy. In the process, Lai lost control and grabbed the sword with both hands to hold on. Harkon laughed after seeing such a performance. Now he wanted to unleash Lai's full potential even more. Out of the corner of his eye, Harkon noticed Lai struggling to contain the trembling in his hands from a single swing of his sword, and offered to start training immediately. He ordered Yenny and his assistant to train Lai. Harkon said to start with the basics of sword wielding, and these 2 are good at it, and he needs to train his body first. Lai was glad he was understood so quickly. He really did need to strengthen his body. Cloud and a few other knights lined up on the beach for practice. In the eyes of the first mate, Lai was an upstart mage who had been recognized by the captain, but refusing to give up his sword spoke volumes about his respect. Even if he didn't like Cloud, he had to treat him like one, thought Harkon's aide. Gina warned them that the training would be rigorous and told them to change into their uniforms. She looked at Lai. Even though he had awakened the energy in battle, he wouldn't be able to use it because he wouldn't have the strength, she thought. She had hoped to train the frail mage to death, but was stunned when Lai changed his clothes. His statuesque body was in stark contrast to her ideas of mages, and the aide told Yenny off for dirty thoughts with a blush on her cheeks. Yenny immediately adopted a fencing pose and adopted a serious look. She gave the command to raise her swords. Along with their assistants, they mentored a group of novices, helping them learn new techniques. Lai remembered the way Harkon held his sword as he got used to the stance. The knight's smashing blade was very heavy and fast. Lai remembered the feeling. Strength. That's what's needed, he reflected, getting into position for an overhead kick, and then took a swing, causing a hurricane in the middle of the beach, and his blade glittered like lightning. The shockwave nearly blew aside the experienced knights who had not expected such an outburst at all. The wind lightly fixed their hair, and they didn't know what to do, scream or run straight to the stylist for styling. The deputy asked what it was, and Lai said he was trying to imitate Harkon. It wasn't just an imitation, it was the captain's style, Yenny recognized. It took the knights decades to do it. She hadn't heard anything about the hero's reeds. As with the released sword energy, Lai had to be a mage, but this was the first time Yenny had seen such a genius. Harkon noted that Lai's natural talent, Lai exceeded even his own. Too wasteful to leave him a mage, he thought. He felt that he should effect it properly when King Akuna approached him. He too had come to observe his benefactor who wanted to learn sword techniques, and asked if there was too much sand on the beach, and worried that Lai might have bronchial problems because of it. Harkon simply gawked at his knights, and they stood in line, catching his silent order. The knights immediately began cleaning the beach of sand, which raised even more dust. The king of the resort noted in between that the sun was quite bright on the tropical island, and whether Lai would faint from heat stroke. Harkon gawked again at his men, and they accepted his telepathy. The knights immediately did some landscaping, and transplanted tall palm trees from the jungle to the beach so that more shade would appear. Harkon told the king that he was amazed at how much attention he paid to just one training session. When the king was so worried, Harkon couldn't sit still either, and called his deputies. He said he has been too relaxed lately and needs to retrain with new recruits. His subordinates were horrified at this lunacy, for the training had to be intensified 100-fold for the captain. Then Harkon turned to Lai, and asked if he would mind practicing together, and he felt that he could become an enemy. But Cloud agreed anyway, since it wasn't his problem, and grinned. Since that was the case, he suggested that Yenny and the assistant join the training as well, and caught their angry looks. And so began from the world's most unpleasant training with the commander of the knights. There was a knock on the door of Mantis's laboratory in the magic tower, and he told the visitor to enter. Mantis was the senior mage of the School of Sorcery. He was the one who had raised it from the level of a sect to the second most powerful mage in the tower after Marcel. The grim sorcerer asked his guest what business he had come to him for. The man reported that among the items given to Lai was one related to dark magic. The items that were given to Lai were not easy to obtain, especially the vampire orb. Mantis demanded that the parchment bound to Lai be brought to him, and decided to assess his belongings himself. By the end of Lai's training, the knights were exhausted from cleaning up the sand on the beach. Everyone fell asleep right under the open sky because there was no more strength. Despite the busy day, no one canceled the daily quest, and Cloud continued his exercise routine. Harkon was frenetic in his exercises. It was as if he was off the chain, so happy was he. But he needed more exertion than the others to feel fatigue. Fortunately, when Lai went beyond his limits, there was a status that relieved the fatigue. Now it was time to go to bed, Lai thought, but then he saw a bird carrying a scroll. As he turned around, Mantis came on the line with him and formally introduced himself. Lai remembered that he had asked the magic tower to examine the items he had gotten on the quests and evaluate them. First, he told him about the orb that was filled with vampire blood that could do damage to a target if it spilled out, and Mantis wanted to borrow it. It wasn't bad for Lai. He couldn't use the orb for now anyway. He would need it later when he needed to return the brooch. Lai agreed, and Mantis told him about the next item, which restored some of the lost health and was good for amulets. The treasure of carp scales increased the power of the fire attribute, and it increased the sense of aesthetics. Mantis also wanted a wallet to use in his research. Lai said he couldn't give the wallet but wanted to make something out of it, and the green crystal. Mantis had warned that they would charge a decent amount of money for fabrication, and Lai realized it was time to demonstrate the eloquent skills of an office slave. First of all, he expected to evaluate the skills of the magic tower first, so he approached the scroll. But Cloud had said to get Mantis results regardless of the price. That was the worst thing you could say in a negotiation, Lai resented. Mantis liked this approach. He understood why Marcel had chosen such an assistant and wanted to discuss something else, but Lai had already passed out. The mage was clearly upset, for just now things were going so well. He had left a note on the scroll wishing for a meeting. The morning dawn rose over the gold resort when everyone was still asleep after their night's adventures. But some had to complete their mandatory training program. Fortunately now it was easier than before. While he was running, a post owl caught up with him, dragging the scroll from which Mantis had spoken to him, who wanted to finish yesterday's conversation. Since Lai never replied to the message because he hadn't seen it, Mantis repeated his offer to meet in the soaring garden. But Cloud immediately replied that it was difficult. Then Mantis suggested that the meeting be postponed until after lunch. Again he was refused. He repeated the postponement and offered in a couple days. But Cloud was adamant. And then Mantis realized that Cloud was testing his manners and politeness, or his patience and common sense. He tried again to say something, but was immediately rebuffed stiffly by Cloud. Cloud explained that he was concentrating on training with his sword, so he couldn't spend time on face-to-face meetings, and Mantis asked when he could. On the morning of 2 days later, the proud aristocrat promised to allow an hour of time, at which time he himself was thinking of going to the tower, so he pitched it as a magnanimity. Mantis flew off, having gotten his, and their conversation was watched by Harkon, who waited for Lai to finish. In the afternoon they started swinging swords again to learn swordsmanship and proper stance. Harkon called Lai aside and said something unexpected, therefore asked him to repeat himself. On the second day of their training, the captain of the knights said he could no longer train him. Cloud had already reached the stage of enlightenment in practice. That's what it meant, explained the knight. He offered him a real fight. After 2 days of training, Lai was horrified, but Cloud proudly accepted everything. Harkon told him that he was underestimating his abilities and offered to infuse the sword with aura once. It was hard to understand what the knight was thinking. If Lai couldn't control the power, he would just faint from exhaustion. It took concentration, and he wasn't quite sure what aura meant, for it was different from the skills of magic he had mastered. And then Cloud felt a stream of power that flowed inside his body, which could be controlled as well as magic, as Harkon had said. And when he did, his sword turned blue, showing that he was a good Jedi and served the light side of the Force. It was the same power that magic had. After observation and all the hard work, the aura became stable and controlled, Lai realized. Harkon said it was all due to hard work. Even after diligent training, Cloud continued his personal pursuits. Harkon noted that his aura was so neat, which meant he was a born swordsman, and asked with eagerness in his eyes if Sir Lai would like to go with him all the way down the path of the sword. Lai realized that he needed to escape before he was recruited, and without a shadow of regret, he informed him that he wasn't going to pursue only the sword. As if that wasn't enough, Cloud decided to put on some pathos, and said that if he ever went the way of the sword, it would only be his way. But surprisingly, the noble captain of the knights was fallen for such words and brightened up. He told him afterward that he would look forward to seeing him at the end of this journey. Lai decided he would change and leave. The key to using aura, the mindset of working hard, he thought as he stepped out of the bushes to the rest of the students. It didn't look like the students understood anything, but they were trying their best, so Gina decided not to disturb them. She thought about how it had never happened before that someone mastered the aura in one day, and meant Sir Lai was a genius, that different from everyone else, or just a cheater. They were too far away from her, a mere knight, however skillful. Even if running this way, she could hardly catch up with them. But the swordsman's pride wouldn't let Gina give up. She wanted to be shoulder to shoulder with him one day, and her eyes burned with fire. Though the aide didn't think he could be like their captain, he too had the pride of a knight, and he stood beside Ian. Harkon was pleased with the eagerness that Laia had ignited while he was at their training camp. Everyone was motivated. Geniuses really can change the world, he thought, his heart also burning for the first time in a long time. With sword in hand, Lai walked through the jungle, now unafraid. Even though Harkon had told him that he could test his sword in practice, Lai was still worried if he could find low-level mobs to test. He wanted to meet some 10th-level deer, but ran into a 300th-level leopard. Besides, there were no demons nearby, which meant the natural enemy skill didn't work either, Lai came to dread. But Cloud turned to the monster and told him how dare he bared his fangs, you uneducated beast. The aristocrat's pride activated, and he added that he would teach the wild beast manners. Lai shouted that it wasn't even a skill. Another swordsman of 2 blades walked across the battlefield, and behind him was nothing but a carpet of bodies. It was Kira, the leader of the Shadow Mercenaries. She didn't understand where her team had gone. The jungle was full of monsters, and she was completely lost on this island. When she finally saw the first living soul, the strange guy who pointed his sword at the beast. A leopard with a silver mane and an aura user, Kira noted. Even if the guy knew how to wield aura and could become a promising seeker. But his enemy was too strong. It was a local level boss, the mercenary captain thought, and decided that while he was dealing with the monster, she could infiltrate the kingdom. Kira mentally apologized to the seeker who was about to die. She had to keep her promise. The shadowy mercenaries agreed to gather on Bad Luck Island in 3 days and reclaim what the game had taken from them. She dreamed of gaining territory in the new land and becoming an aristocrat, and there high a trouble-free life, the mercenary exulted. Lai was tearing his hair out. He had just forgotten that this was an island of bad luck, because a strong monster could be encountered even on the way to the bathroom. With the big difference in levels, even a sword aura won't help him, Lai thought. Last time he was helped by the evil shadow that covered the entire island. As soon as he takes a swing at the leopard immediately counterattacks. But he couldn't just stand still either, even though Lai wasn't suffering like before. But his sword aura was consuming a lot of strength. In passing, he remembered that he had the magic he had used to deal with the Emerald Tiger. But Cloud said that now was the time to show all that he had learned, and it would only be right to use the sword. Lai wondered if he was going to die now. Would it be murder or suicide when the leopard lunged at him to attack? In any case, death is death. Because of Cloud's words, he won't even get insurance, thought Lai, and took a stance to repel the attack. He was already mentally saying goodbye to his parents and sisters, and preparing to die. But nothing happened, and Lai just lashed out. He didn't understand why the leopard was so slow, and Cloud easily defeated it with a couple punches. The natural enemy wasn't activated. There was a difference in levels, and still they won easily. This was the power of the sword aura. Lai was surprised. He hadn't expected such power from himself. Cloud haughtily declared that it wasn't even suitable for warming up, even though their health levels had become dangerously low. On the agreed day of the meeting with Mantis in the soaring garden, Mantis sat at a table amidst a beautiful garden full of fragrant herbs and flowers. Lai was a recognized seeker by Marcel, and Mantis wanted to find out what kind of man he was. Minute by minute, the proud aristocrat showed up for the meeting, but walked with a trembling gait. Cloud spoke bluntly, completely unfriendly, and asked if he was Mantis. The man before him introduced himself properly and offered a seat, Mantis thought, Lai's gait making the whole earth shudder. Cloud responded to the greeting as etiquette demanded. In fact, he was dead tired, and barely restrained himself from collapsing to the floor. Checking all sorts of things he drove himself to the point of unleashing all the monsters on the island of bad luck. Cloud carefully hid the pain with which he moved, and asked what Mantis had business with him. Then Mantis used his sorcery. Dark energy came out of his fingers. The rings on his hand were susceptible to black magic and instantly darkened as Cloud approached. It was also the first time Mantis had ever seen such a rich dark color. He didn't understand what darkness lurked in this man, and Lai didn't understand why they just stared at him rather than offering him a seat. But then it was time for the flashback that no one was expecting, and it came. Mantis used to be bullied a lot. He was tripped up, mocked for his fascination with cursing and heavy metal. A young fan of goth culture, he decided that he would prove the power of sorcery and the true value of this magic to those misfits. Back then, he was speaking in the main auditorium of the Magic Tower, in front of everyone. He showed them that if you used magical power, you could move dead animals at will, though this had its own problems. Many religiously minded wizards resented his research. His magic was called despicable. Mantis asked them to take their time and look at the essence first. This magic had its purpose as well, but everyone demanded that the dean make an immediate ruling. Even though he valued diversity, this magic was unacceptable in the opinion of many. But Dean asked Mantis in a good-natured voice if he had decided what he would call this magic. And the one said that henceforth he would call this magic, black magic, and the culture is ready to be resurrected. After that, the new magic was accepted, but Mantis's fame didn't last long. He believed that worldview interference could be solved with black magic, but had not had any progress in years. Eventually, a few years later, due to worldview interference, a magical tower appeared on Earth. Mantis believed there was a way to prevent this from happening, but there was nothing he could do alone, and he spent his days self-mutilating. But who would have thought that outside of Arcana there would be someone with an incredible sensitivity to black magic? And Mantis thought that with a man like that, he could go beyond research. Lai broke him from his long musings, and asked if the matter for which he had been summoned had anything to do with the color of his rings. Cloud stated that he could spare him just one tea, and took a sip of the tea he himself had brought. Mantis explained that these rings are sensitive to black magic. In other words, they measure his talent for magic. It was the same magic as regular magic, only it used different powers, Mantis added. If conventional magic was built on observation and interference, that dark magic used inner darkness as magical power was what made it different. Black magic is created under the influence of the mind that manifests it, especially the past. The deeper it is, the more powerful magic it possesses. But seeing Cloud's sensitivity to black magic, Mantis was horrified at how dark a past he had experienced. Lei thought at first it was about his 8th grade dreamer syndrome. It was too embarrassing, the magic of public execution. But maybe it was because of the past Cloud had created, Lei reflected. Cloud said it's quite unpleasant to assess a person's past when meeting them for the first time, and called it bad form. Mantis immediately became saddened and apologized for his carelessness. He said he would surely punish himself by informing the elders so that they would levy a penalty. But it was too great a burden for Cloud, and the proud aristocrat said he would accept the apology. After all, the spirit of a seeker is the virtue of a scholar. He had no hatred for a scholar who was true to his path and desired to study black magic. Mantis immediately brightened at these words of encouragement. He too was partial to high-syllable speeches, and Lai couldn't help but wonder if black magic could be used if the mana was depleted, if they had a different source. Mantis immediately tried to recruit Cloud to the dark side of the Force when he heard the interest in his magic. The situation was one and the same with Captain Harkon of the Knights, who had also called him to the path of the sword. But in the same second, Cloud received notification that the number of mages supporting him had increased by 1. But since he had already achieved his goal, he immediately decided to leave. Lai feared that if he stayed here any longer, he would definitely be made a graduate student in the tower. He returned to the lab and remembered that he was already a graduate student here and busy with research. While he was reading the books, the talking scroll reappeared. Messages with offers to meet were numerous. Following Mantis, he was recognized by many other wizards. Lai was pleased that the Black Mage was so influential. Lai had increased the influence and relationships in the Tower of Magic. The very one that could change the world. After the Kingdom of Bad Luck, now another tower was in his hands. But Cloud just threw the spam in the trash. Nothing had changed for him. Lai resented it. The snooty aristocrat could just rejoice with him. And then they got some new feature and stared at the notification. Lai's eyes rounded when he read the contents of this notification. The news was discussing the first Arcana Kingdom formed on Earth, on the island of Bad Luck, and how much credit had already been put into it. The expert said it was a wise decision aimed at the future, which is not far off. The Gaian Guild had already risen to the 3rd place in the world thanks to this investment. Ted asked John how he felt about it. His brother said he was pondering how to pay Laya. Ted agreed with his brother. It was only because of this acquaintance that they moved up in the rankings. Moreover, he realized more than anyone that if it weren't for Lai, John wouldn't be in this world. Ted was determined to repay, and first finish the restoration work on the island of Bad Luck. The net was of course seething with debate from envious of their success. People wrote that in times like these you need to unite and share. This was nothing new at all. The Myth Guild used the money to lobby their interests in different governments, and so promote their group. This time they went overboard and bribed an entire minister. But how John didn't realize, he didn't understand how it was possible to engage politicians for mere players. One of the hookworms was lying on the bed, stupefied by magic. The leader of the band, Myth, like all true villains, drank wine while looking at the night city. She contacted her secretary and asked her to cancel for tomorrow. The secretary was surprised, as there was an important meeting with the deputy tomorrow, but quickly agreed. Mrs. Isel told him to tell the deputy that she was going to the island of Bad Luck for an important meeting. While Cloud was exploring the new features that were available to him in the Mage Tower, his phone was going off. It was his sisters again, and he was surprised that they were texting him again, so he picked up his phone to see what was up. At the same time, the spam parchment of the Magic Tower reappeared and jumped into his hand himself, demanding attention. It was someone he hadn't magically called before. It was the wizard Maya. She had texted him before, but since he hadn't responded, she had gotten up the nerve to call him. But her scroll was pushed aside by another spam parchment that also wanted something from Lai. Seconds later, the whole thing became a completely uncontrollable chaos of scrolls. Looking at the flood of spam that was tearing towards him, Lai realized that the pair were doing the legwork, and Cloud made a decisive offensive in the opposite direction. Hearing this story, the king of the island of Bad Luck, Akuna, laughed. Now he understood why Lai had asked for a quiet place to rest, where he could have tea in peace. But it was understandable, given that Lai had become co-investigator, the chief mage. Therefore it was worth rejoicing in such a recognition of mages, the king said. But the proud aristocrat said he did not accept formal courtesies. They were bribes of social relations, tokens of appreciation, nothing more. Akuna laughed even louder. These were words worthy of his benefactor. It was clear why. Even the great sin of greed bowed before him. King asked if he had seen the latest videos that clearly show him defeating a great evil. Lai apologized, as at that time, he got a call from his younger sister. Barely had he picked up the phone when she started yelling at him to know his measure. After which, she parodied Cloud's pathos-laden words to the king of the resort, to awaken him from his greed. "It's time to right the wrongs," the younger sister said, and made a serious face. Their friendly laughter erupted from the phone, and Lai hastily ended the call. He asked the king of the resort to provide him with vacation accommodation. Lai was getting really tired of all this social media nonsense. The king immediately offered him the title of Duke and the opportunity to choose lands to his liking. But it was burdensome, so Lai asked for one room. He was assigned a comfortable new one-person bungalow. Cloud immediately sent his jacket to the closet and began to undress. He was terribly ashamed, for now the whole world knew of his proclivities. Because Gajin posted a video of him, it racked up hundreds of millions of views. He was already thinking of suing them, when experienced a strange and unpleasant feeling, and froze. It was dust, Cloud realized, and pushed aside any thoughts of just resting. The Gaian Guild had set up a real camp in the place where the biggest construction was going on. Ted was in his tent and he looked dazed. In one day, their company's stock plummeted in value, and it was all about a bad article that was put out by the Myth Guild. The Mythos, still under the guise of nobility and concern for all, offered to share the rights to rebuild the island, and their influence grew. The article made it sound as if the disbandment and takeover of Gaian was already a fait accompli. Ted was outraged, so that he could be heard even outside. Worse, it was said that Ted was in love with Isel too, and was pursuing her to marry him. The guards stopped the guest. Ted shouted that he hated the missing woman Isel, and she asked him why as she walked in. Isol herself personally showed up at their camp even though no one had called her. The brothers were alarmed, for there were guards at the entrance who could not let her through. The wily woman asked him what he might know about her and smiled dangerously. Ted asked how she got in since there were many of their guild members outside. John immediately rushed to the exit and saw their guards lying unconscious. Turning to her, he asked if she understood what it meant to attack Gaiyun guild members. But the wily woman slyly asked what kind of attack we were talking about. Looking into John's eyes, she asked him if he was sleeping alone, and her black tentacles reached for him. John experienced a familiar feeling. Sul was the daughter of the richest conglomerate, and quite shamelessly, she was the one who had quickly raised her guild in the rankings. Ted yelled at her again, wondering if she realized she was being cavalier. Recently, John has been wondering how the Myth Guild bribed the parliament. After all, it was the politicians who fueled their growth, and now he realized that mind control magic might have been behind it. But there was no such thing among the game skills, so they couldn't do such things. John wanted to tell Ted that, but he couldn't move. Isolde grinned again, and told him it wasn't even worth it to resist. Just like when he was possessed by an inferior demon, John recognized the sensation. Cloud saw the guards lying on the ground outside the tent, and headed inside. He went inside and said he'd just finished cleaning up and there was the musty air again, which he couldn't stand. He headed straight for Isol, and surprised everyone with his appearance. He looked at a woman full of guile and lies, but still confident that her deception would not be exposed, and told her she was a demon. He showed her the video of him telling King Akuna the very words full of pathos that made him feel ashamed, and turned out to be addressing Ted, and asked if he, as a demon, enjoyed the suffering of others. Ted immediately fell out of sorts at having done something wrong. Isolde, who for a second thought she had been exposed, smiled. She wanted to get information from Gaiyun about Lai, but she couldn't imagine him coming to her on his own. Lai didn't look like anything special, and she wondered if he had really defeated a great evil, then turned to him. The wily woman thought the great evil was not so great, and introduced herself to Lai. He touched his shoulder and asked if he'd heard of her, even though it was disappointing. It was even better this way. And just when she already thought getting the island would be easier than it seemed, Lai firmly batted her hand away. Lai returned to his brothers, and since Ted was speechless, demanded that John explain himself, leaving Isol perplexed at his failure. John said that since there were false rumors being spread about Bad Luck Kingdom and Lei, there were also media outlets that accused them of collusion and personal preferences. They couldn't ignore such black PR and posted the unedited video online. John apologized for not being able to address the issue otherwise. Lai realized that the source of the propaganda was the Myth Guild when Isol approached him again, angry at being ignored. In an angry voice, she asked if it was good to show such disregard for people. Lai returned her rebuke, telling her that while he was having a conversation with Ted, it was rude to interrupt them. But from this point of view, he was the one who had interfered in their conversation with Ted, Isol said. She was furious. But it didn't matter, for to succubi humans were just food. When she pulled her hand towards Lai, the man's natural enemy activated. Lai immediately realized the demon in front of him as his combat abilities increased. A crowd of screaming macaques with phones in hand, in pursuit of sensationalism, ran to Gaiyun's tent. These people were shouting loudly, as if they had caught the Gaiyun Guild in the act, and wanted to tell the whole world about them. Isolde perked up. She hadn't expected such attention, and John fixed his glasses. This was his plan. He told her that she wasn't the only one who knew how to manipulate the media, and that it was no use her bribing newspapers and news outlets. There were plenty of slackers out there who were happy for any insider just to gather subscriptions of donates on a wave of hype. Cloud looked at the scavengers, fake distributors, and knife sellers with disdain. Isolde said indignantly that they wouldn't be able to talk here, and putting her hand on his shoulder, she offered him some privacy. But Cloud proudly bellowed back his no. He was exceptionally good at turning everyone down. Isolde stared at him completely stunned. Once again she had failed. Cloud said he doesn't hold meetings that weren't pre-arranged. She should learn etiquette and then come back if she wants a meeting. Isol, with a page with millions of followers, star, conglomerate owner, guild myth, was rejected. The internet housewives exploded. Everything she wore, drank, consumed became fashionable and sold out. Everyone liked her. And then the subject of posts and videos instantly changed, because haters are always looking for someone to shit on. Isolde was terribly angry that Lai had not been affected by her charm when she read this news. All she could do was whisper like a psycho that she was going to kill him, in front of the broken mirror. When her reflection with burning red eyes told her to shut up, the demon reminded her that this body didn't belong to her. After all, the entire guild was then shattered by the demon. All of its people fell. The demoness grabbed her face and asked why she would spare a human. The succubus offered Isol revenge on all those who hate her, despise, and ignore her. Then Isol promised to do anything if that happened. The demon gave her everything she needed and asked what else was needed, and Isol pitifully objected that she didn't want it. Isolde said it was the demoness who should die, not Lai, but the latter replied that without her, the girl would be worthless. She called her ungrateful and her birth a mistake, and grabbed a shard of mirror and brought it to her throat. Isol was able to regain control of her body and tried to kill herself, but the demoness prevented her from doing so. The demoness recoiled from the mirror, she said, giving Isol the wealth and fame she so desired. No one else could ignore her, that was Isol's wish. But all this she got because her father was a very rich man, Isol objected. The demon inside panicked. This was dangerous. Their body had lost a lot of blood. Isol told the demon that he was the one afraid of being alone, not her, and stuck a shard in her stomach. Before she died, she remembered Lai's pure, open face. That man saw her, Isol realized. He wasn't looking at the demon, but at the frightened, lost girl behind him. Then he left and told her they would see each other again and waved goodbye. The demoness couldn't stand it and got even more angry. This man was annoying her. She wouldn't just die, the demoness told herself, and promised herself revenge. The human body was so weak, the demoness was looking for someone to devour to recover. Covered in blood, she opened the doors of her suite, where her guard stood outside. He saw the blood, and became concerned about her condition, and wanted to call an ambulance. But grim shadows crept across the walls of the inn, and the guard was silenced forever. Lai experienced an unsettling feeling again. His natural enemy ability activated. He said into the darkness that since she was sneaking in on him so late at night, manners had never been learned. Cloud said that even though it wasn't the guest he was expecting, he would still enjoy chatting with her. Cloud was welcoming, and Lai waited warily for the uninvited guests. But after a moment of silence, when no one came through the doors, Lai breathed a sigh of relief, for it was late, and the demons were probably asleep. She appeared from the window, and said he was smarter than she thought. Such a sudden appearance made Lai's heart leap at his heels. But he was saved by Cloud, who always knew how to keep his face, even in situations like this, and rebuked the demon for using the window. As for manners, he did tell her to come back when she was ready, Demoness reminded herself. But she said she'd forgotten about it, and Lai noticed she could no longer see Isol's silhouette behind her. He thought she had fallen asleep again and told the demoness that he couldn't see Isol. The demoness put a hand to her face to hold back a carnivorous grin, and said that his words were nonsense, because she was here. Or he's looking for a dead girl, the demoness snickered, much to the demon hunter's dismay. The demoness said the girl was dead because she suddenly freaked out and started stabbing herself. Something shocked her. But what could she do? Smirked the demoness gloatingly. It was a surprise to Lai. The demoness continued, and said that Isol was dead, and it was Lai's fault. She was talking some kind of nonsensical nonsense, told the demoness. It was as if the girl could realize that Lai could see her true self. Isol was greatly affected by the scandal surrounding her father, when it was discovered that he had a daughter out of wedlock and was cheating on his family. She was very young at the time and lived with her mother. When this article came out, Isol was 8 years old and an innocent child. Even though it wasn't her fault in any way, the undeterred slackers and losers and other haters blew her face all over the net. She was bullied at school, slung mud, called her mother a fraud. Her mother fell into a deep depression and could no longer care for her daughter, so her father took custody of her. The story only made the demoness laugh harder. A few years passed. His daughter became a player, and her father used her to the fullest. He didn't care at all if she lived or not. And she did it over and over again, taking risks to gain acceptance. She wanted to show everyone who pointed fingers at her that she was her father's proud daughter, and take revenge on those who had driven her mother to this state. But she had nothing to worry about until the very end, the demoness said. She openly mocked the girl whose body she had taken possession of, and said her death was pathetic. But then Lai ordered her to be silent, and steel rang in his voice. Without noticing, the demoness trembled like a leaf at the sound of his voice. His mental power was overwhelming. He asked her how dare the demon speak so arrogantly, being a brat. Cloud told her to exile. For the first time, the demoness experienced the state of fear that Cloud had placed on her. The grim demon hunter said he'd had enough of talking to his prey. Lai felt himself transported into someone's subconscious. It looked like he was performing an exorcism rite, but strangely, without the offering. Down the hallway, someone ran past him, and Lai turned around. This was a child remarkably like Cloud in his childhood days. His family was still alive then, and the boy grew up happy and industrious. Lai realized he was conscious of his character, and his heart clenched painfully. The picture changed, and he saw a grown-up Earl. The one was darker than a cloud, and silent, staring before him, while his face remained motionless. Everyone he knew had been sacrificed in some demonic rite. Now Lai wasn't experiencing it as his fiction, but as the memories of a real person. It was what Cloud was experiencing. And now him. Feelings that made him decide to deny himself and spend the rest of his life destroying demons. His anger was so great that it drove the demons into a frenzy. "How dare a demon insult human pride?" Cloud asked, and the demoness's eyes rolled back. He was enraged at what the demon had mocked, the pride of Isol, who had risked herself to earn her father's recognition. The demoness was trembling and could no longer move or stand on her feet. She fell to her knees and bowed low before him, begging for a quick and easy death for one like her. The fiery arrows that Cloud summoned pierced her. Cloud bent over the girl and turned to Isol after the ritual was complete. Smiling, the aristocrat said he discerned her pride, and it was worthy of praise. The girl, touched by these words, looked into his face. The gloomy shadows went away, and tears ran down her beautiful cheeks. Lai wanted her to rest sooner after everything that had happened, and was worried about her. But Cloud's filter gave out to tell her to go cry to her house. But the girl closed her eyes and began to lurch toward him. The aristocrat had no choice but to pick her up. Although Isol stabbed herself, there were no visible wounds. But the loss of blood caused the girl to faint. Cloud decided to put her down first, when Jaina, who had come to rescue him, burst into the room screaming. She thought she smelled a demon, and so they hastily gathered a squad on patrol and came after him. But they caught him putting Isol in his bed, and of course they got it all wrong. Jaina began to apologize for the invasion of privacy. Cloud simply said it was a misunderstanding. "In any case, they are very apologetic to him," said Jaina, on whose cheeks a blush played on her cheeks. The first to jump out of his bungalow was the deputy captain, and said that Mr. Lai was a fool. Jaina was just as shocked by this as Lai himself. When they left, Lai sat on the couch for a long time, coming to his senses. He had come to the resort of bad luck to get a break from everything, but there was no way this day wanted to end. It was much easier to kill a great evil, he thought, and got a class upgrade. The game's analyst headquarters was in turmoil too. From the news, a new update to the northern city of Frost was on the doorstep. It was a true arcana metropolis by medieval standards. There would be stores and a forge, analysts expected. Many met this update with great optimism because they remembered this city in the game. All the words were just about this update, and people were of course gabbing non-stop. But the new quest that fell to Lai in this regard did not inspire any optimism. There was a demon king in Frost who needed to be found, the quest reported. A demon king in the middle of a huge city. Lai was outraged. This was crazy. He had to tell other people about it. Meanwhile, Cloud was immersed in yet another flashback of a demon hunter training camp where they were being ravaged by the obvious. "Demon kings are strong," said the instructor. "Moreover, there are many of them, and they have their ranks." So he handed Cloud a thick book and told him to read it from cover to cover, with the names and characteristics of all the kings. Then he had to memorize a thick book in 2 hours, a special kind of bullying from the instructor. Lai found out later that it wasn't a mandatory quest, but managed to mess around with it for 10 hours. But it was a fond memory for Cloud. Afterward, Cloud set up a comment warning about demons, but there was zero response, so Lai just threw the phone away. Lai drifted off to sleep, thinking that even a demon king would have trouble operating in the open in a huge city, and anticipated the entertainment. First, he wanted to visit the magic tower and see what they had done for him. Unfortunately, Lai couldn't disconnect quietly because of what he'd put online, and so was spinning around when the messenger flew to them. It was an express parrot delivery from the magic tower. They brought him the items he ordered. The bird resented being constantly exploited for a handful of seeds and flew away. Lai was glad he didn't have to go to the tower himself and unwrap the bundle. Inside was a ring with a pure emerald. It restored vitality. After taking damage, the effect was maximized. It was awesome. Without any conditions, it just returned health points if he took damage. But for such qualities, it had to be expensive, Lai worried, and began to look at the prices for such items. Next, he took out a handkerchief made from the scales of a carp that shone brightly, and increased the fire attribute, avoid damage, and increased the esthetician characteristic. Lai was surprised. He was almost expelled from his own body by the bright light. He definitely saw the word masterpiece. It was an item that had a unique rank. The value exceeded billions of credits. And Lai remembered Cloud's words. Get the best at all costs, and now Lai was holding the bill for services rendered. He didn't know what would happen if he couldn't pay. But the aesthetics characterization came to Claude's liking, and he immediately put the handkerchief back in its place. If Cloud liked something, there was nothing to be done about it, Lai thought. Lai remembered that he'd left some unallocated characterization points behind after banishing the succubus, and invested them in luck. He could only pray that something would change. Cloud pulled out a gift from Marcel, a vest that went well with the scarf. And then he received the class assignment notice again. The Demon King had been put aside, but was asked to do another assignment. At the Eastern Guild headquarters, the principal was being lambasted for her leader's failures, their ranking lagging far behind Gaiun. The leader began to make excuses that he would make up for it in the new location, blood trickling down his cheek from the paper cut. The director told him to do seppuku next time if he failed. The leader and his thunder team were walking down the hallway. Everyone's mood was to kill. His men were worried about him, but he didn't give any sign of it and said that Frost had shown up on the South Island. It was still classified information. Their country uses the hole to delay the other players and give them time to enter the city first, though it was very risky. The aide was getting agitated and raising his voice, so the leader slammed his fist into the wall to precipitate him and blow off steam himself. Frost was a city of barbarians, and Ted was barbarian number 1, he reminded the aide. That on the vampire's domain, that on Bad Luck Island. They've been pushed back many times, and there won't be another failure, the leader said. He ordered them to tell the rest of the guild to advance to the Eastern Island. He cautioned his analyst so much that he should be more careful in his actions, unless he wanted to do seppuku instead. The analyst was scared to death and said he would be careful. Someone just got a text and told his friend to get ready and leave for the island. He was rushing him because the insider message might not be theirs alone. The information leaked out wherever it could, and soon all the teams knew about the place where the whole city had appeared. It came down to the Berserk Guild, with a grumpy Leia warning her friend not to take a swimsuit to the island. The streamer kid was also beyond excited to find out where the next adventure was going to be, and was collecting donations for the road. The former barbarian city was the main player base when Arcana was just a game. There was everything you needed: stores, bots that give tasks, blacksmiths, a real medieval metropolis. It was the city from which humanity's counterattack began. If its contents survived, it will definitely be useful for players. But the island met them with rifts and cordons of enforcers, and made the players wait behind a cordon in the cold. Ted, hearing that they were not allowed in, was terribly angry, the blood of the barbarians boiling in him. John heard his rambunctious brother's altercation, and decided to go over to calm him down before it got worse. It turned out that local law enforcers demanded a passport from the player, which has never happened before. John thought his brother had misunderstood something, but it turned out that they had indeed set up border controls there. The cordon of people was tight. Police and army were involved, so no one could get through. The local guild leader hurried his men. They got their chance to enter the city first and fled through the forest. But when they reached the gate, they froze in bewilderment. Before them stood the horrifying spectacle of the execution and torture of an entire city. Someone immediately threw up. People were demoralized to see this. Instead of bustling streets of food, someone asked the leader what next. But no sooner had he gotten his answer than he lost his life, a huge claw piercing him through. Somehow they hadn't noticed a demon of that size creeping up on them, but the picture looked eerie. The team immediately went to hell. People rushed to flee in terror, and the leader of the group froze in place. And then he realized that the biggest problem in his life wasn't seppuku at all. Looking at the stinking maw of the monster. A few hours ago, Lai was in his private bungalow. Isel was still asleep in his bed after what had happened. Or rather, pretended to sleep. When she woke up, she remembered everything that had happened the night before. The girl jumped up from the bed, not realizing how she'd managed to survive, how long she'd been sleeping here, and hoping she hadn't done anything untoward. She was very embarrassed that when Lai praised her, she had cried like a little girl, and worried that she had made him uncomfortable. Lai studied his status window. The assignment had updated. The Demon King was back in action, but there was a chance of failing the assignment. It depended on some criterion that hadn't yet manifested itself, and Lai decided to find out on the spot. He thought of waking Isel first, but when he looked in her direction, the girl was already up and waiting embarrassedly for him to finish. Lai once again nearly died of a heart attack from her sudden appearance. Good thing Cloud knew how to keep a straight face. Isel thanked him and said she was sorry he had to save her. She said she was willing to repay her debt any way she could, and the mood in the room became hot and languid. Lai nearly choked at the abrupt change with the possessed Isolde, who wasn't acting all that nice. Cloud took out the envelope with the bill from the magic tower. Since she had offered it herself, the hero was no longer tormented by his conscience. Lai thought to himself that he had done the right thing in investing in luck. The meta magic had helped. But when I read the receipt from the tower and saw that all services were free, I realized what feature was then turned on in the tower. But there was nothing to ask of her now, Cloud thought, and remembered that he was just finishing his tea when there was a knock at the door. Harkon looked inside and noticed that one guest had already preceded him. He whispered that he now realized that the rumor about his assistant getting his heart broken was true, but Cloud said it was all slander. Following Harkon, King Akuna walked in and said he had business to attend to Lai, and the latter didn't understand why there were more and more people in his house. Isolde turned on the conniving version of herself again and decided to introduce herself. Turning on a businesslike face, she said she was pleased to meet the king of the island and Harkon. Lai marveled at her split personality. Harkon had heard of her because her name and beauty were on the rumor, but the king turned to Lai again, dropping the pleasantries. He wanted to know his opinion. Isolde was amazed that the king of Badluck Island had personally come to Lai for counseling. Recently, an Arcanian had come to their island who wanted to start his life over, Akuna reported, and wanted Lai to deal with him himself. The king offered to call him now, and asked him to send away the guest who had entered the kingdom without asking, and looked at Isolde. Lai realized that this was actually why Akuna had come here. Lai turned to the girl and she flinched at the mere sound of his voice. She was worried and blushing intensely. He told her to go home and calculate how much the Myth Guild was willing to invest in Badluck Island, and bring the document to the next meeting. It was a way for Lai to settle the conflict, and Isolde was glad for the chance to meet him again. Lai read the quest notice, and his face contorted with anger. Isolde took it personally, thinking she'd been exposed, and promised not to keep anything more from him. But Lai told everyone he had to leave immediately, to the town of Frost. Harkon was surprised at what he could have needed there all of a sudden, and demanded an explanation. Lai informed them that the Demon King was lodged in this city. A streak of survivors appeared in the mission window, so Lai was in a hurry. At the Frost City Rift site, still a mess and players were not allowed behind the cordon, Ted yelled that he had a bad feeling, but he wasn't listened to, and demanded he leave. But Ted knew that the local guild had entered the rift long ago, only he hadn't heard from them. But the guild's ranking didn't change in any way, and yet they had to go in there and do something and go right up, Ted told the guard. The leader of the Shine group approached them. He felt bad for Ted's yelling, but he too sensed something amiss. He told the guards that their actions violated the game's agreements and could lead to conflict and even war. Ted was shocked that one could state such a thing with such audacity. But at that moment, the guard got the message. They were ordered to withdraw and change positions, and the soldiers immediately moved out of the way. Ted was surprised that they were leaving, as if they were frightened by guild leader Radiance's words. But then came fresh drone footage, and on them the guild that entered the rift first became a good snack for the demons. The leader was told that the government would soon send a bomber after them, on the principle of hit them all, Lord knows his own. The rift was in an accessible location, and modern weapons could be used, but that would put players at risk. But maybe they'll die before the missiles get there, thought the leader when the guy next to him was killed. Turning around, he realized that he was all alone, in the middle of the carnage, where only the screams of the dying could be heard. They called out to him for help, and he stood there unable to move. This is the end, the leader thought as he watched the monster's huge maw approach him. But then he heard screams, and saw a blue flash of unusual magic. The leader remembered that light. He had seen it before in the Vampire Rift. The huge demon before him split in two with a single blow. Ted grabbed him by the collar, and the broken leader asked why they were here. Ted said it was punishment for being impertinent. He was going to leave it at that, but Lai asked him for help. The boy looked up the hill. There stood a lone man in a suit. It was Lai. He looked majestic, and spoke as if he was an emperor on the battlefield. Lai gave the order, and his Lionheart Knights attacked down the hill. A fierce battle ensued, and the demons fell one by one, unable to resist the onslaught of the knights. This was pre-Frost's story, Lai thought, and became angry at what the Demon King had done to the humans. Cloud said the demon's arrogance was ridiculous and promised to put an end to it, him and all his henchmen. Harkon looked around the city and the many human victims. When Lai told him about the Demon King, he took his word for it. But he had no idea it would be this bad. And without even knowing it, Lai was in a hurry to save everyone alone. Harkon thought of him. The survivor rate was dropping so fast that Lai really just couldn't procrastinate. If he came here alone, he would definitely die. He let pass his ears the pathos of Cloud, who still had a flair for theatrical insertions. Lai was glad Harkon went with them. The man could be relied upon. A few hours ago, King Akuna tried to stop him. He didn't doubt Lai's skill, but the Demon King was too strong. He said he would gather an army and asked to delay his departure. Harkon agreed with the king of the resort. Lai's life could have been at risk, but Cloud told them confidently that he would punish the demon, and the risk could be no reason to delay. Harkon grinned last time. Lai said the same thing. He just couldn't let him go alone, and Lai bit his lip to keep from rushing them. He could see the swath of survivors rapidly dwindling. Harkon had promised the Emperor to return when he had punished all the demons, and here he promised to be Lai's sword. And thanks to Lai, his clouded mind cleared, Harkon told them. He promised to be faithful to his oath and beyond. Since Harkon had promised to protect Lai, the king of the resort could be calm. But that meant the island's defenses would be weakened for a while, Lai reminded him. Just then, Isel intervened in their conversation and promised to do so. She'd gotten everyone in trouble and asked to be allowed to make things right. Lai didn't know what to say, but Akuna felt it could be considered resolved that way. He promised to pray for Lai's safety and asked to bring calm to the city of Frost. Cloud said he had no choice but to respect their wishes, and putting a hand on Harkon's shoulder, said they should hurry. If the survivor rate dropped below, he would fail the mission. The rescued guild leader asked Ted what his words meant about thanking Lai for the rescue. The whole point is that the Lai told them as soon as they entered the rift that the priority was to rescue the survivors. And Ted is just looking to score points in front of Lai, and saving people wasn't a bad idea, and they agreed. The guy clutched his head. Even his homeland wanted to bury him with the city. He didn't understand why exactly their rivals had come to rescue him. Lai looked around the battlefield. The knights were doing well. They weren't called the strongest in the Empire for nothing. There was a red carpet in front of the castle gates, a path for a true hero. Thanks to them, Lai was able to get to the castle faster than he had hoped. The leader of the Radiance group flinched as he sensed something strange. They were attacking the castle from the other gates. Camille asked him what the matter was, and his men were getting tired of waiting at the gate. The guy remembered seeing a funny post on a message board recently. They wrote nonsense there about Frost, but today they were coming here, and then he read it. It was Lai's message that the Demon King was in town. Those who want to can flee immediately. However, those who choose to fight must rescue the survivors, Lai told them before the fight. Streamer Bum rushed to the start of the fight. He slept through the whole thing because of the excitement, and the spectators were encouraging him to hurry up. When a flash of light illuminated everything, the leader of the Radiance group was horrified at his thoughts that he could have been stronger than Lai. He used light magic, and everything was illuminated by the magic lanterns that hovered in the air. And Lai had conjured up a whole lot of them, so that the huge demons would no longer attack from around the corner in a clear field. But then the flashlights turned into drops of water, which was even more amazing. The water turned to ice, and a freezing vortex descended on the castle. Jessie marveled at the beauty of the magical mark, and regretted that it wouldn't stay forever. Everyone nearby should be thinking the same thing, she thought. But her guild leader didn't care. He was thinking about how Lai was just a monster when they saw the fortress gates cracking at the seams. After that, they collapsed, crumbling into pieces, and the way was clear. Everyone in front of the castle was tasked with laying siege to the city. Frost had fallen into the clutches of a demon. The system was asking for him to be freed, and promised a reward. The assignment completely matched the online post he was reading. Lai looked at the work done. Even Harkon was surprised at his strength, able to shorten the assault on the fortress in such a way. Never before had Harkon seen such a siege, and he had conducted quite a few of them. He told Lai he was just waiting for the order to attack, but something was wrong. Lai felt that after breaking the gate, the evil energy had only gotten stronger. There was something inside. Ted couldn't wait to rush into battle, and he shouted to Lai to give the command to advance. He promised to give up the contribution points in favor of Lai, and asked not to worry about it. But Lai shouted for him to stand before he left. There were many demons outside the gate, which somehow the barbarian didn't notice until they appeared at his back. The magic of sudden appearances worked. Ted was dragged into the castle by the whole crowd, and before Lai could order the knights to rescue him, Gina was already on her way to the gate. On the move, she reached for her sword. After so much training on the island, she wanted to put it to use. Her kick neatly separated Ted from the rest of the pile of monsters, much to his surprise. A rain of debris began to fall in a circle from the scraps that were left after a single swordswoman's strike. Ted marveled. Gina's sword-wielding had the style of the barbarians. But that wasn't the end of it, shuddered Lai again and shouted. The monsters were attacking them from above, which was clearly visible from the side. Before Lai intervened, they were killed by a warrior who used long threads. The woman asked Alkari to open a portal beside her. Several strange-looking people appeared beside Lai. He was surprised at how suddenly these warriors appeared, that they were also going to invade the castle. The fat man began to gain air in his chest and became like a balloon. These people didn't belong to the magic tower, but could use portal magic. The fat man teleported to the woman and fell to the ground. A portal led down and the old man offered to use it. Harkon immediately agreed. Cloud ordered the knights to follow Harkon, Lai deciding to go on his own too so as not to crash after exiting the portal. Harkon quickly joined the battle, next to Ted. The Shadow Mercenaries had ceded their contribution in Lai's favor, and he didn't understand why. The woman held out her hand to Harkon, and asked if he was the commander here, and introduced herself. Harkon was glad to hear that the king had sent his men, but told them he wasn't the one in command of the operation, and the mercenaries were surprised by that. He pointed at Lai, and the female leader turned around, thinking she was lucky, for she wanted to meet him and get land on the island of bad luck. But when she looked at Lai, she recognized him as the boy from the island she had left alone when he fought the leopard. And then she realized the depth of her failure. Lai had estimated the amount of their contribution, though now she didn't know if she had gotten much or little. Another observers were broadcasting from the eastern gate of the castle, all doing the area task given in the rift. Each guild engaged in a personal battle and stormed one of the 4 gates of the city. The Union Guild was gradually winning their battle. Their squad was numerous but well managed. They skillfully used ranged and melee fighters, maneuvers, and defeated their enemies. They have already gained over 1,000 contribution points through their actions, more than the other guilds. This siege may well have changed the strength ranking of the guilds in the system. The leader was beyond happy. His team had superior siege skills, throwing machines, and this was their finest hour. Meanwhile, Lai's contribution at the south gate continued to grow and reached 35,000, devaluing everyone else's efforts. Lai was hesitant to enter or not because he feared traps, but the mercenaries used the portal to scout. Lai thought about those guys again and turned around to them. It was a small but very effective group. They could use any methods to achieve the goal. They were ignorant of morality. These were the very Arkansans King Akuna had spoken of, Lai realized, the mercenary leader still afraid he would recognize her. While Lai was thinking about what to do with them, an old wizard approached him. He said he'd looked through the portal window and said there was no ambush nearby. However, he warned him not to enter through the castle gates. They were full of traps that could kill even a dragon. Besides, the portal couldn't be created inside the castle because it was blocked by something strong. Lai insisted on a safe assault. And then Gina announced that she knew a safe passage into the city. In case of danger, the city has an underground shelter, she said. A passage that carries water to the main castle. One of the exits was nearby near the wall, and most of the survivors are in the shelter. Ted immediately exclaimed. Now he realized why her skills were familiar to him. The town of Frost was her hometown. Ted only knew the near entrance. He didn't know about the tunnel that led directly into the castle, and Gina said they could get there quickly. Ted reassured him and said that all the residents knew what to do in case of war, and the dungeon could be compared to catacombs. He was sure all the survivors were there and cheered Lai up, but Gina didn't seem so optimistic. On his survivor scale, Lai could see the casualty count rising. They had arrived at the gate. Ted said there was magic on the pass, making it invisible to all but the barbarians. The magic looked stable, and he thought everything was fine. But when he looked inside, his heart turned to a block of ice. Lai already knew what he would see here. The walls bore the marks of the demon's summoning. Bloody seals everywhere. It was a sign of betrayal. Someone knew about the passage and had summoned demons right here. He put his hand on the barbarian's shoulder, who was beyond angry and might have lost his mind. The knights laid out the bodies and cleared the passage to pay their respects to the dead inhabitants. The mercenary leader resented that they were caring for the dead in such a situation when the demon lord could ambush them. An old man from her squad objected that was why they were standing on a scribble. But she was worried that the king of the resort had expressed his disdain for them so much by putting them under Lai's leadership. But the wizard said she couldn't see magic and didn't understand. He said to just wait a little while, and when the time came, she would figure it out. He was very curious to know what the man in the black suit thought, and he was terrified. A zombie in armor and holding a sword appeared in front of barking. It was a dead guard who protected the dairy, and so died, his fate plaguing Lai. Then Gina approached him. Good thing Cloud always kept his cool. She was thankful he let them collect the bodies. Many of the knights were from Frost. She wanted to know how to repay this favor, and Lai thought about how to support the girl that had returned to her hometown. Cloud said that even if a man ignored the soldiers that fell defending no matter whose city, he would lose his pride. And Cloud said he was just protecting his pride. And sinking under its weight, he gave out the theatrical line again. But Gina found such romanticism to his liking. Still, the people of the Middle Ages were simpler. Lai looked at him with shame for such comfort. In the meantime, his contribution had grown again, and had already reached 40,000, though he had done nothing. He figured it was the mercenaries outside fighting, but they would have signaled when a knight came running in and reported that they had found a passageway. The knight led the way, and Lai and Jenna hurried after him. They found themselves in a hall that was entirely lined with crosses. The knight said things were the same in the other passages, crucifixes with people everywhere. Lai realized why there was a summoning circle made of blood and corpses. Just as an exorcism rite needed a victim, so did the summoning of a demon king. This entire place, an entire city with its population, was sacrificed to summon the demon king. Thus, the contribution increases when they simply collect the bodies as a return of the offered sacrifice to the demon king. But suddenly an earthquake started, and they froze for fear of collapse. However, it wasn't just an earthquake. Lai heard the rumble of hooves and shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Demons appeared that rushed to defend the sacrifices to the Demon King, his cavalry. Lai wondered if this wasn't a surprise attack. The demon riders were actually fleeing from two enraged warriors. The whole procession swept past them, the knights shouting to the captain, but he did not hear them. After they dealt with the demons, back to Lai, everyone already knew that the bodies were sacrifices to the Demon King. Harkon knew Lai would guess, and Ted reported that the demons had gathered in a bunch. The group of demons that rushed past were just scouts that had come to check the summoning circle they had damaged when they collected the bodies. Lai said the army would be arriving soon, hence the Demon King's legate. And in that instant, the magic of the sudden appearance of enemies behind them worked again. The rider appeared in the middle of a large room with only corridors leading to it. He was on horseback and no one saw him until he struck. But the bone axe was stopped by a rock. Cloud had good reflexes. The legate grinned at Lai's magic. He found it quite amusing. He didn't even move. Harkon recognized the same demon legate he had seen before appearing on the ground. He immediately attacked him for the mayhem the demon had caused in the city. Then Legatus used movement magic and reappeared behind Harkon's back. He too remembered the night. Harkon was surprised he hadn't noticed the movements of the demon, who was surprised that decades had passed and the night hadn't aged. Harkon shouted that it had only been a few years, and the demon claimed to have heard such a thing before. Time flowed differently in Arcana and on Earth. 4 days there, 1 day here. Harkon had been training for several years, whereas Legatus had been training 4 times as long. Meanwhile, the demonic magic cast over the entire castle was activated. The mercenary leader stirred, not realizing what was happening. Turns out the whole castle was lifted into the air by magic. The legate hovered over Harkon and smugly declared that he didn't want to waste time dealing with them. Several bright flashes flew out of the portal that opened behind him. The legate said to Harkon, if he wanted revenge, he should find him upstairs in the castle. And then as commander-in-chief of the Demon King's army, he salutes him under the dome of the sky. Lai, who had been standing firm all this time, was given the task of fighting the 10 legates of the Demon King that were scattered in the city. The demon was standing in front of them when there was a shout for them to run. The catacombs began to crumble after the castle rose into the sky, and Harkon shouted at the demon to run away like the last coward. Jaina shouted to him that the passageway was already covered in debris and the whole city was shaking. Harkon gritted his teeth. The only entrance for them was a hole in the ceiling. Even if they jump out of this dangerous place, the passageway will collapse and the city will be seriously damaged. Harkon didn't know how to protect the city from total destruction. Cloud stepped forward. They shouted to him to be careful. Lai knew it was dangerous, and he wouldn't be able to maintain the entire passage with his power. Any random rock could kill him. But Cloud still had to eliminate that collapse. He stopped the falling rocks and steadied them so they wouldn't fall again. The city lit up with a bright flash of his magic. The Radiance Guild leader was once again shocked by Lai's power. The little girl saw the light and her mother shouted to her to close the window for fear that the demons would notice them. But then a bright light penetrated their shelter, where all the survivors of the city had gathered. A warrior entered their shelters and told another warrior what she had seen. All the demons at the south gate were dead. Seekers, said she, and the warrior opened his mouth in surprise. He was no longer expecting to be saved. The vanished Seekers had returned. Ted couldn't believe that was possible looking up. Cloud knew he would expend a lot of energy, but he couldn't escape, and that's when his characteristic of aesthetics activated. The pride of those who wished to defend their city. The stones themselves transformed into a huge statue that supported the vault of the shelter. This was how Earl Cloud saw their pride. Now he would carry the pride of those who defended their city to the end. He also turned the rubble into pillars in the form of sword-wielding guards that now supported the dungeon. Lai was terribly tired, and carrying the pride no longer wanted to build these columns. He used up all the mana. He was still lucky that the Emperor's brooch restored 10% of his mana, otherwise the spell would have been interrupted. He realized that the columns had taken on his appearance because of his new characterization of aesthetics. For now, it only affected the appearance, and increased mana expenditure on the complexity of the item. But he hoped it would give him the ability to change costumes in the future. Harkon thought over the demon's words, about the difference in the passage of time in their worlds. If he had done away with the legate a few years ago, Frost wouldn't have suffered so much now, but now he'd missed him again. A shadow loomed over the ruins. At first everyone thought it was a cloud, but it was bats. All of them came because they were baited by the light of Lai's spell. The knights prepared for battle. The knights realized that the mice were weak, but there were dozens of them. He hoped to slaughter all of them consistently. And then Lai saw, suddenly from nowhere, a huge beady-eyed freak appeared. Lai's natural enemy ability activated. The monster was also a Demon King's legate. It still tried to speak, but it came out as disgusting as it looked. The demon opened its toothy beak to swallow Lai, and he had no mana at all to defend himself. But then the demon was engulfed by blue light and lightning discharges. The lovely wizard Jessie came to save him. She said that no matter how many times she tried, it was impossible to leave the same magical mark as his. Still, she asked him how he liked her magic, and smiled welcomingly. Lai was grateful to be rescued, but all Cloud could do was give out, appraisal failing miserably. He began to tell me in all seriousness what magic should be without excesses, but Jessie took it well, and decided to write it down. Meanwhile, the mercenaries sat like that in the backyard, with no more word from those inside. Their leader thought about the fact that maybe they had just been forgotten about, and the old man had told her to stay out of the way. He was sketching the magical trail he had just seen. The fat man pouted and silently listened to the leader's outrage at what was happening, when a vigilant guard interrupted them and said they were already surrounded. When their enemies disappeared from sight, the leader told them to prepare for battle. Red-eyed shadows were quickly attacking their small group, but then it became clear that this attacker didn't look like a demon at all. In the fog of war, the two squads failed to see each other and mistook them for demons. Barbarians living in a huge medieval city asked if they were responsible for that light. Jessie looked at the statues Lai had created while they waited for the news. She had killed one of the 10 legates in one fell swoop, so she didn't have to personally eliminate all of them, Lai thought when he saw the notice. Ted reported that they had taken almost all the bodies of the sacrificed humans. But he didn't think the survivors Lai had mentioned were in this place. Gaian's recon had checked everything, but underground they weren't much use. Lai saw in his mission window that there were still survivors, but then a portal wizard appeared between them and was finally able to teleport here. He wanted to report to Lai about the situation outside, but a barbarian appeared and asked if the chief was here. He was looking for the one who had created the light over the city, which surprised Ted. He immediately recognized those to whom he owed abilities, for his character was a barbarian. Others were also able to pass through the portal created by the wizard, and now 2 old comrades, the resident of the Arcana and the seeker from Earth, have met after a long time. The barbarians exchanged pleasantries while the others began sniffing around Cloud. The leader of the survivors was glad Ted had survived. Once upon a time, long ago, he had raised him as an apprentice. The barbarians liked the strong scent of Lai, as well as from their leader. One was left to wonder how these people were able to build a city. The leader of the survivors saw Lai and greeted him, praising the pillar of light over the city. Ted was startled to find that his comrade had become rude and informal when speaking to the swaggering aristocrat. But Cloud was well aware that it was not rudeness, but a manner of speech. He knew the culture of the barbarians, who immediately recognized him as a leader. As the sniffers began to determine the gender and race and ancestry of the other members of the hero's entourage, Jessie responded in kind. The leader of the barbarians said they had a great chief, Kearney, who had saved many people. The barbarians lived in the woods near the city, and one day they saw smoke coming from it. The wind carried a disgusting odor, an ominous moon hung in the air, and Kern led them into town. But what they saw when they came running toward the city left them in awe. In the sky, demon legates circled. On the ground, demons crucified people. The barbarians fought back and took the survivors. But the demons were too numerous and strong. Many died, and Kern himself was wounded. After years passed and they searched for survivors, but it only got worse. Demons were attracted to light, so people could not light even a small fire and died of hunger and cold. And when everyone was driven to despair and waiting to die, they saw the light at the end of the tunnel, even though they were scared at first. But it was that light that meant there were other people outside besides those sitting in the camp. In a city where everything had long been plunged into darkness, the light was shining again. The beam of light was so bright that it illuminated the entire city, and everyone saw it. The barbarian thanked Lai and the other seekers that fought alongside him for their help. That's why he came here to say it on behalf of all the people who were saved. The barbarian also promised to join the battle if he wanted to destroy the Demon King. The Demon King that took over the city was called Beautiforia. It was one of the 72 great demons. Since the Demon Lord was summoning birds, the barbarians had a hard time fighting them, but promised to create a ladder out of their bodies if needed. There was an awkward silence. Lai didn't know if they were joking or not. However, Cloud listened to them and completely seriously refused, as if it was a real option. Everyone became confused, not understanding the reason. Either they were useless or he didn't want to fight. Cloud explained that he was happy to help and would destroy demons, but he didn't like collecting corpses. More importantly, one had to prioritize properly, they said, and turned to the wizard. He ordered him to send all the survivors to the Kingdom of Bad Luck, and to be given shelter and food. With portal magic, it was easy. The wizard gurgled that he would try it, figuring out how much it would cost to open the portal a few hundred times. Next, Lai told Ted to go to the survivors and be with them. He wanted his guild to protect the people during the evacuation. The barbarians would make too much of a fuss, and he should take command. The wizard asked where Lai was headed, but the man said he still had some things to do. The doves of the world had already appeared in the sky above him, and were frantically flapping their wings to keep their crooked carcasses in the air. One of the demons asked if he was the reason their ugly counterpart was missing. It was another legate, higher level than the previous one. Cloud ordered everyone to leave and not look back, and activated his magic. People flinched when a portal opened in their shelter that they weren't expecting, but breathed a sigh of relief when familiar faces emerged from it and told them to hurry. People couldn't believe their salvation, and Ted was glad he was helping them. And in that instant, he received a class assignment. The fate of the barbarian swamped him. This assignment was only available to one person in the world. But when he read the assignment, he grew somber and asked his friend where Kern was. The one said that their chief went scouting as usual. Without thinking, Ted rushed for the exit without saying anything. The barbarian shouted at him that it was dangerous to go alone, but he didn't listen. Kern was an old comrade of his whom Ted respected. Ted had once been younger and wanted to seize the fate of the barbarian. Kern teased him with the fact that he could give it to her, and as if pondering it. And then the barbarian, laughing, said that he would have to come back in 40 years with that question. It was too much for Ted. He wanted to go faster, but the chief only chortled. Only one warrior in the class can have the fate of a barbarian. When he reached the hill, he realized everything. It was a terrible picture of execution, of a great and mighty barbarian. He was dead, so the quest went to Ted. Something squeezed his chest, and above him hovered, flapping its wings, ugly predatory chicken, which was looking for fresh prey. His thoughts went blank. There was bitterness in his eyes. But he himself was eager for battle. He had become the new leader of the barbarians, and had to prove himself. Lai sensed something amiss, though he didn't receive any notifications. Harkon asked him what was wrong with his face, and Cloud said he was fine. There was just an ominous feeling. There were still fat chickens fluttering above them, just waiting to be shot. There were quite a few of them, and each was particularly strong, but even uglier. Harkon offered to create a ladder to reach the chickens, but Lai declined. The sky was the territory of these flyers. Even though they had poor aerodynamics, it was better to bring them down to Earth, Cloud said. The demons resented the arrogance of some human worm. "They're attacking!" Harkon shouted to him, but the barking was already done. He figured that since demons ran at the sight of light, it meant it was harmful to them. A ball of light appeared in front of him. The bright light stunned the demons and they closed their eyes. Jesse, as a faithful student, was watching such an obvious use of magic that anyone with a flashlight in their eyes would be sick. Cloud then decided to bring them down to the ground where the knights could deal with them, and remembered the lightning spell Jesse had used. A chain discharge swept through the monsters, and all the freaks were quickly fried, so no knights were needed. Jesse was as surprised as Lai was that they all got hit with the same charge. Lai didn't realize when he got stronger, and thought it was the monsters that were vulnerable to lightning. Jesse was beyond thrilled with his magic. Lai received notice that there were only 4 of the Demon King's legates left. He looked at the flying castle island and an uneasy feeling swept over him, but he was more worried about Tad. Behind them, the old wizard's portal opened, and Cloud turned around. A barbarian appeared from the portal. He said that people had already been rescued, but Ted had not returned. Ted had run off alone to find the tribal leader, and since then he had not been heard from. The barbarian worried. Cloud took the news seriously and asked in what direction they had gone. The bird talker held Ted in the air at arm's length, creating a dramatic pause for the hero to gather his strength and make a comeback. He was bleeding, and the monster's paw clenched his throat, but the monster felt sorry for the hero and didn't crush his neck at once while he could. The demon taunted the hero for daring to attack him alone. Ted's arms completely exhausted. The legate's level was higher than he thought, and the monster was waiting for Ted to start begging him for mercy, according to the code of all villains. "You shouldn't kill a hero unless it's necessary to advance the plot," he stated. "Be sure to wait for the hero to recover." So the best student of the School of Villains did everything by the book, and stalled for time, taunting someone to come to the rescue in time or whatever. He had to work hard and remind Ted at Krena, who had previously died ignominiously, to make the viewer believe in the danger. Demona said the barbarian foolishly rushed into an attack that had no chance of success, and squealed like a pig while doing so, and fumbled for Ted's weak spot. He could tolerate mockery of himself, but not of an old friend. He bit his lips to the point of pain to force himself to move, because the demon was defaming Kern's name. At the end, Kren told the demon that he was in trouble, for the impenetrable brute was coming soon. Kern could smell a scent on the wind he hadn't experienced in a long time. He'd chosen Ted from the start. "And then a new leader will be born who cannot be compared to him," said Kern last, and the demon swung around. It was as if Ted had heard his last will and the last words of the barbarian chief. He remembered his constant whining about the fate of the barbarians, and imagined how Kren would ask him now, and like it. The demon looked longingly at the man, but a hunch hit him that it could have been Ted. He laughed at the fact that such a weakling could be admired, and didn't even feel the return of a hero. Somehow, Ted broke free of the demon's grip and grabbed it with his teeth himself. He began to bite ferociously at the thick hide covered with fine feathers. The enraged demon threw him down to the ground like an insect that stung him. But somehow his arm above the forearm also flew away with the barbarian. The demon began squirming in pain right in the air without stopping flapping its wings. And Ted, who had ripped the demon's arm off with his teeth, reminded him with a full mouth that he'd told him not to mock Kern. The demon laughed nervously. He never understood why the textbooks for villains said to give the hero a chance, but he always complied. Ted realized that Kern knew he was coming. Now all the conditions for the class had been met, and the power of transcendence was available to him. The demon told Ted not to worry, for he would soon be in his belly. But Ted had activated a unique class skill, the Call of the Wild, which had the word nature in its description 3 times. It wasn't clear how it worked. The hero's magic awakened. Ted became faster and stronger. He hit the monster with his hand like a paw right in the air, and landed. Blood spurted from the wound on the chest of the flying chicken, and the demon was perplexed, because there was no such information in the textbooks for villains. Ted's movements were completely different from before. The demon was afraid to even approach him, and then his opponent disappeared right in front of him and appeared behind his back. "Omae mo shindiru," Ted said. With deft hand movements, he ripped off the demon's wings that had annoyed him so much. And then the feathered one realized how badly he had miscalculated, and he became afraid. He begged the barbarian to back off, to go home. Oh, but Ted wouldn't listen, and sat on the demon's back. An unexpected reversal happened when a second villain appeared in clear skies, and saved the first one by stabbing Ted with a toothpick. The younger demon began to justify that he had purposely succumbed to the human so as not to look completely weak in front of his comrade. Ted collapsed from heaven to earth. Still, he was not the main character in this story, only his entourage. The last drops of the barbarian's fighting spirit and strength had left his body. He apologized to Kern for not being able to become chief, and to Lai, whom he had caused trouble, for fighting alone. But it was worth remembering him, as Lai appeared on the battlefield and covered Ted with himself, much to his surprise. Cloud grimaced as he surveyed the battlefield, his comrade's condition, and saw the crucified barbarians. Ted himself was worried about fighting like an animal in front of the man who most valued manners. Harkon joined their gathering, and other knights. Lai told Ted that he had roughly caught the meaning of the conversation. Demons didn't realize who appeared in front of him. There was nothing in the textbooks about a hero coming in and being rescued by someone. Cloud ordered them to be silent, and you could hear the power in his voice. The demonic chicken yowled something and was immediately hit in the face with magic. His one-armed comrade got excited for him, but at the same moment, he lost his second wing, to no purpose at all, for he flew with one as well. But even on the ground, the reality of the situation had not reached the demon. Cloud told him not to shake the air in vain and headed straight for the chicken. He told him he would first teach him who the beast was. Meanwhile, another chicken was causing trouble for players from other guilds. It attacked, turning altitude into speed, and then it was off again. While the demon was in the sky, they couldn't hit it properly. Camilla put 3 arrows on the bowstring at once like an elven archer. It's a completely absurd archery ability that shouldn't really work, and why magic is wasted on such a secondary thing. The chicken said mockingly that it was easy to dodge the arrows, for they flew at one point. But in the same instant, she was split in half by a powerful sword strike. The Radiant's guild leader had been waiting for a good time to attack all this time. They didn't believe they had made it through. The demon legate was a strong opponent. 8 guild members were heavily injured. But about the guild, Radiance immediately went report in the world media. The guild did not skimp on PR. But the analyst noticed something strange. Out of all the guilds, the Radiance had advanced the furthest. But still they had lousy viewing stats, and the chat went crazy with Lai. People wrote about the legate being frightened by Laius and running away from him, which was quite unthinkable. The analyst switched to another channel and saw the hero asserting himself over the villain by stepping on him with his foot. When the first chicken fell silent, Cloud looked angrily at the second chicken, the one fluttering and begging to be kept away. The demon paced and trembled with terror, begged for mercy, hoping for the kindness of heroes, humanism. But Cloud told him to shut up in a completely ruthless voice. The demon promised to be good, to never do that, to carry old ladies across the street. But Cloud didn't talk to his prey. He was judge-executioner in one person, first execution, then sentence. Watching the beating from the snowdrifts was one crazed streamer who miraculously didn't become fodder. In this way, Lai had already killed 8 legates, said the enthusiastic streamer to his viewers. Lai stared at his hand. He was glad the legates had the same amount of health, because he was worried he had wasted a lot of energy. An enthusiastic Jessie approached him again. She marveled at the fact that he was using one type of magic as multiple spells. The wounded Ted came to them, walking on his own, but Harkon held the barbarian back every now and then. Ted began to apologize for leaving the survivors' guards behind and going off on his own, and being in such a state. Cloud replied that he had no hatred for people who fight to defend their pride. He told everyone to go back into hiding with the rest of the knights, while Jesse wrote down his every word. But at this time, all players received a notification from the system. The last demon legate had been defeated. The guild leader of the Guild Alliance was beyond happy after defeating the demon. He hoped he would become lord of the liberated city of Frost, and everyone should be ready for his coronation. Lai realized that the others had killed the 2 remaining legates without him. As usual, his participation devalued the contributions of the other players. A wounded man approached them, and Harkon recognized him as Earl Syrian. He was glad to see the man alive, and the Count portrayed the joy of salvation. The Count said that the Empire hadn't forgotten about them since Harkon had come here. He added that he was impressed with the actions of the Seekers, and looked at Lai. Lord Frosta extended his hand to Cloud, introduced himself, and thanked him for the rescue. Ted was surprised, for despite practically living in Frost, he had never met the Lord. Cloud grinned and answered him to stop breaking the comedy, his natural enemy ability working again. In front of him was none other than the Demon King. Once again, the detector was unmistakably calculating hidden enemies. At the same time, the audience saw their cheers but couldn't quite hear them. The streamer kid was gawking, as if meeting the Lord of the Ruined City was a big deal. Besides, it was just a feudal lord who didn't have any special power. But it was not hidden from the onlookers that Lai was in a rage, and said something angrily to the Lord. Harkon was surprised at the words about the Demon King. It shocked him so much that he loosened his grip. It was as if he had forgotten that demons could hide among humans, and he was sure he was a human. And the Demon King laughed. Once he was exposed, there was nothing more he could do. However, he continued to break the comedy, and pretended to understand their disbelief. For the Lord of the City was left alive when almost everyone was killed. But Cloud wouldn't listen to this poor acting, and struck the demon with stone spikes. Streamer nearly lost his eyes when he saw the swift execution before the sentence from Lai. The faces of everyone who watched his broadcast were exactly the same. Harkon moved towards the wounded Lord of the City. He still saw him as human. So asked Lai why he was doing this to the Lord, who was squeezed by the stones like a frog. Jessie was the first to notice that the man was alive, healthy, and grinned. She didn't doubt Lai's words for a second. Harkon was surprised at these words, and only then did he feel the ominous energy. The demon laughed. His resistance to the Earth attribute was great, so he wasn't hurt in the slightest. The demon asked if the hero had gone too far, and Lai wondered. An ominous shadow crept forward and covered them, the demon's voice becoming eerie. He told them to look closely, for he was the Lord of Frost City they were looking for. Lai wrinkled his face at such a disgusting sight. Harkon realized he was facing a demon, though he should have chopped off its head when he heard Lai's words. He pierced the monster with his sword, and the eyed shadow flared apart. Ted asked if this was the end. Lai thought about how you should never say that phrase. Enemies always resurrect afterward. The shadow gathered again and turned into a black hurricane that reached the flying castle. Ted's eyes went wide at how huge the demon had gotten, and Lai thought that was what he was talking about. A black shadow soaked into the bottom of the cliff on which the castle was built. And Harkon noted worriedly that the demon lord, whatever he was blending into the city. The knights and surviving barbarians stared at this gruesome sight. This was the beginning of the final battle. The knights looked at the creepiness they had never seen before. The barbarians were worried too about whether that Seeker and Ted would be alright. Leia, meanwhile, was fiercely tearing the demons to pieces, justifying her berserk class. Her fighters didn't understand why there were so many demons around, and it didn't get any smaller no matter how many they chopped down. They needed to conserve their strength as the magic was quickly running out. Just as suddenly, the creepy monster froze, never striking with the lamp. The girl on the ground heard the monster murmur that the Demon King was calling for him, and flew away, leaving the bewildered players on the ground. They did not understand why, after a long bloody battle, the enemy suddenly retreated. When they looked up at the sky, they saw that it was all covered by the doves of the world. All players have received a message that the Demon King of Beautiforia has revealed his identity. Demons from all over the region had flocked to become the meat carcass, body, and blood of the Demon King. It was such an eerie sight that it could be seen from distant cities. The whole world could die if you let the demon awaken, Harkon said, and rushed to attack. But he immediately froze, seeing the eeriness before his eyes, and the message that the ritual had already begun. The sacrifices for the ritual had been collected, Harkon shouted. In theory, the ritual could not be performed. The Demon King laughed as if he had heard his words and said that there was no rule that only humans should be sacrificed. The exact same summoning circle appeared in the sky as the one they had destroyed on the ground. And why only the Demon Lord didn't immediately revive himself. The demons victimized and completed the summoning pentagram, an option that had been available to him all along. Lai is pissed. Again, these plot twists that try to put you on a seesaw of excitement between exertion and nudging. But barely had he thought of breaking the pentagram when an eerie, ugly shadow appeared in front of him. The demon struck a blow to his stomach, and Lai could do nothing. Harkon froze in place, his feet drowning in the blood of slain soldiers. The dead men hung on him and began to beg him to save them. Harkon stood as if paralyzed by the demon's illusion magic, which for a veteran was unforgivable. Lai, unaffected by the fear of demons, shouted to him for the knight to come to his senses. It was all an illusion, just like Lai's death. For the demon couldn't defeat them on his own, and used cheap tricks. The knight swung his sword, and the eerie shadows that had entangled his mind dissipated. They returned to the general mass that hovered between the ground and the castle, and performed the ritual. Harkon was still worried, for he had seen the demon pierce Lai, but the man told him it was only fear. The formless cloud of demonic energy noted Lai's talent for avoiding illusions. But it was too late. The sacrifice had been made, and soon his body was to be reborn. There wasn't a single demon body left. They all merged to form a huge egg. The egg began to absorb the summoning circle as well, absorbing its magic. An ugly chick was maturing in the egg, with 3 eyes. In the center of the island where they were, panic broke out. Cars trying to leave the city formed a traffic jam and paralyzed traffic. The Union Guild, fearing the worst, decided to retreat and request support from the homeland. Some disapproved of this, for it meant that the siege of the fort had to be lifted. But the leader asked how they could care about the siege when they saw with their own eyes such a game all around. Ted received a message from his brother and was stunned by it. Their home country sent a letter of introduction to all players, asking everyone to leave the City of Frost. The local government planned to blockade the island, and some guilds like the Union had already left the city. John said that this time his brother could really die. It was dangerous, and Cloud decided he had to kill the demon before it hatched. He pulled out an object to donate for the exorcism rite. But as if the demon was ready for it, dozens of eyes appeared in front of Lai. And then the demon tried to possess his mind, and the system reported an abnormal condition. Lai became alarmed. He didn't know if his mind could handle this condition. Gradually the anger and rage as well as fear increased in his soul. The demon almost possessed him, but Cloud showed up and chased the supremacist away. With a single word, Bend, he interrupted the rite of possession. The huge egg in which the Demon King was maturing exploded. From the eerie howl, everyone had to cover their ears to keep from going deaf. Lord Booth told him that whoever he was only human. But then he felt some power in him and was horrified. There was an infinitely deep, sinister darkness in Cloud's eyes. At this, the demon floated and began to lose its shape. It could no longer be in Cloud's mind. He disappeared like he was never here, like the morning fog. Cloud realized that the Demon Lord had escaped him, and his egg was covered in spikes. The Demon King realized that Cloud was dangerous and needed another stronger body. The monstrous discharges began to surge from the spiked egg again, the demon revealing its true nature. He woke up and picked up such a wind that the desperate streamer kid was nearly blown away. A shabby skinned chicken came out of the egg, with ribs sticking out of it in places where there was not enough meat. Cloud was angry that he had missed the demon. He couldn't let it do anything, and chose another offering for the exorcism rite. He added a few more items to the victim to gain their power. That's when he finally made his way into Booth's mind. Her world cracked. The demon turned around in horror and saw the hunter enter his mind's lofts. Booth shouted to Cloud to stay back or else it was scary. The feathered demons seemed to sense that their lord was unwell and shuddered. Ted saw a suspicious movement in the sky and shouted to the others. The demon lord ordered the remaining monsters to protect him and eliminate Lai. This man was dangerous, and the huge carcass decided to flee the city. With barely one step, he crushed several houses and caused an earthquake. The shockwave even reached the support camp on the outskirts of the territory. The 3-headed and 3-legged chicken once again unsteadily swayed to take a step. There was no man who could resist the Demon King, even during the resurrection. Booth shouted at him who he was and why she was so afraid of him. And then all the flying demons disappeared, in an instant. Something unimaginably ugly appeared in front of Lai and opened its mouth. But a guy from the local guild threw a copse at the monster and saved Cloud. He returned to the battlefield, though his guild was defeated, to take revenge on the demons. 2 more resurrected freaks lunged at the humans again. Harkon, meanwhile, finished off the wounded ugly chicken. Camille charged her bow with some sort of chain magic, and was able to entangle 2 of the world's feathered doves with them. The leader of the Shining Group asked why Lai wasn't moving, and Jessie explained that he was applying a banishment spell. She asked where her comrades were from here, and they said they just decided to support those with the best chance of survival. Now that such a catastrophe has erupted that could swallow up the whole world everywhere you go, it's going to be bad. The leader of the defeated guild thought the same thing, and turned away embarrassedly when asked about it. So they come together to help the hero defeat evil through the power of friendship and love, with the belief that the hero always triumphs over evil, no matter what it is. Guild leader's son also decided to join the friendship and love team, for he remembered his past experiences. The leader of the defeated local guild said he hoped their faith would not turn out to be a hoax. Ted stepped in and was outraged that the hero's entourage had become too competitive. But then he got a sobering kick in the head. To the battlefield came his brother John, and all who could hold a weapon in their hands. John reprimanded Ted for not answering the phone and making him nervous, and handed his brother the sword. Now that the hero's entire retinue has come together and is strong, the demons have decided to attack, though before they were just watching. One could only marvel at the man who writes textbooks for villains and suspect him of being a saboteur. The leader of the shining group rushed forward and ordered everyone to stop Lai from touching him. They had to take on the underdog immortal chickens. Booth looked anxiously at Cloud, who was grinning like a maniac at the sight of the demon. Monsters and humans, meanwhile, clashed in a mad battle of all on all. Harkon was fighting his bitterest and oldest enemy, who had only now appeared. They crossed swords, and he was able to withstand the monster's strength, for pride gave him strength. Ordinary human pride, Cloud said, and a fire blazed in his hand. The chicken flew upward, recoiling from Cloud again. Pride is just an illusion, said the prophetess. Meanwhile, Harkon missed a kick in the back from a hustling legatus. The legate pulled his spear from his back and threw the knight to the snow. Instead of quickly finishing him off, he offered to surrender. Like all demons, he decided to stall for time, savor the moment, and told Harkon that his wound was mortal. But instead of 1,000 words, Harkon chopped the demon in half. The demon didn't understand where the knight got the strength to strike from and collapsed. The man should have died from such a wound. Just bleed out, the demon said. His knowledge of anatomy was based on normal humans. The problem was that the heroes' bodies were arranged differently. No matter how many wounds you inflicted on them, they still had no functional organs. Because heroes could move even if they were stabbed through the heart. Harkon swung his sword. The demon's eyes rounded as he realized that the school of villains was created by heroes to defeat them. It's all one big conspiracy of dramatics, the demon thought as he set off for rebirth. After the demon commander was defeated, a notification came that his army was getting weaker, and the demon lord too. Now everyone was ready to push on to finish off the monsters. Another chicken fell. The already shaky morale of the demon front collapsed. The local guild leader wasn't going to lose out on achievements, and went on the attack as well. The last feathered one didn't fly anywhere, and waited to be defeated by the heroes. He too fell to the onslaught of a mob of goons who just needed a role model to start winning. There was another feathered bird that flapped its wings uselessly instead of flying higher. He asked the stupid thing, why people didn't run away even seeing what the demons had done to Frost. Maybe because they were peaceful people and not warriors. Beggars can't beat him again, the chicken said, and Ted remembered his fallen friend Kern. He awakened the power of the beast himself and tore the monster apart with his claws. The chief hen of the booth felt the decline of strength and the dizziness of seeing her troops melting away. She clutched her head and kept saying there was no such thing. The commoners killed all her dear feathered legates. Lai got a notice for each one. The Demon King's strength weakened and his huge body began to crumble under its own weight. The first to fall off were the useless wings, which blew several blocks under them. The mental image of the Butaphoria was also losing blood and limbs. Lai shuddered. The demon was still too strong to resist his consciousness. Besides, before that, Lai had spent too much mana and could no longer maintain the exorcism ritual. The ugly demon gawked his eyes at Lai. He was scared and angry at the same time. The freak's body arched, and the huge beak squeaked fearfully all around. The demon began to beat hysterically and wagged its tail, raising a column of dust. And then everyone saw the huge carcass trying to get away from the city. Then it dawned on Lai that it was because of the exorcism rite. The demon was trying to escape his mind, to break the distance, and was not consciously running away. The reporters screamed in terror, and they didn't realize where the giant monster was headed. There was an entire town in the monster's path that saw its shadow from behind the hills. Lai realized if he let the monster move, everything would turn out to be a disaster, and focused harder on the ritual. But at this moment, he had reached his limit. He no longer had enough mana. Due to lack of strength, the exorcism ritual may have been interrupted. Cloud's voice said he had magical powers. Lai remembered Mantis's words about black magic using a different source. Lai's hands were filled with darkness. He immediately felt this dark energy. There was so much of it that it instantly embraced the monster's huge body. The monster was squirming and the black power turned into fire. Behold, he was already covered in those flames. Ted was once again frozen with his mouth hanging open and realizing that he was merely the retinue of the real hero. The Berserk Guild watched everything from the hill at a respectful distance. She kept an eye on Lai, intending to grab him and drag him away if it got too dangerous. But as expected, it was in vain. The demon fell, the city was cleansed, Lai was notified accordingly. Of course, discussions and debates about the rights to the new city and its redevelopment soon began. It has become a hot topic for young experts on foreign policy and everything else. Lai sat in his room and watched the video. Tired, he put his phone away and stretched. Finally, he could come home and collapse on the bed. But something was bothering him as he burned the demon. Smoke billowing from the wreckage for a long time. In the same instant, his quest updated, demanding that he restore the legacy lost to the demons, the demon hunter's camp. He tried to figure out what this had to do with Cloud, whom he had encountered in his subconscious. Now, the last words of Buddhaphoria were lodged in his mind, that a human could not possess such darkness. A few days later, on Bad Luck Island, the doctor and Isol stopped by Harkon's room to check on him. But when they saw the captain of the Knights, the doctor turned blue with horror. Despite his mortal wounds, the captain of the Knights practiced push-ups. They began to resent him for overexerting himself, but Harkon shivered. Isol was worried that if she couldn't treat Harkon properly, with the help of her doctors, she'd hit the dirt in front of Lai. The king of the resort appeared behind her back and said he was glad to see Harkon in good health, which startled Isol. They began to bow and scuffle in front of him, but Akuna said it was okay. He said he had come to leave one thing their benefactor had given him. There was a trophy in the place of the defeated demon commander, and Akuna took out a quill, for it was Harkon who had killed this demon. In his next encounter with the Emperor, Harkon would need a trophy to prove he had followed orders. The knight was amazed that Lai could understand his feelings so well. He was undoubtedly a man with a deep soul. The knight pressed his quill to his cheek, and there was an awkward silence. No one knew where Lai himself had gone. The world quickly went back to normal. The news subsided and went back to the same old gossip and constant topics. But things changed for some. The director of a foreign guild reprimanded its leader for expressing gratitude for his rescue. He couldn't play a major role in his home country and bowed to players from another country. The old man wouldn't stop. But the lad objected with steel in his voice, and asked if he should have let the people of the neighboring towns die. He broke an unfortunate office desk in anger. The warrior said that if the ban on entering the rift had stood longer, things could have gotten much worse. The headmaster turned pale with horror. It was a mystery how people without abilities could even control those who wielded power. The guy was furious. A player capable of killing monsters that normal weapons can't take. Eventually, his entire guild left the country and its boorish government. His men asked what he intended to do now. Wherever they found themselves, they would be looked at strangely. And the guy thought about what it takes to emigrate to the island of Bad Luck, and now resides there. The boy streamer achieved his goal and caught the attention of the world. Many now wanted to work with him. The Weasel Blonde from the Second Sun Guild was able to rehabilitate himself because he chose the right side this time. Ted was also on everyone's radar, as he now held the title of Chief of all Barbarians. And there were some strange rumors about Jessie, that she was leaving the Guild Radiance. Her guild leader showed the news, and asked what she thought of it. He knew she didn't like it much at their place, but he didn't think she'd leave like that. But the girl claimed she hadn't said such a thing. The leader scrutinized the sorceress girl in front of him that was drinking tea. He stated that if she really wanted to go, he wouldn't let her go until he was sure she would be with Lai. Jessie smiled and asked him why he was getting upset beforehand, since Lai was gone anyway. He was really missing to everyone, and they were just silent for a few minutes. For several days, Lai spent a lot of effort trying to figure out how to complete the class assignment, but nothing worked. He just didn't know where Akshan's legacy was, if it even existed. Moreover, he was constantly getting calls from everyone, and Lai was already thinking of disconnecting the phone. He wanted to read books in the Magic Tower but was afraid to go out. No class quest progression, no reward for Siege Frost. And then there are the last disturbing words of the Demon King of Buddhaphoria. All of these were hints at the continuation of the story, and Cloud's darker gut. Lai always felt he was different from other players. Their personalities didn't change to the point of resembling schizophrenia. In addition, during the exorcism he saw Cloud himself. This is no longer just a split consciousness. This character lived inside him as a separate personality. Lai found nothing about other players seeing their characters from the game. This could be a unique characteristic of hunters. But the mystery was that he could see Cloud's past, which he had written himself. But there were no clues. And then, quite unexpectedly, Lai received a message about the reward. He was poured in for the Siege of Frost and the death of Buddhaphoria. Levels instantly crept up. In one fell swoop, jumped up 30 more and many more items. This was a reward worthy of a Demon King. Lai was similarly empowered in Frost. As relations had peaked, it was already the second land in the possession of the Emperor's future Padishah. But there was something else. For a large number of siege points, he was given a special award and given the task of attending the ceremony of the new Lord Frost. Ted got the same notice as everyone else around him. Guild leader Radiance grumbled again he had a bad feeling from such antics of the system. A dummy from the Union Guild thought he was going to be crowned without warning. The system informed Lai that he was now just like that, Lord of Frost. Only Cloud took it for granted. Lai's scream echoed throughout the deserted but already miraculously restored city.